another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku, another Savior.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku, another Savior.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. In your madika, yabika kokwanam no wow. Hey, anamekele mazuche mefo. Manemo, it's an honor having you on board. When I'm singing along, holy, 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 Nandekano is another Savior. Sing along, holy, 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 Nandekano is another Savior. When I sing along, holy, 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 is another Savior. Getting moving right and getting moving fast now. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, holy, getting moving right and moving faster. Never freedom. Is another Savior. Never freedom. Holy, 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 Nandekano is another Savior.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku, another Savior.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku, another Savior.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. In your madika, yabika kokwanam no wow. Hey, anamekele mazuche mefo.
Oh, am I on screen? Let's just have a look. I am on screen. So there it is. And there you are. Apologies, looking a bit scruffy, but what can you do? I'm not a fashion plate. So good to see you again, dear friends. Always a delight. I don't take your company for granted, I always say, and it is with gratitude that I always receive you anytime you do turn up. So thank you for turning up. So to the headlines, we're going to go through about 3 stories in this instance, and then we'll go through about 3 video clips as well. So that's how this session is going to roll. Because that's the way it's going to roll. So let me take you to the headlines first. So the headlines: I spent hours with Tinubu. His dementia so bad he can't drink water by himself. So who is saying this? It's not an acolyte of the PDP. It's not article going down memory lane. This is a functionary of the APC space that has broken rank to come and reveal to the outside what is going on the inside. Naja'atu Mohammed is the name of this lady making this headline. I spent hours with Tinubu. His dementia so bad he can't drink water by himself. A headline attributed to an element called Naja'atu Mohammed. So quite why she's saying that, and what evidence there is for that, we'll get to that shortly. I have served well, disappointed no one. This is Buhari now, giving himself a pass mark, haven't left a stream of blood and corpses in the wake of his 8-year tenure. But that to him is a success, of course, for reasons of him being where he's from, where blood is the currency of success, where he is from. I have served well, disappointed no one. A headline attributed to the Aboki from Daura, Mala Buhari. So that's Mala Buhari right there. So Mala Buhari, this one now, a never-ending saga. So we have about a week left in this month, and the promise is that by the end of this month, within this month, this should come to a head. And I, like you, I cannot wait because it's getting somewhat tiresome. Trouble for Atiku as Wike's strong ally finally reveals presidential candidate Rivers PDP will vote for. So there are several elements to that headline. So the headline one points us in the direction of a final decision, and you say hurrah to that, and I'll join you as well. But then the second half of that headline, it says reveal presidential candidate Rivers PDP will vote for. So what this tells us somewhat, if you want to read into that, what you could read into that is that there is a divide within that G5, and they will individually nominate a candidate that they will go for. That's just the indication of this headline, because of course, it's not telling us that this is the presidential candidate that the G5 will vote for, the presidential candidates that Rivers will go vote for. So that's quite pointed. So if we're to go with that, and then we have to then split them up into individuals, the two southeastern governors within the G5 group, they don't really matter. Not that they are not of equal importance, but because Peter Obi holds such a strong sway in the southeast, irrespective of what the two southeastern governors in the G5 have to say, the votes in the southeast is already counted and locked in for Peter Obi, the preponderance of it, and the remnants go to the PDP. So they don't really matter in however they want to position. But the River State does matter because it's in the top 5 highest. Remember, we went through a list of 5 yesterday, the top 5 with the highest numbers of registered voters. And River State, from memory, ran about, is it 4 million, 5 million thereabouts? It's certainly, River State will take you a long way towards becoming the Nigerian president. So where they point their votes, very, very important. So that's very, very important. And then your state, of course, quite a complex situation then. Seyi Makinde fighting for election, fighting for re-election, Fulani pushing him hard from the APC, and then we have to add the chant of articles that we heard in a public outing that Seyi Makinde and the G5 group had in Ibadan. So you add all of that, and then you want to weigh then how Seyi Makinde would point. But then you also add that at the Afenifere meeting that was superintended, because people are pulling me up on that word. That was oversighted. Let me use that. So at the Afenifere meeting that was oversighted by Paternity, the deputy governor, the deputy, not vice governor, the deputy governor of Oyo State was present with a statement that Seyi Makinde sent to him to read to the gathering. So this was the meeting where Tinubu was endorsed by Paternity, and at that meeting, the deputy governor of Oyo State read out a statement sent by the governor of Oyo State, Seyi Makinde, that he will abide by whatever decision was made at that meeting. And the meeting, of course, endorsed Tinubu. So has Seyi Makinde's position already been stated a long time ago? So a lot of that. And then you remember we sent out the invitation that, remember the excellent delivery, the excellent presentation that was done by Kulata. So we sent out the invitation that anybody that has another statistics-based permutation, that they should send it in. So that challenge has been taken up by a lot of people wanted the challenge, but only one has been able to deliver. It's a chap called Lincoln who has sent in his permutation. So I have the permutation on my screen right there. So he charts a journey that leads Peter Obi to Aso Rock. So he charts that journey. But we're only really going to go through this if he comes and defends it, because of course, Kulata defended his. So if Lincoln wants to come on, I'll actually send him the link to the streaming privately. So if he comes on, then we'll go through his permutation. So Lincoln, I know you're listening. So I'll send you the hyperlink to the. No, that's not the one I want to send you. Not to buy a coffee. Let me get the proper hyperlink up. So I'll send you the hyperlink, Lincoln. Look at that. Is that not a play on word right there? The hyperlink, Lincoln. So I'll send you the hyperlink, Lincoln. If you come on screen, then we'll go through your spreadsheet that you sent to me. So I've sent the hyperlink to Lincoln, and Lincoln, click on it. I know you're not much for public outings, but so I know you're not much for public outings, but if you do come on, I will soft pedal you through it. So it's not going to be anything grueling, but you do have to come and defend your work. So we wait to see if Lincoln takes that on, and then we'll go through that. So that's potentially in the offerings as well. What is also on the offering is this. Are we calling it an expose? But certainly this piece done by the BBC, Nigerian influencers played to manipulate your vote. So this is BBC Africa doing this mini documentary that is somewhat of an expose, but how much does it actually reveal? We'll find out shortly. And then also for offering, it's a clip that's been making the rounds. A lady has gone to court to sue the governor of Lagos State, Sanwo-Olu, not because she feels that he's not doing his job, but because she felt that she did his job so well 27 years ago that a little bomb boy is now 27 years old. So there's a paternity suit that Sanwo-Olu, whether he knows it or not, is fighting. And this lady now is canvassing her son all over the media outlets in Nigeria, insisting that Sanwo-Olu is the father, and she has gone to court for that. So we got a clip of that to go through as well. And then we may land on another clip as well. We argued at length about this yesterday. Yaya Bello, somebody insisted, I think it was actually, and by the way, Lincoln, if you're listening, let me know what your intentions are on Instagram, so I know if we're waiting for you or not. But there was this conversation we were having yesterday about Yahaya Bello and what his politics are. So we have a micro. Well, it's quite a lengthy clip, but we'll just watch a bit of it to hear from the man himself, because we had a lot of push. We had the tug of war over this yesterday. So hopefully we get to the settlement of it with that video clip. So a lot wrapped around this session. So lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. The usual protocol, please click on the like button as you're coming in. Very important that you do that. You know, that's the meat and drink of the YouTuber, you know, which I suppose I am one now as well. So please click on the like button. Very, very important that you do as you're coming in. And if you are not already subscribed, then please do us the favor of subscribing as well. So it's those statistical data that is the meat and drink of the YouTube space. So it's more important than the super chats and all of the buy the coffees. The like, which is free of charge, and the subscribe, which is free of charge, is more important than this buy the coffee that I'm trying to push you into, or the super chats that you may go to willingly. More important, and it's free of charge. So click on like and subscribe if you will. If there is no reason that you viscerally object to clicking on like and subscribe, then you have every reason to do that. So please do that. So click on like, click on subscribe. If you want to come join us on the screen, click on this hyperlink that says StreamYard. I'll highlight it on the screen now. So if you want to come join us on the screen, please click on this hyperlink that says StreamYard. Brings you into a studio space. Soon as I finish reading out the body of the headlines I just read out, let you onto the screen, a conversation ensues. Nothing complex about it, quite a simple, straightforward process. So please do that. And as I said, if you feel inclined towards tipping towards the power platform, the preferred portal is the buy the coffee thing. You're welcome to use the super chart, which I will encourage people to do, because I go on other platforms and it's a sea of colors of super charts. But then I come here, we don't see that. So, and I know that my audience are not poverty stricken. So use all of those options. So as you set about all those, let me take another little mini pit stop, another little musical intermission. And then when we come back, we just delve straight into it. So what are you wanting to listen to? Do you want the Care Guides or Sunday or Wendy? I think maybe palm wine is the order of the day. Egbe Elemu, the Care Guides.
Only water, only water, where they see ma. Water,
only water, where they see ma.
Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Chifu Faila ti kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosoname ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodunke ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. May death have nothing to do with us. So I'm wondering how to start this. I think I'll start it off with I'll do a video clip, a readout, a video clip, a readout. So let's do it that way. So let's kick it off with the lady then that is claiming that who is the daddy? Sanwo-Olu, the daddy. So there it is, fresh-faced and like a choir boy, but apparently Oti Dagborolu Nigbakto and Kekere. Listen to this lady and her bomb boy. Not a bomb boy anymore, a 27-year-old man. Listen. and say if you believe her.
Speaking with newsmen at the court premises, Mrs. Great Moses recalled her relationship with Governor Sanwo-Olu as a 19-year-old in Warri in 1994/1995 as a construction worker. The woman, who said she had made many fruitless efforts to meet with the governor, appealed to the court to prevail on the governor to live up to his responsibility as a father of the now 27-year-old Emmanuel, the alleged son of the governor. The woman, who said she had made many fruitless efforts to meet with the governor, appealed to the court to prevail on the governor to accept the fruit of the relationship, which she said Governor Sanwo-Olu has abandoned.
Na because of the pikin that make me not go school, because I was so pressured that time. My mama even pursue me because whether they wait for Sanwo-Olu, not they come. Sanwo-Olu know my village. Even born one certain time when people will go there for my mama village, which is my papa's side. Sanwo-Olu follow me go the burial. We wear that white guinea dey rain. We wear white guinea. Me and him go the burial. All my family they know Sanwo-Olu. We go Lagos. They say we not go fit see I don't become governor because the time when me and him move, Sanwo-Olu never become governor that time.
The alleged son in the center of the controversy, Mr. Emmanuel Grace, said he is not after Governor Sanwo-Olu wet, but to meet with his biological father.
Small time I reach the governor of Lagos, let him say, my father say, "Mommy, I say not sure see this man fit for me." I say because why be say this man na Lagos governor be this. I say I'm not sure say my father fit be governor because they say him ask what I mean the data. I say my father be this. She dey tell me the word she dey cry. I call the tell her say why you call dey cry? You dey show me something you dey cry. I say I never to believe say this man fit for me. If this man and my papa now they suffer for years and this man just abandon me just like that.
Counsel to Emmanuel Grace and his mother, Barrister John Aipopo Martin, said Mr. Babajide Sanwo-Olu has filed for preliminary objection to the matter and that he is humane to appear before the court.
We are not adverse to settling this matter out of court if it's possible from the side of the governor. But apart from that, we let the rule of law take its course.
The Lagos State Governor, Babajide Sanwo-Olu, was not represented in court while the case was adjourned to February 13, 2023 for hearing. From Warri, Benga Ahmed reporting.
So there it is right there. Who is the daddy? So the lady must have some confidence for her to go this far. That's the one thing. The lady must have some confidence for her to go that far. And a lot of people will disbelieve it out of hand, but you may not want to do that because if you think back in those days, especially when people were sent out to the interiors to go and do their NYSC and all of this, they all went wild. You know what I mean when I say they all went wild. So they would send you to some state in the interiors of Jalingo or somewhere. You are from Ekitipupa, you are from Abakaliki. You know that after 1 year, you are never going to step on your foot on that space again. So you just go wild, don't you? Young men, out of control, testosterone busting through them. So that seems to be the space now. So not Tinubu, I don't think Tinubu has that functionality anymore, but Sanwo-Olu now named the daddy, and this lady has taken to law. It will not end, I suspect, until a DNA test has been done. It will not end, I suspect, until a DNA. And by the way, Lincoln has joined us now to defend this spreadsheet. So good of you to turn up our Lincoln. But it will not end until a DNA test has been done, I suspect. So there it is right there. Who is the daddy? Sanwo-Olu is the daddy. So Sanwo-Olu the daddy. So let me take it from back to front. The last headline that I read you, I'll read out the body of that, and then we'll sweep it from 3 to 1. Trouble for Atiku as Wike's strong ally finally reveals presidential candidate Rivers PDP will vote for. So here it is. Honorable Samuel Nwanosike, the chairman of Ikwere local government area, has said the Rivers state chapter of the People's Democratic Party PDP has made up its mind to dump the party's presidential candidate Atiku Abubakar. According to correspondent Nwanosike, who is a strong ally of the Rivers State Governor Yemson Wike, said the Rivers State PDP has pitched its tent with the presidential candidate of the All Progressive Congress APC, Bola Ahmed Tinubu. So that's the name that that a lot of people suspected that that space would land on. But like I said, it's telling us where Rivers State PDP will go with their vote, which is quite telling on that group and the strength of it. But we find out Honorable Samuel Nwanosike, the chairman of Ikwere local government area, has said the Rivers State chapter of the People's Democratic Party PDP has made up its mind to dump the party's presidential candidate, Atiku Abubakar. According to correspondents, Nwanosike, who is a strong ally of the Rivers State Governor Yemson Wike, said the Rivers State PDP has pitched its tent with the presidential candidate of the All Progressive Congress APC, Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Correspondents quoted Nwanosike as saying that the elders and opinion leaders in Rivers State have decided to dump Atiku and work for Tinubu. The PDP chieftain said the decision was taken because of what he described as unfairness and political imbalance he claimed Atiku was propagating. He said the PDP national leadership has been taken over by men who specialize in manipulating the process to achieve their personal interest. According to him, it was clearly stated that when the PDP presidential candidate emerges from the north, the national chairman of the party should come from the south and vice versa. So it goes on. The PDP is heading into the 2023 general elections with a divided house, as 5 of its governors, known as the G5, have withdrawn their support from Atiku. The aggrieved PDP governors, led by Wike, demanded Iyorchia Ayu's resignation as the national chairman for a southerner to take over, but their demand was turned down. Following their decision not to back Atiku until their demand is met, there have been speculations that the G5 governor will back Tinubu or the Labour Party presidential candidate Peter Obi. Atiku not a unifying factor, says Nwanosike. Correspondents reported that Nwanosike said the Rivers State has settled for Tinubu. He accused Atiku of insisting that Ayu remains the party national chairman. With this unfortunate development, it is clear that Atiku is not the true unifying factor we thought he is. We want to state clearly here that we stand by our leader Yemson Wike on this issue. The council chairman also added that it is not possible for a northerner in the person of President Muhammad Buhari to govern Nigeria for 8 years and hand over power to another northerner, Atiku. We politicians cannot sit down and watch this happen. To halt the injustice, elders and opinion leaders of Rivers State, after careful deliberation on the matter, zeroed in on Tinubu as the most suitable candidate. We have X-rayed the 3 frontrunners in the race, Atiku Abubakar, Peter Obi, and Bola Tinubu. It is Tinubu that we found to be the true unifying factor, he said. So no room for further reconciliation. Nwanosike said there is no room for another reconciliation, even if Atiku makes the effort to change their mind. He added that the people of the state met without Governor Wike and took the decision to move forward, adding that the governor is, however, being awaited to address the people. Correspondents stated that its investigations also showed that elders and opinion leaders who are Wike's loyalists in Rivers State have held several meetings and have strongly resolved to campaign vigorously for Tinubu. So it's an open secret that it is Tinubu that they are going to back, because it looks as though outside of the pronouncement of this chairman that is making this piece now, that is the speaker in this piece we're reading, the correspondents of this particular news outlet have gone to delve even further into the goings on in Rivers State to establish that several meetings have been held, and all of the opinion polling there are saying that they will move with Tinubu. And Wike has always said that it is not his decision, his people will make that decision. Of course, he would have guided them to that decision, but he would try to pretend that it was like a democratic process that arrived at it. Wike declares war on IU over, so this tails into another storyline. So there it is right there. But there's two takeouts from there. It looks almost with some certainty that Yensen Wike is going to be backing, I beg your pardon, let me just do something quickly. It looks almost with some certainty that Yensen Wike is going to be backing Bola Tinubu, and that comes as no surprise to anyone. There was never any possibility that Yensen Wike would have packed his support with Peter Obi. That was never in the offering. And anybody that all the excitement when he said he was going to offer. Oh, pardon me. Let me see. Have I missed something here? Let me just do something quickly. All of the excitement when he said he was going to offer Peter Obi logistic support if he comes to campaign in Rivers State, and true to type, he gave Peter Obi a convoy of bulletproof supercars for him to carry on his campaign. And all of that, of course, caused a bit of an excitement within that Obi space. They interpreting that to be some form of an endorsement, but that wasn't an endorsement. That was Wike just playing that space. So Wike plays that space. But the other half of it is that these people are speaking specifically for Rivers State, which then adds to it then that are these decisions going to be made on an individual basis? And there is every possibility that it may well be made on an individual basis. And there is also a possibility that for self-preservation, Seyi Makinde might well still reverse position to back Atiku Abubakar because he's under real pressure in Oyo State. So a lot of that in play, a lot of that in play. So let's go on to the next. I have served well, disappointed no one. The Mala from the north. President Muhammad Buhari Monday in Bauchi restated he had served Nigeria and Nigerians to the best of his ability, declaring that he had not disappointed anyone. President Buhari, who was in Bauchi in continuation of the All Progressive Congress APC presidential and gubernatorial campaign rallies, spoke during his courtesy call on the Emir of Bauchi, His Royal Highness Dr. Rewanu Adamu. The president acknowledged the reception accorded him and the continued show of love by Nigerians, noting that the huge crowd that welcomed him wherever he went was a demonstration of genuine love and loyalty. He said, I normally call on emirs and chiefs, whether on political or personal tours, to states to show my gratitude. I'd like to mention that between 2003 and 2011, I visited all the local governments, and in 2019, when I was seeking re-election for a second term, I visited all of the states. And the people that turned out to see me were more than what anyone could buy or force. And there I made a promise and pledge that I will serve Nigerians and Nigeria to the best of my ability. And so far, I have not disappointed anyone. Earlier in his welcome address, the Emir of Bauchi remarked that it is delightful when political leaders in modern state systems honor the traditional institutions with courtesy call. This, the Emir noted, was a practical demonstration of love and respect to the traditional institutions. He thanked President Buhari for the landmark development which his administration had brought to Bauchi State, declaring that the Komani Integrated Project remained a legacy for which Bauchi State and indeed the Northeast remains grateful. We cannot thank you enough, and we follow the example of our governor to express our greatest gratitude. We are also pleased that you have kept your promise of reforming the electoral processes through continuous and progressive reforms and by ensuring the independence of the electoral body, of which our son, Professor Mahmoud Yakubu, is the current head, the Emir stated. Your determination in these and other areas of governance have been an inspiration to all right-thinking people across the country. The president thereafter proceeded to the Abubakar Tafawa Balewa Stadium in continuation of the APC campaigns, where a mammoth crowd awaited him and his entourage. He then presented the party's presidential flag bearer, Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, and his vice, Senator Kashim Shettima, to the electorate. Present were the Senate President, Dr. Ahmed Lawan, Speaker of the House of Representatives, Femi Gbajabiamila, the APC National Chairman, Senator Abdullahi Adamu, governors of Kebbi, Plateau, Borno, Yobe, and Jigawa State. The APC gubernatorial candidate in Bauchi State, Air Marshal Sadiq Baba Abubakar. And by the way, this guy was a recently retired chief of Air Force. He's the one married to Sadia Farouk or something. So you can imagine excessive looting from the Air Force meets excessive looting from the humanitarian disaster management equals wealth greater than Mansa Musa. These people will be rolling in dollars. The APC gubernatorial candidate in Bauchi State, Air Marshal Sadiq Baba Abubakar, retired, as well as the other party stalwarts were also present. So it's almost as though this Malam called Buhari, it's almost as though this guy is trolling us in some ways. It's almost as though he's trolling us. For all that the country has endured throughout his, he came in to tell us that he was going to end insecurity. We were, anybody that watched yesterday's show, we were labored with a lot of graphs that told us that insecurity had quadrupled under this Malas administration. He told us that. He told us that the Naira will be equivalent to the dollar as soon as he came into office. Now he's leaving office. The Naira is nearly trading at 1,000 to $1. He told us that. People cannot eat, people cannot live, people cannot breathe, and people cannot walk. The country has been turned into a police state. Nothing like freedom of speech, of course. When he took over from Goodluck Jonathan, I think Goodluck Jonathan had overfed us as a country, and we were starting to think like that we were like the United States and the United Kingdom, etc., where you can say anything. The sort of abuse we're throwing at Goodluck Jonathan. But as soon as this guy got in, of course, remember once, countless examples, but let me give you this example. There was a chap that named his dog Buhari in the north. Actually, through admiration for the Mala from Daura, he named his dog Buhari, and they went and promptly locked him up. We also had the example a few weeks ago, some young boy that has been out of school through no fault of his, but through ASU strike for several months. And out of exasperation, he lashes out on Twitter, calling the First Lady fat, the wife of the Mala from Daura, calling her fat. And what was the repercussions of this? This lady sent police functionaries, secret police, to go and track this boy down, had him brought in. She chained him to her bedpost and proceeded to flog the hell out of this boy. So this is but Buhari has disappointed no one. So there it is right there. It's a different mindset. And the real tragedy is that he's not actually inverting any comment, and he's not actually trolling us. He actually believes that, and that is the real tragedy. If he was saying it to mock, knowing that the contrary was the case, that's bad enough. But this element from Daura, he actually believes that he's been a success. And so on to this. So on to this, I spent hours with Tinubu. His dementia is so bad, he can't drink by himself. Najautu Mohammed. So Najautu Mohammed That is the name of the character bringing us this. The presidential candidate of the All Progressive Congress, APC, Bola Tinubu, is physically and mentally unfit to governor. Najautu Mohammed has disclosed in an explosive interview. Speaking with DCL Hausa, Ms. Mohammed said that the former Lagos State governor might be battling severe dementia, which is identified by memory loss and also results in loss of ability to carry on a conversation and respond to the environment. I sat with him for 2 hours in London. When you talk of green, he will give you an answer of red. He can't even decipher. He has very serious dementia. I believe he has Alzheimer's because he cannot even hold a cup of tea, she said. Ms. Mohammed, a former APC chieftain, recently resigned Ms. Mohammed, a former APC chieftain, recently resigned from her position as Director of Civil Society Engagement in the APC Presidential Campaign Council on grounds that she could no longer serve national interest in clear conscience if she continues to support Tinubu's presidential bid. Ms. Mohammed clarified her comments in the interview. Let me take this again, actually. I don't like the way it's reading, so let me just speak through it. Presidential candidate of the All Progressive Congress, APC, Bola Tinubu, is physically and mentally unfit to govern. Now, Jatu Mohammed disclosed in an explosive interview. Speaking to DCL Hausa, Ms. Mohammed said the former Lagos State governor might be battling severe dementia, which is identified by memory loss and also result in loss of ability to carry on a conversation and respond to the environment. I sat with him for 2 hours in London. When you talk of green, he will give you an answer of red. He can't even decipher. He has very serious dementia. I believe he has Alzheimer's because he cannot even hold a cup of tea, she said. Ms. Mohammed, a former APC chieftain, recently resigned from her position as Director of Civil Society Engagement in the APC Presidential Campaign Council, PCC, on grounds that she could no longer serve national interest in clear conscience if she continues to support Mr. Tinubu's presidential bid. Ms. Mohammed clarified her comments in the interview, confirming that the former governor of Lagos widely known terrible health situation. She revealed that during a 2-hour private meeting in London, Mr. Tinubu slept for almost the entirety of the time she was with him. Ashiwaju that I sat with for 2 hours, he slept for most of the time. It was Bisi Akonde that I was really talking to. Most importantly, he is not only physically unfit, he is mentally unfit. Whether we want it or not, this is the truth, she said. She added that whilst Mr. Tinubu's associates may feel the burden to repay him for the political goodwill he has shown in the past, but not as far as to entrust the leadership of Africa's most populous country in his frail hands. Sorry, I'm looking at Alexander Gomez's super chat. In his frail hands. But when you talk of leadership of over 200 billion people, you know that if you remove tribal sentiments, you know that he is incapable. Those that will rule are those around him. This is the reality. He is mentally deranged. I said it. Mentally deranged. I don't know, man. I don't know quite well. We'll see. I don't know quite what facilitates this woman's prognosis and what her agenda is. Of course, but we'll see. She is mentally deranged. And by the way, when you say somebody is mentally deranged, you know that speaks to a different mental incapacity than Alzheimer's or dementia, you know. So that's a different, that's madness when you're saying somebody is mentally deranged. So now she's told us now that this guy has Alzheimer's, this guy has dementia, and is also mad. He is mentally deranged. I said it, she added. A spokesperson for Tinubu did not respond to calls and messages seeking comments on what Miss a spokesperson for Mr. Tinubu did not respond to calls and messages seeking comments on Ms. Mohammed's assertions. So there it is right there. There it is right there. So you can cancel Tinubu from the electoral list because he has dementia, suffers from Alzheimer's, and according to some Aboki woman from the north, he is mad. He is mad. So there it is. Let me give you a soup song of this clip. Actually, let me come into the room just to acknowledge the going on. So Alexander Gomez kicks off the super chart. Are you a fan of the comedy classic Fools and Only Fools and Horses? Yes, I used to enjoy Only Fools and Horses back in the day. I still do sometimes. Del Boy and his brother and all that. Yes, of course. That would have been in the period that you were in this country, Alexander Gomez. So yeah, Alexander Gomez kicks off the super chart. So I want that comment section to illuminate like a Christmas tree from the super chart. So if you can do that, that'll be a good sight to see. So I want the comment section to illuminate like a Christmas tree with super charts. So as we wait to see that, let's bring on the panelists. King Emeka, we see you. Thomas in Australia, we see you. Adale Koko in America, we see you. This is Collins. Thank you for joining us. And Femi joins us as well. Solly, you have to come out and reconnect because look at to Niger trolling me. Oh yeah, so you're connected now. So Solly, I see you too. So Colin, stay there for a moment. But let's just go through those talking points first, and then we bring your graph on, and then you talk us through it. Or yes, let's do it that way. Let's sample opinions on Tinubu's alleged dementia, Alzheimer's, and madness. Kicking it off with the father of the bride, Ajale Koko. What is this? This lady now. If I put up the article, you'll see her right in the middle of Tinubu and yes, you see her right in the middle of Tinubu and another functionary. So she does have some sort of association with Tinubu, and you can tell from the dressing there that this is a London setting. And we know that famous famous couch. We've seen that couch before. Remember that couch in the background? Remember when Buhari went to visit
yes.
a surprise visit? So clearly she has some association with him. Now she's coming out to tell us that he has dementia, Alzheimer's, and mentally deranged. So what are you making of that? A senior functionary of APC breaks rank, Janle Koko.
Greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share, and subscribe if you haven't done so. Woman, this lady is a human rights activist. I think she finished her university first degree in ABU, and she the activism in lifestyle goes with her everywhere she goes. When Buhari's called for the detention of the guy that what's the name of that guy from University of Jos? That what did she say against Buhari? I mean,
the one that called Aisha Fat.
Yes. She spoke against it. She actually called for Buhari. I mean, for Buhari's wife to be arrested and be tried for, for calling on DSS for directing DSS, to arrest that guy. So the human rights activism in her, she doesn't hide it. So that might be responsible for her statement and the reason why she abandoned that campaign organization. However, her statement, the way she ended it, that Tinubu is mentally deranged. I think that is fallacy. We cannot. I cannot, in sincere conscience, agree with her on that. Even her claim that she have a very serious Alzheimer problem, or this what's the other one she mentioned?
She said she is mad, which is what mentally deranged means. He has Alzheimer's because he was struggling to hold a cup of tea. Yeah. And then that he also has dementia because he wouldn't talk to her or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe she, you know what Irish coffee is? Yeah. Maybe she's had too much Irish coffee. Irish coffee is when you put brandy in your coffee. Maybe she's had too much Irish coffee. I don't know what she's talking about, but
I cannot totally agree with her that Tinubu have serious Alzheimer problem and serious mental problem whatsoever. But because she said when they were in London, she could hardly carry a cup of tea and stuff like that. But what we saw recently is totally different from what she's telling us. I don't know.
No, but what we've seen recently at Janle Koko, it actually tallies with that. We've seen his hands shake vigorously. And if you notice now, he tries to clasp his hands together, holding one on top of the other, because his hands shakes quite vigorously. We've seen that.
Yeah, he's been doing that for a long time. Watch him several times. You can really see Tinubu putting his hand down on the table. You will see him most of the time holding his hands together, and just to hold it tight so that to prevent people from noticing, the shakeability of that hand.
Yeah, but does that not add veracity to what she's saying? Because we know his hands shakes furiously. We know that. So if she's telling us that he could hardly hold a cup of tea, then that tallies with what we've already observed, that his hands shakes furiously.
All right. I want to disagree with her, because what we saw in London, particularly when Tinubu visited Chatham House, this man read a speech and read it clearly to the understanding of everybody. And he was holding the speech he delivered. He was flipping it over one page after the other, reading this thing. So if a person can deliver speech that lasted for, I don't know how long, maybe like 10 minutes or maybe 12 minutes, and sat down, answer some question, even though he couldn't answer everything, he delegated some of the questions to his political associate. I don't want to believe what that lady said in totality. I think she's not telling us the actual truth, why she's abandoning that.
Baba, can I chime in maybe a second, if you don't mind?
Oh, yeah.
Good evening, one man and everybody.
Good evening.
Yeah, I'm sorry for. So I'll just be chiming in today because I'm in the middle of some. So instead of not being at all, I'll be chiming once in a while. But let me tell you one. This. Do you know this woman was with Buhari before Buhari came? Before he set up his cabinet. And then there was a reason why they didn't really even the appointment that is being held now by Sadiya Farouk was meant for her. But at a point they will run some security, some intel, on each of those appointees most of the time. That is, this is not just the general one, but like the president himself. We have to know the certain things about them, So just going straight to the point, the reason why she pulled out was ab initio, they are suspicious of her. One, because they felt she was a mole for Atiku when she came in. If you are very close to the campaign, she does not see eye to eye with Shettima. One, can you recall one video that came out when Shettima and Tinubu were passing some money, some donation money behind?
Yes, we played it here.
She was the one that actually posted that video. So they've been watching her for a very long time, and they don't want her close to certain quarters of the campaign. So even the PCC appointment that they gave her, she wasn't actually cool with that. She wanted something that will give her the inner, that will get her close to the inner caucus of the campaign. But remember that Tinubu, the the person he is, he knows the pretenders and he knows the real ones. But he has always had this habit of keeping some people, keeping you close, but not closer, if you understand that language. Keeping you close, but not closer. He did the same with Babashir Lawal and Dogara. And at a point, naturally, your hands you will show your hand eventually, because so they had to. Where they actually got this woman was during the Chatham stuff, when they had to invite her to London, so she can be. Excuse me, I'm sorry. She can be in close quarters with the whole team, the inner caucus team. So, but I don't plant in Consara, I don't think get information, but she can communicate. Let me use that the way she was communicating with the people that they were suspecting her to be communicating with from behind the scene. So the PCC appointment that they gave her, civic duty of civic responsibility, she's going to be responsible. She's going to be useful to the campaign at all if she's going to be useful on the day of the election, coordinating with those international observers during the election day. But she wanted something bigger than that, something that will keep her close. And then better do the national woman leader. She's not cool with her because she's just the kind of person. And then Aisha Buhari does not even want her in the campaign stuff at all. But they prevailed on her that let her come in, so they can actually really, know the kind of person she is clearly, and then probably they can extract from some info from her. What they actually wanted from her, she didn't give out, but they didn't give her the opportunity to give out anything to who she was actually working for. But at the end of the day, she played out her hand, and within 24 hours, they found out that she found her way back to Atiku. So it wasn't really a surprise. They were thinking. So they questioned that if you actually want something good for the North, why don't you go and join Kwankwaso NNPP as against Atiku? So they challenged her, I think, sometime last week, Thursday. There are some issues that happened behind the scene. These are from the grapevine. So there are like 5 of them like that, 5 or 6 of them that they may probably move to Atiku camp or probably move out of the PCC in the coming days. But this is one of them now. So she has the same problem with Buhari then, and then she's having the same problem now. So it's just one of those things. So anything that is coming out of that, of course, it's just going to be a conjecture of the reasons that why she's pulling out, basically. That's just the story.
All right, let me add a collateral super chat to your commentary, Enigmatic. Thank you for that. It says you did not read what she said about Yoruba media. But I read the article in its entirety, so there was no commentaries about Yoruba media on that particular piece that I read. So hidden agenda seems to be what they're inferring. So whilst I still have the space, Aizon, he dust his wallet again out of Fort Knox. He removes it from Fort Knox to Super Chat. One man, happy to see you kept your objectivity. There was never a time that we were not objective on this space. Aizon, but thank you for the super chats. Keep them coming. But there's no denying that she did meet Tinubu in London, and she has the pictures to show it, so we can see it there. And there is no denying that she's a senior functionary of that campaign space, and we can see it there. And the fact that we know that Tinubu's hands shake vigorously, it adds veracity to at least one of the elements of what she had to say. But back to you, Ajahn Klikoko. Back to you.
Yes. Yes, we can see Tinubu physically that is frail. We know he have some medical issue, but the way they describe her medical, the way she described his medical problem, I think she injected some exaggeration into it, and that is where she messed everything up. You know, if she has said that, look, in a clear conscience, I don't think I'm working for the right candidate because of his health issue that I've noticed, and I'm abandoning the campaign, that would be good. But she exaggerated the reason that he has extreme Alzheimer, he has extreme.
But is the shaking hand? Is it not signs of Alzheimer's? The shaking hands. Not being a medical person, but from the lay view, is it not it's one of the indicators of Alzheimer's? Is it not?
It could be. It could be. But you know, that's neuro problem or something, nerves or something, some kind of yes, it could be, but you know, she exaggerated the state.
It's not it could, it is.
Okay, fine. But
what do you mean it is? Have you tested him medically? What are you talking about? Let's keep it 100 now.
You were talking about shaking of hands, right? And you were talking about symptoms. So that is why I said, yeah, it is part of.
All right. Okay. All right. No, all right. Brilliant. Okay. Sorry. I thought you were about to do one of your something again, but carry on. Yeah.
So she mentioned Alzheimer, and she mentioned I know she mentioned.
She said dementia, Alzheimer's,
yeah,
and then it's just a lunatic as well. She said.
Yeah, the mentally deranged. I think she's wrong on that. That should tell everybody Tinubu is not mentally deranged. So that should tell you that this lady is not sincere about what she's talking about. You know, Alzheimer, yet the sign of his hand shaking, you know, it could be. And the other one, yes, it could be looking at him physically, you know. But what I'm saying, and still want to maintain, is that his performance recently, she was referring to Tinubu. Her meeting with him in London recently, and the recent event we can all recollect was that of Tinubu Chatham House. This guy delivered a speech. A person that have a serious Alzheimer problem would not be able to deliver speech clearly the way he delivered the speech. The person that have a serious, I don't know why I keep forgetting that. What was the other one?
Dementia. Dementia and lunacy.
A person that have serious dementia problem will not be able to deliver that speech the way he did. He delivered the speech very well, even better than Obi. So he delivered the speech very well. He answered some of the question in the best capacity he could, even though I didn't like the way he delegated some of the question to some of the, but And after that, he met with BBC. He had eight minutes or maybe 10 minutes interview with BBC. We all watched it. His performance does not fit into what this lady described this man. Described the serious state of his health or his mental capacity, mental dementia and Alzheimer's.
Sorry, is somebody interjecting? If you are not, then mute yourself.
Yes.
If you are,
Please, Baraja, I wanted to say something, right? When it comes to someone like Tinubu, even if he has it, he doesn't have like a severe case of it. I would say mild, right? Early stages, right?
Early stages of what? Early stages of what?
I say if it is, because when you look at the symptoms that he has, that we've seen, like you've alluded to, right? These are symptoms of someone. I think Alzheimer's is an early stage of dementia. Okay, so it is, so you can use those interchangeably.
Are you a mental health expert?
You say?
Are you a mental health expert?
Of course, I'm in the health field, so I have to know.
What do you mean in the health field? A health field is a broad spectrum now.
Okay, no problem.
A vet is in the health field. You know what is a broad spectrum.
I am closer to the doctor than you always think. Well, I'm closer to a doctor that you would ever imagine.
Let me ask you a minute, because this thing actually came up recently, and the question almost as one man is placing it now. It was more or less like a forensic expert that was actually being cross-examined, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, due to some some risk that happened to a certain big company in the US over here. So because the guy was claiming to be in the medical field, so they were actually asking some pointed question because one of the grave I don't know if you know that one thing that you shouldn't do when you are in the medical field is to claim what you are not, because when you are being cross-examined, that could actually land you in prison. Do you know that?
And I know that very, very well, and I'm not claiming what I'm not, and I know the topic in question very, very well. I have taken care of patients on this field very, very well. I can answer questions on this field very, very well. So let's leave that side. Whether I am trying to impersonate, I don't impersonate. I'm here for the real deal. I don't impersonate my brother.
Okay, just before you go, right? When you see Atiku sometime when he makes some body movement and stuff like that, it will be very wrong for anybody to just probably believe, oh, Atiku has something going on with his stomach or with part of his system or whatever, right? I think we should always be careful.
No. The issue there is this: like, I cannot come out to tell you that Tinubu has dementia for sure, because if I say that, that means that I have gone through his file or I have an evidence to that effect. I do not have those evidence to the effect. But however, someone can see you now and enigmatics, but that it not be you, right? Someone might see you walking on the street, and like I saw one of my friends, and he was all yellow, right? I looked at his eye, yellow. I looked at his body, yellow, right? I looked at his belly. I've not seen this guy in 5 years. I looked at his belly was big. So for me, in the health field, I would not say that this guy has a liver issue, but the symptoms I am seeing is a classical case of liver cirrhosis or liver issues. You get where I'm coming from?
So you can not be drawing the conclusion, right?
All right, we are deviating off topic somewhat, but round up that conversation and then we'll get back to Ajahn Lekoko.
So, one man. So.
Oh no. So sorry. Let our enigmatic land what he wanted to say, and then we come back to it. Yeah.
Yeah, of course. Basically, one man. Except we just want to be cheeky with the or being political with some certain state. When you see, when you see maybe Tinubu 5 years ago, right, and you see him now, of course you can see some changes. When you even see Buhari when Buhari was on the campaign trail, when he started to campaign, and then when you see Buhari then and you see Buhari now, At a point, he was very frail and very weak. But I think the way he's looking now is looking way better than what he used to look like. The way Tinubu was looking maybe sometime last year, I think if it looked better than what he was maybe 3-4 months ago. But of course, you can still see some movement when you are talking about this. But to actually come out to pronounce that somebody is suffering from is it, how do they pronounce it? Is it Alzheimer or whatever? Alzheimer's and that stuff. But the checking of the hand, you can say, okay, this is probably related to Parkinson's disease, right? But it's quite very cheeky to actually say this is what is. But for political reasons, for opposition, that's a very good tool that they can use. They can say, okay, this guy is even dropping dead because of this and that. For political reasons, it's a good shot. But for medical reasons or for the purpose of actually trying to stay on fact, that is fallacy, basically.
All right, Brian, back to Ajale Koko. So, Ajale Koko, are we not looking at a scenario of rinse and repeat? So we saw all of the warning signs with Buhari, but they foisted him upon us, and he spent 8 years on an hospital bed whilst his functionaries ran amok. Is this not what is? Sorry, mute yourself, Joe, please.
Sorry.
Yeah. So is this not rinse and repeat? I was asking Ajale Koko. We saw the warning signs with Buhari. We ignored it, and then he spent 8 years on an hospital bed, and his functionaries, they just ran amok with Abubakar Malami and Abba Kyari before he passed on, being essentially the people that governed us. They even sidelined people like Oshibanjo, etc. And then, of course, the bastardization and brutalization of the country, 8 years. Is this not what we are seeing again, rinse and repeat? All the warning signs are there, Ajale Koko.
Yeah, surely. All the signs, we can see it physically. That is real. It's not that... it's not that healthy, and his speech slurred sometimes. He have medical issue. That is what we all know. And it's unfortunate that is what APC is presenting to the country as their candidate to be the president of Nigeria. February is around the corner. If he's elected the president, just like you mentioned it, we might be having a repeat of the same medical tourism that to Buhari, practice during his first term, and second term of office, going for medical treatment for 3 months and stuff like that. So it's not really good for our country. The country is really sick now. We need somebody to be at the top that is physically fit, mentally sound, that can really work hard and monitor things well, and make sure that the country is run in the best way that he promised the country. The people of the country. So, but Tinubu, I believe that if he becomes the president, if his health does not deteriorate, he could have around him a team of people that could help him, support.
Remember when the Buhari administration started and people were alarmed, and Lai Mohammed infamously came out and told us that Buhari is ruling the country via body language. So are we going to is it going to be another body language governance under Tinubu? Body language. Remember when they told us that you get the president's body language, the president's government body language. So it was body language for 8 years, which led to a lot of deaths. I was reading some data just earlier on, 145 Catholic preachers killed in the north just over the last 2 years or so. So that's the body language. So is this another? It's Buhari again, isn't it? Really?
Look, one man. You know, I'm not on the side of these people. You know, my candidate. I don't see him as a solution in terms of leadership for us in that country. I don't see Tinubu as a solution for us at the moment, because Tinubu of today is not Tinubu of 8 years ago. 2015, we saw Tinubu then campaigning very hard for Buhari, and it was, you know, he was physically fit and mentally sound than today. What we are seeing today is dilapidating Tinubu, and it is not good for our country, whether we like it or not. It's the truth. But unfortunately, that is what the biggest party in our country have for us as a candidate. And if he should be elected as the leader of the country, then we've got to go through the rabbit hole as we've been going through for the past 7 years, or going to 8 years now. So, because one thing to have a leader that can put together a team of leadership to run the country together, is another thing to have team of leaders that you trust but can disappoint you. Because Nigerians today, Nigerian politicians are the people running the country today. And it's the same people that will take over same position. They might not be the same people there with Buhari now, but the same circle of people. And they're going to run the country the same way. It could be some little different, might not be as bad as the way Tinubu's is, but the way we have Buhari run the country. But this element of corrupt practices and bad governance, they won't be able to eliminate it. There's no way they will eliminate bad governance. It will continue, because what they enjoy and what they've been doing for the past 23 years is all for themselves, governance for themselves and their family, their cronies, and that's it. And not governance in the best interest of the country and the interest of the people of Nigeria. So this is the same thing that we're going to have. But, you know, it is just not good for us to have leaders that have health issues at this moment that we are going through a very serious, we are going through series of crises in that country.
If what this lady is saying, if it holds to be true, what does it present to us as voters, and what does it portend for the country for the future? So how does it position us as voters, and what does it portend for the country for the future?
Well, I think the lady, if it is actually true, I think for the voters, it's just telling us that this is not the right man for you. Look another way. But I don't know where she belongs now.
They are saying she's an Atiku girl. That's what Enigmatic is saying.
Well, if she has gone to Atiku side, that means
like she's a mole in the
yeah.
Like a spy agent. Yeah.
So if she has gone to Atiku side, that means that she's not sincere. Just as I was saying earlier, that with all the allegation of what she's describing as Tinubu health issue, I don't think she's really too factual with it. And going to Atiku is just from fry pan to fire. Describing Tinubu as sick, Atiku is seriously sick as well. That is why you can't see Atiku on the campaign trail all the time. And you see Atiku walking, you see him dragging his leg. You can see he is not healthy. That man is equally sick. The only difference between the two of them is that when Atiku speak, he speak very sharp. He speak like somebody in the 50s. While Tinubu speak, he speak and sound like somebody in the 80s, somebody that is really, really old, older than the age that he claimed. That's the difference between two of them. But Tinubu still works smartly than Atiku. Atiku will, you see the other video we watched the other time, he couldn't walk down the stairs. They were holding him by his armpit to walk him down, to help him down the stairs. Just 5 steps from the top to the ground. Atiku couldn't walk down the stairs by himself. It's unbelievable. You remember one man?
Yeah, remember it wasn't even about five flights of stairs. It wasn't even anything daunting. And then they tried to snatch his hand away, and he quickly reached again because he knew that it was better for them to see him holding hands than for him to fall. So Atiku is gone.
That man will fall. So both of them are just better the same feather. There's nothing good in both of them, whether we like it or not.
I suppose that is why the PDP are not pushing the health narrative of Atiku so aggressively, because they know that their man also.
I said this before, that time that they looked at his leg. I said his leg looks like someone who is about to die before, but people were saying I was talking to her, I was too aggressive with the way I said it. That guy looks like he can kick the bucket at any moment. See the way his leg was looking. If you go back and look at that picture. But anyway.
Yeah, so I think, but
Babaja, why you see Atiku's own case being different is because you should understand this political cycle, Baba. If you watch very well, there's a coordinated attack, even from the bloggers, influencers, on only if you look very well on a particular candidate. Atiku is not their problem because Atiku is like the elder brother of Peter Obi. If you look at it, it's like they came from PDP. So Labour Party is an offshoot of PDP. And then they have more or less like a gentleman understanding. Unless something go wrong between them, that's why you see them going after PDP or going after Labour Party. That's not their problem because Labour Party basically is an offshoot of, most of the Obi voters in 2019, or those who should be voting now. If Obi hadn't been on the ballot, probably Atiku is on the ballot. Those who should be voting naturally for PDP now, right, are the ones voting for Labour Party. So by natural conjecture, right, they will have to protect that symbiotic relationship, and then they have a candidate to actually focus on, because you can see the trajectory is everywhere. So they will cut Atiku a slack that they will cut this guy, basically, and that's why you see that kind of bad most of the time on this part. Are they live, Jewel? You are not there here.
I did not want to talk. I was just laughing seriously. Like how the Labour look enigmatic. Let me tell you something, right?
Joe, lie.
You lie.
No, there's no way. Okay, when Obi eventually, inevitably, loses the election now, he will be going back to PDP, not APC, not otherwise.
Don't say that. Enigmatic.
No, he's going to be going to the APC. He's going to go back to PDP.
He might not be. He might go into alliance with any. That's if he loses, right? Because if you believe in the winning, you also believe in the
all right. Hold on. Let's not deviate into that. Let's stay on topic. But let's take your comment, whoever wanted to come in, and then we go back to the topic.
I just want to quickly say where enigmatic is not far from the truth, because the slogan in 2019 was articulatedly obedient. That was the slogan in 2019. So I think enigmatic, you're right in that sense, that a lot of the people that are on the OB side, some of them are former PDP supporters.
But right now, Obi is taking APC voters as well. So
no,
it would be unfair.
we're not doing obey APC voters just said. Let's stay with Tinubu's dementia. But back to you, Ajale Koko. So round off your thoughts on that space. And then before you round off your thoughts on that space, actually, let me just ask, Lincoln, Owen, how much time do you have for us, Owen? Because I want to get to your spreadsheet, but I want to build up to it. So if you're are you under pressure of time, Owen, on mute? Owen, are you even there? Oh, it's gone now. What's going on? You have to, if you're not here, then I can't present your spreadsheet. But back to your Ajale Koko. Back to your Ajale Koko. Are you there? Is anyone there? Yeah, go.
So, both of them are article. Anyway, let's say that lady might be right to some extent, but she exaggerated her story about the dementia, the state of Tinubu dementia or Alzheimer, as she claimed. But if she had moved to to Atiku now, then let us just
it looks as though she may well have moved to Atiku. So Owen is back. So it looks as though she may well have moved to Atiku. Somebody just sent me something on Instagram now, which I'm going to share on the screen now. I don't know, man. I thought this would be
if she has moved
so
to
there
Atiku,
she is.
then she's mischievous with her claim, That's the way I see it.
All right. So there's the lady, and it says Tinubu's campaign director Hajia Najautu Mohammed decomes from PDP to APC. Mashallah. So decomes from PDP to APC. I don't know. Let's see. Should that not be from APC to PDP? 72 hours after dumping Tinubu, Najautu Mohammed visits Atiku. So this is from leadership. 72. Okay, so I'll go and look for this then. But carry on. It's starting to unravel just as we're speaking. But carry on. Carry on, Ajale Koko.
So, she's kind of mischievous a little bit. If she has moved to Atiku, that's the way I see it. One man, because Atiku is, to me, I think Atiku is even more sick than Tinubu, because Tinubu has been campaigning from every day from one state to the other, but Atiku is not that on the campaign trail as much as Tinubu. So and I think they're trying to watch his health, trying to manage Atiku as well, so that it won't look it won't be noticeable clearly to everybody that guy is terribly sick. So that's the way I see it. But Nigerians, we just have to wake up. These two guys are not the right guy for us. They cannot solve the crisis that we are facing at the moment. So we should look the other way around. Look for the better candidate, young one particularly, that can give us future in that country. That's the way I see it, woman.
All right. All right. Thank you. So Lincoln, are you there now? Lincoln?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Good of you to join us, and good of you to submit. Good of you to submit your spreadsheet as well. But how much time do you have with us? Because I want you to present it in the other half of the session. So do you have the time just to? And you can chime in, of course, in the conversations as well. So do we have you for a few hours at least?
Maybe for an hour and a half, because I'm going to be working tomorrow. So I have to wake up early as 5 o'clock, so I'd like to catch some sleep.
What do you mean you have to work? I thought you were a man of independent means. Are you not a man of independent? What are you? Are you still chasing money?
I am. I am.
What sort of behavior you are chasing?
You don't stop chasing money. Even Trump is still looking for money too.
Look at this guy. He has to go to work. All right. I'll come to you just as quickly as I can. All right. So thank you. So Ajale Koko, let me flash up this headline, which puts a different perspective on the narrative. So I thought it was going to be a Tinubu slaughtering, but here is the headline now. This is from Leadership newspaper. 72 hours after dumping Tinubu, Najautu Mohammed visits Atiku, and there she is right there. So there she is right there. So activist and Kano politician Hajia Najautu Mohammed has made a U-turn 72 hours after dumping the All Progressive Congress APC and announced quitting partisan politics. Najautu, who resigned her position as the director of Civil Society Directorate in the APC Presidential Campaign Council on Thursday, has met with the People's Democratic Party PDP presidential candidate Atiku Abubakar in Abuja on Sunday evening and pledged her allegiance to the former vice president. Correspondents report that Najautu had, in a letter dated January the 19th, 2023, and addressed to the national chairman of the APC, Senator Abdullahi Adamu, said the challenges Nigeria faces required her to continue championing the struggle for a better country with a clear conscience. I am writing you to intimate you of my resignation from the All Progressive Congress APC. I am by this letter also informing you of my resignation as the Director of Civil Society Directorate of the Presidential Campaign Council of the APC. It has been a great honor working with you to contribute towards the building of our dear nation, her letter partly read. Also, in a separate statement issued on Saturday, the activist also said she quit partisan politics as the political parties have no ideological difference. After much reflection and careful consideration, I have decided to part ways with party politics. I have come to the realization that my values and beliefs no longer align with party politics. Our political parties have no ideological differences and are simply robes that politicians wear to serve their personal needs and interests at any given time. As a result of which, we see politicians changing one robe to another whenever it suits them. The hypocrisy. However, correspondence was unable to independently confirm whether Hajia Najautu has joined the PDP or was only interested in supporting Atiku's presidential bid in the upcoming general elections. But speaking to correspondents exclusively on Sunday, a spokesperson of the Atiku Okowa presidential campaign, Senator Dino Melaye, confirmed Hajia Najautu Mohammed's visit to the PDP presidential candidate on Sunday. Melaye, who appeared alongside Atiku and Najautu in the photograph of the visit that has surfaced online, told correspondents that the Kano politician will speak on the development in due course as the Atiku Okowa campaign progresses this week. Also, in a separate post on his social media handles, Senator Melaye told APC PCC to take note of the development, adding that exodus of prominent APC PCC members will be a daily continuous affair from now till the 24th of February. So there it is right there. So what coloration does that add to the conversation, Ajanle Koko?
One man, I think I'm at the middle of something, and let me come back later.
Oh, all right, brilliant. Yes, we could hear you trying to juggle the two. So yes, who wanted to come in?
Can I come in?
You come in. So what does that add? What does that add to it then? The progressives.
I think what it says is that these guys, their campaign are very sophisticated. They must have known that because the way if you see the way she comes up and the quick switch, you could tell that she was not fully committed to the cause from the beginning, and she must probably be planted there to work for the opposition. So for me, those things that she said, let's be honest with ourselves. We've all seen Tinubu in the public space, so it's not all completely false. Even though she very well exaggerated a lot of the stuff she said, but the man is not 100%, and you wouldn't expect him to be 100%. One, based on his age and and it's probably some level of medical condition. I'm not going to level any kind of medical condition against him because I don't know his health status. But what it says to me is that the Tinubu campaign, they know what they're doing. So, because if not, this woman probably will still be there.
Right. The fact that she's moved very quickly to align herself with the article, does that destroy in totality this op-ed that she did?
Yeah, because like what it made me believe what Enigmatic said, that she was planted. She was like a mole in the campaign. So it's almost like it's too quick. It's too quick because don't forget, in her resignation letter, she said she was not going to be involved in party politics.
Yeah, that brings her credibility into question. Within 3 days, she's taken 3 positions. She took a position that Tinubu was not fit for purpose due to debilitation, and she was on a national rescue mission by this expose. And then she took another position that all of the political parties, they're too similar in the lack of ideology, and she was stepping down from politics. And then she goes on to align herself with Atiku and his campaign. 3 positions within 3 days. So what level of credibility?
The worst part of it is this, right? For me, there are some certain politicians in that country that when it comes to politics or democratic situations like we want to practice in our country, there are some certain politicians that I don't even want to hear their name at all. Somebody like a Yaya Bello or somebody like a Dino Melaye. Those guys are the corridor of power. They are something else. So for me, the fact that she have no standard. If she had gone to, because I heard they said she was like a human rights campaigner or something. If she had gone to somebody like a Showore or even the Peter Obi, okay, you say okay, understandable, but she's gone to Atiku, then for me it's just whatever she has said regarding the reason why
Showore has nothing for her now. Showore and Peter Obi have nothing for her. They can't offer anything tangible.
No, I said just for our own personal credibility. That's what I'm saying. It's not like offering her something. Just for her to be seen.
But what Emeka is saying is that she's essentially a money for hand, bottom for ground sort of politician.
Completely.
So she's going with the dollars now.
She's a typical politician. So that's how they roll, right? If you have nothing to offer them, they don't approach you. So the first thing that I notice here is that I think she probably isn't happy with the portfolio she has. Maybe she's probably not happy with certain members in the PCC. Probably her influence is being tamed, right? So I do not discount what was it enigmatic? What he said? Enigmatic. But I will try. Yeah.
Hold on. Let Emeka land. Let Emeka land.
Yeah,
and
I
then you
just want
come
to
in.
join the point for him so he can make a wider.
I'll try to find out what actually went wrong. But what I see is she's unhappy with the portfolio she has. Maybe it doesn't give her. Maybe her expense line is not so huge, or promises being made to her after the election does not appeal to her, right? So like what she says, she sounds more of a hypocrite than a clergyman, right? She says she's not going to indulge in partisan politics. Then again, what I expect her to do, if she's a true APC member, is to resign from the PCC and just stay as a regular APC member, right? Not jump ship as quick as possible. Then my other question is, what are you doing with the PDP if the writing is clear that Ashwaju is the front runner, right? So why are you going over to the PDP?
All right, let Enigmatic come in. I think he wants to enhance what you are saying. Enigmatic.
Yeah, what I was trying to tell Emeka, number one, she had issues with even when she was coming to the campaign, right? There was some advice, offered to Ashwaju not to even allow her come close at all. But Ashwaju advised them to that let's bring her close. bring her close, but not closer. So they gave her the Dogara and Babashe Lawa treatment. One. Then she was meant to be reporting direct. She was trying to get close. There are, even within the campaign, right? They will have inner caucus, those who are private to certain, intel or information that will not be a public consumption to most of the people. But she was meant, where she felt ridiculed, she was meant to be to anything she wants at all, any conversation or any communication she wants to have, she had to go through Beta Edu, the women leader, that young lady. So that did not sit well for her. And then what she actually wanted, there's this position that she wanted, but they didn't give her that. They have to give her this one, more or less like they gave you an appointment that is not an appointment. So you just be relevant,
right?
on the
looking
day,
at that appointment
on the day of the election. That's the only day you will be effective. On that day of the election, you'll be coordinating with all those expatriates.
Director of civic duties, which means she's supposed to be.
They put her close to more or less to get what they think they want from her. So at a point, she was smart too. She was tricky. They couldn't get nothing, so they had to pull her to London. It was London that actually they actually found what they had, because they planted. Do you know Faleke? You know Faleke, right?
Yeah.
Faleke PA was basically planted on her to actually move around with her and everything. And then what I can't be console the phone, and it's like they were able to find who she was communicating with, who she was divulging some info with, and everything. Basically back to back. That's just because they actually had a suspect. It was, she had the same scenario with Buhari too. So when she was coming in, they already had, and I think there are like 5 of them. They are still watching like 5 of them now, or 6 of them within that.
I do not doubt this your story, right? But it still boils down to the fact that definitely that Atiku is not going to win. It's clear. So
but you can't say that. Why would you say something like that?
That Atiku is not going to win.
It's clear. It's getting clearer.
You can't make such statements.
It's getting clearer by each day, right?
Yeah, but you just make it like a confirmed statement. It's not confirmed. The election is not held yet.
Yeah, with each day goes by, it becomes clearer. Like I think one of the topic today was a local government chairman who is close to Wike, that has really echoed Wike's mindset of supporting Ashwaju. I recall, I think, was it on Thursday, right? When I said special assistant to Wike on social media has said that they are supporting Ashwaju and has endorsed him right out on social media. So the handwriting is on the wall. And whoever the G5 agreed to, it's a sign that there's deep weakness in PDP and Atiku's campaign group. So the writing is there. What I would expect her to do as an intelligent politician is, yes, I don't like my portfolio. I can get the grievances, right? That's why I say I tend to agree sort of with Enigmatic. The portfolio is worthless. How many civic duties or civic organization is she going to interact with?
Like what Enigmatic was trying to tell you is that from day one, they never trusted her. So it's not like a team player that comes in and they say, "Oh, this is one of us." They have their reservation about her from day one.
You don't bring people. Hold on, sorry to cut you short. You don't bring people you don't trust. You can't bring them into your camp if you don't trust them. Just like Dogara, they didn't talk to him. You don't bring people you don't trust.
Emeka, you can do that. When Mimiko and Olusegun Agagu, when they were running their gubernatorial election then, because I know this for a fact, there were some folks that eventually did this same thing. Eventually Mimiko won Segun Agagu, right? Though he won Segun Agagu. What actually killed him was this game plan. So sometimes you have to bring some people close to you, but you don't get them closer, right? So you can it's just like 48 laws of power, right? So already she had this same issue with Buhari. I'm just speaking to what Progressive says. In politics, 1 + 1 is usually not 2. You have to understand that. And for you to make some certain moves, there are some people there are some Machiavellian moves that you have to actually orchestrate. Like when Babashe Lawal, when Tinubu made that statement, our local statement in Ogun State, do you know the first top-notch person within the campaign group then that went on national media to basically lambast Tinubu? You know that person, right? Babashe Lawal. And you saw that. Yeah,
he, you know, you could see where the writing go. They ignored them. They were Babashe Lawal was part of the presidential cabal that didn't want Tinubu to get the presidential ticket. Correct me if I'm wrong. He was part of them that were supporting Lawal to become the APC presidential candidate.
No,
Babashe supported Tinubu.
I don't. Babashe was rooting for Tinubu 100%. 100%.
No, he wasn't.
No. But Babashe was, because his understanding was that if Tinubu gets it, he gets the vice position.
He wasn't. Yeah. He was he's part of the cabal, the presidency cabal that was supporting Lawal.
I think you are.
Can I park into the driveway?
Okay, go on.
Can I park? Okay. When they saw the writing the momentum was changing, when the northern governors said no, power must shift to the south. Power must shift to the south. Then they regrouped, and he felt with Dogara that there's a possibility that either one of them may become the VP. They were supporting Lawal from the onset. So when they saw that momentum was going, and again.
No, Emeka, you are wrong. Emeka, Lawal was not even
contested from the offset.
Considered at all. If you are making an argument for somebody that people could actually be thinking, oh, this could be the Kaba's choice, it will be Rotimi Amechi.
Rotimi Amechi is a different group.
Can you hold on? What's he doing now? When I say hold on, then just please hold on. Babashe has been an advocate of Tinubu for a very long time. He has always been championing Tinubu. Let me show you this. This is from 2019, and I can go show you 1,000 more. This is from 2019. It says Tinubu will make a good president, says Babashe. This is as far back as 2019. I'm just looking for the date. So he has always been an advocate of Tinubu. Babashe Lawal, former secretary to the government of the Federation, said Bola Tinubu, a national leader of the All Progressive Congress, is fit to be the next president of the country. There are reports that Tinubu, a former governor of Lagos State, is eyeing the #1 position in the country, but the top politician is yet to speak about it publicly. However, speaking to reporters in Yola, Adamawa State capital, Lawal said Tinubu possesses the qualities of a modern president. Expressing his support for power shift to the south, Lawal said power rotation should be one of the legacies of Buhari. By 2023, when Buhari's tenure will be over, he will go back to Daura to face his cows, like I am doing. But you see, every leader must leave behind a legacy. It will be, I would like to see that he leaves behind a legacy of achievement. Bola Tinubu is my friend for many years. Buhari is my big boss. Bola Tinubu, without prejudice, that he is my friend, will make a good president. Other issues notwithstanding, Tinubu will make a good modern president because the presidency these days is scientific. Nigerians, by convention, seem to have agreed that there should be a rotation of the presidency. So this was as far back as 20. So this was as far back as 2019 that this came out. So here, so there it is. October 19, 2019. So there it is right there.
He was playing to the gallery.
All right. I don't want to go down this portal too much.
One man. I mean, when you have presented the fact to somebody, and that person still wants
let's just move on. I don't want to do this today. Yeah. All right, back to you, the progressive. Back to you.
Yeah, my brother Emeka, you have to realize that sometimes you don't have all the information, Sometimes
all right. Go back to Tinubu and this Hausa woman that is double dipping.
Yeah, one more, like I said to you, I think she has been found out, and for me, the idea that she has now moved to Atiku's camp, I think that for me is just a fallacy. Whatever she said now, you can just take it, tear it up and put it in the bin. It's not worth whatever paper is written on. If she had gone to an OB or a Shawari side, and then did you even say she was a human rights fighter earlier on?
Yeah, Adalego said that.
If you remember, Dino Melaye was one of those that bring back our guest campaigners. These people, these are camouflage people. These people that can do anything just to put themselves out there to be seen as if they are fighting for the people. But when shove come to push, you will see their true identity and who they really are. For me, and the worst part of it is that she's a lady. I'm a big advocate that we should bring in a lot of women into our political space. But I think so. Like this one, she's not just covering herself in glory at all. Thank you very much, Roman.
All right, brilliant. Anybody else with any commentaries on that space? I want to get as quickly to LinkedIn as possible.
Quick commentary. One man, I sent you an article that she was talking about if Tinubu was Hausa, nobody would have done that. That gives a different take on it.
All right, let me speed through that. Let me see, where is it? You did send it in. Yes, it says exclusive. Tinubu can't hold a cup of tea. Najautu Mohammed. So let's see what she has to say. The presidential candidate of the All Progressive Congress, Bola Tinubu, does not have the presence of mind to be the president of Nigeria. A former chieftain of the party, Hajia Najautu Mohammed, told correspondents during a telephone interview. Mohammed, who is not known to pull her punches when it comes to making public comments, announced her resignation from the Tinubu campaign on Saturday and said she was quitting politics. In a resignation letter as the director of civil society in the Presidential Campaign Council of the ruling APC, addressed to the national chairman, Abdullahi Adamu, she said recent developments in the political and democratic space have made it impossible for her to continue participating in party politics. She stated that the challenges facing the country today required me to continue championing the struggle for a better country with a clear conscience as I remain absolutely loyal to Nigeria, adding that the problems required the consolidated effort and competent and patriotic leadership across every level of governance. But giving more detail on what informed her decision to dump Tinubu, the Tinubu campaign, she told correspondents that the APC presidential candidate had demonstrated clear symptoms of dementia when she visited him for a private meeting in London. She said, the Ashwaju that I sat with for 2 hours, he slept most of the time. It was Bisi Akonde that I was talking to. Most importantly, he was not only physically unfit, he is mentally unfit. Whether we want it or not, this is the truth. It is not that I hate him, I respect him, because I have heard 1 or 2 people that he assisted, which is good. But when you talk of leadership of 200 million people, you know that if you remove tribal sentiment, you know that he's incapable. Those that but when you talk about leadership of over 200 people, you know that if you remove tribal sentiments, you know that he's incapable. Those that will rule are those around him. This is the reality. He's mentally deranged. I said it. I sat with him for 2 hours in London. When you talk about green, he will give you an answer in red. He can't even decipher. He has very serious dementia. I believe he has Alzheimer's because he cannot hold a cup of tea. If you remove tribal sentiments, if you remove Lagos/Ibadan press, if Tinubu were not a Yoruba man, he would not dare contest elections because they will crucify him. But people are all there to defend him because he's Yoruba. Egbe Omo Odua over everything else. I was in the campaign for Yola, and we had to beg him to take the mic from him. Everything about Tinubu is based on lies. Imagine he's a Hausa man. He will contest election with all these base on top of him. In this campaign, nobody should talk of corruption because they are corruption personified. Mohammed has, however, disclosed that she will be supporting the People's Democratic Party candidate, Atiku Abubakar, in the presidential election because he's the lesser of two evils. What I am saying is, if I had to choose between the devil and the deep blue sea, I will go for the deep blue sea. I will support Atiku because over and above everything else, I follow my conscience. I am not doing it for myself. I am doing it for God and for my country, she stated. Mohammed, who disclosed that she had not met Tinubu again since after she accepted the appointment to serve in the PCC, also claimed the former Lagos State governor had no plan for the North, despite the myriad of problems confronting the region. Recalling her London meeting with the APC candidate, Mohammed said, I asked Tinubu, what do you have for us in the North? He looked at me in the face and said nothing. I said, sir, you mean you have nothing for the North? The question of security, out-of-school children, agriculture, and many things like that. Everybody in the North is waiting to be killed and kidnapped. So there it is. So
doesn't that give it another coloration?
I think the
I think she's mischievous, man.
You see?
I don't think we should just believe in her. Like Enigmatic said, I think she was working for Atiku, and if Tinubu, according to her, when she asked that what do you have for the North, and she said nothing.
That's a lie. That's a lie. He's been going to the North, giving them plans after plans what he's going to do there. That's a lie.
This lady is a liar. She just
what about all the Egbe Omo Odudua, Yoruba media?
Lagos Ibadan press.
Lagos Ibadan has no plan for the North. Come on, man.
She's whipping up ethnic sentiment. That's what
where was she when Tinubu was in Arewa House? Where was she when Tinubu was speaking with the Chamber of the Kano manufacturers? Where was she when Tinubu was holding rallies in Kano and telling them what he wants to do? Where was she when in the manifesto is clearly stated on what he's going to do in terms of security? Anyway.
In fact, Tinubu seems to have more plans for the North than anywhere else.
Man, I don't. You see, this. Some people when they come out to speak, they don't even think before they talk. You, a member of a political party, you're asking the head of the party, what does he have for the North? You're a member of the party. Your party have a manifesto. Did she not read through the party's manifesto?
No. Well, she could ask that question as one of the leaders when they are sitting down together. She could ask the question, when they are having that kind of judges, on, what do you have for us? What I mean, we got to campaign. We got to tell our people what you have and some other, that kind of discussion, it does happen. But for her to say that when she asked that question, Tinubu said nothing. I mean, that is just... that's just
that's an outright lie. How can you say what do you have for the North? You have been a senior functionary from the North, campaigning for him in the North, and you say no. He will say nothing.
Nothing.
And
you see all the governors, majority of the governors for the North were those that are responsible for his nomination in the party. So if he doesn't have anything for those governors, particularly for the North, why would they support him during the primary? They must have, have some agreement, struck some deal that, okay, when we do this for you, you will do this for us. And they already got everything, clear on why they should back his candidacy. But I mean, that lady. I mean, she just
one man. I think what happened. What happened was that if you go back to what Fashola said, right, about Tinubu, he said if you how did he say it? About his intelligence and then his whatever that it's at your own, something at your own peril. I don't know how. I don't want to.
If you underestimate his intelligence or something like that.
Yeah. And I think most of the time, and this is basically what happens to any politician that knows his onion. Even Peter Obi there, right? Do you think Peter Obi do not see? Do you think within even his fold, he does not have those that he cannot share some certain intel with? They know who is who, most of them. And when you look at even this guy's trajectory, even from Lagos State and all those things up to now, they always do know those that come rain, come sunshine, right? They are together, regardless of how bad it is. A seasoned politician will always have the inner caucus. They always have those they are keeping on the lush, or probably like somebody like Fani Kayode now, right? You cannot be a good politician, excuse me, and have somebody like Fani Kayode as a member of your kitchen cabinet, inner chambers. You always basically want to.
He's an attack dog, isn't it? So you keep him there.
You want to basically leverage on that is a nuisance value. That's all you need him for. Because when you have that nuisance value, in your kitty, then you are good. He can do the job for you. But when it comes to real politicking, where you can, where your trademark can actually be attacked and can be exposed, where you can have such vulnerability or that lacuna, you don't have people like that in the team. That's what this guy. That's what they just did with this lady, and they're coming from the fact that they warned him first, right? That they warned him that we don't want this lady in the campaign, and he basically requested her to be on the team by himself. So it means he knew what he was doing too. And then within 72 hours, you are rushing back to Atiku. Why can't you go to somebody like Peter Obi if you actually if you actually want to walk the talk? Go to Peter Obi, go to Showore, or go to NMPC, the Kwakwanso NMPP. If you know you don't want to be with APC, why PDP or APC? If you actually want to rescue Nigeria as you claimed,
all right, brilliant.
One man, I just want to quickly ask you: if you're going to do anything about the current situation in the in Delta State PDP? I don't know if you have any information.
What's going on there? We usually focus on the national space, but of course not to disregard the what's going on there. What's going on there?
It looks like there's the big division between the Iboris and the Okowa people.
Ibori has moved now.
Ibori has endorsed
he has endorsed Omar Agege. He has moved with his people and his structure.
No, he didn't move. He's still in PDP, but he's just working within.
He has not that he has moved to APC. No, he has endorsed and moved with his people to Omar Agege.
I was seeing it on the Twitter space, and people were saying if that's the case, then the Okowa is in trouble.
Of
I
course.
don't believe it progressive. I still believe look progressive the way it is, right? Do you know South is very strong on PDP? That is a PDP stronghold.
You cannot ignore the influence, even from jail. Ibori has been influencing Delta State politics, even from jail. You can't ignore.
So because of that, APC will flip.
And again,
I don't believe they will flip it.
And again,
no, they cannot flip it. Let's stay on the matter. They cannot flip that APC. It may be closer than what APC would have been, expecting before because of this.
Yeah, but enigmatic. On the other hand, as well, you will say the same thing about Bayelsa before. You would have said the same thing about Bayelsa.
All right, gentlemen. Let's revisit this conversation post Lincoln, who has only really turned up to talk us through the permutation that makes Obi our next president. So just as Kulata did, he condensing raw data to land at a position. So they say statistics and damned lies. So Lincoln has now condensed the same statistics, but to land at a completely different space. So Lincoln, you're up next. So talk us through then, as I put it on the screen, what we're looking at. So
yeah, do you have the corrected version?
Yeah, I have the corrected version.
Okay,
So yes. So let me put it up, and then tell me how you want us to tackle it. Should we tackle it in the way we did with Kulata, or do you have a format?
That'll be fine. That'll be fine.
All right. Let me just see if I can. Where is it now? Hold on. Yeah, there it is. All right. All right. So this is the corrected version you wanted us to have a look at.
Cool. Yeah.
All right. So the same principles apply. Oh, so sorry. Tell us the parameters. What level of voter uptake are you looking at? What turnout level are we looking at with this?
Well, before I go ahead to do that, permit me to quickly do a brief introduction of myself.
Okay.
I first came across. I found myself in this platform called Niger Watch, and that was the first time I came across you.
Why did you go to a place like that? God, but carry on. We'll forgive you for that. But carry on. Yeah.
So I saw the way you were attacked. That was around June of 2022, and I said, "Who is this man that is talking with this voice?" You know, the voice was so interesting, and some of the guys they said, "Hey, he has a show. His name is One Man. He has a show." So that was how I looked for. I searched the name, and I started following your show, and it's been a pleasure to meet a lot of great guys here. Colactor, you know, I cannot equate to his statistician skill. Alexander Gomez, Thomas, Enigmatic, Man of Prestige, Joe of Nashville, To Niger, The Progressive, Solomon, Rational Mind, the new entry, Emeka, should I say the controversial Emeka? I'm sorry. And the almighty Ajali Koko. And there are a host of others that I cannot remember their names. And I've been so used to these names. I watch it a lot. A lot of my friends watch it here in Houston. And for a while now, I've not seen Baba Akure. I hope he's fine.
He's newly given birth, so you know daddy duties. We have to send him something. Thank you for reminding me. We have to send him something. Yeah.
Cool. So before I go ahead to talk about the stuff I portrayed out there, I did exactly what Colata did. I copied and did the adjustment. But I want to say first and foremost that the 2023 election is definitely going to witness a massive turnout. So contrary to Colata's 40%. It's going to be, I'm projecting like 45%, if not 50%. There've been a lot of...
Pick one. What did you use for your projections?
45% is up there, yeah. 45%, yeah. So there's going to be, right now you're aware that there are a lot of sensitization going on, across the country, that, people will vote regardless of tribe and religion. No matter how you say it, people are still going to do that. I don't think there's ever been any time in the history of Nigeria where people are more concerned about voting personality over tribe or religion. So that is the reason I put up this data out there. It's going to be a keenly contested election, and at the end, you're going to see that the winner is going to emerge with a very close margin. So, and we've seen that people from even the Southwest and South are even the one clamoring for or championing for an Igbo or Southeast president, even more than the Southeasterners themselves. And so this also cuts across some parts of the North that we've seen. So that is my sole reason I feel Peter Obi will register more votes across boards. And considering the fact that lots of people are actually tired of the ruling APC and want a different party, but definitely not PDP. Months ago, you saw protests that took place in Katsina, even in the president's home state. So that should tell you what is going on right now. And I also feel that what played out in 2011 when Lagosians voted Jonathan, even though it was an AC state at that time, so AC or ACN. So they voted Jonathan over Tinubu'S and Ribadu, and they voted for other positions. That is things that may play out in this election. People will go out and vote Obi and still vote their local, whoever they want to vote for. And this cuts across market women, the people that we take as illiterate. So that brings me to this projection. So you can take it one after the other, just the way you did for collateral very briefly, then we can run it up after them.
All right, brilliant. So there are certain things we will take as a given. So the voter turnout, we already established that. So we take that as a given. But the voter numbers rather, which is the first column. So these are just pullouts from the INEC space, the numbers of registered voters in each state. So we kick it off.
Can you ask him to look at his or your? I think it's probably a mistake.
No. Let him have the floor, and then
Okay.
you can push him later. So Lincoln deviates from Kulata by going for a 45% turnout, because he feels that because of all of the sensitizations and all of the new entrance into the political race, people like Obi and Kwakwanso, they are bringing a new energy, and that energy, Lincoln is convinced will result in a record turnout of voters. And he's doing this permutation based on a 45% turnout. So a 45% turnout, so 266,000, 2,700,000. So I'm going to be rounding it off to the nearest decimal. So 2,700,000 approximately he's expecting the turnout in Kano. This is our Lincoln's projection. And of that, Tinubu gets 10%, Atiku 30%, Peter Obi 5%, and Kwakwanso 55%. So Kwakwanso predictably gets Kano at 1.7 million turnout in Kaduna, 25 to Tinubu, 25 to Atiku. Obi gets 26% in Kaduna and 24% to Kwakwanso. So that's somewhat funky on behalf of Lincoln. 1.6 million approximates Katsina, 30% to Tinubu, 35% to Atiku Abubakar. Peter Obi gets 0% and 35% to Kwakwanso. So he's gone with ethnicity in that space. Jigawa State, 1 million approximate voters, 30% to Tinubu, 40% to Atiku. Peter Obi stands up still with his 0% and 30% to Kwakwanso. So that's in Jigawa. So quite why Atiku takes that space, Lincoln to explain in a moment. Zamfara State, 900,000 approximate voters, 35% to Tinubu, 35% to Atiku Abubakar, 0% to Peter Obi still, and 30% to Kwakwanso. So a joint first for Atiku and Tinubu in Zamfara State. In Sokoto State, approximate 1 million voters, 25% of them to Tinubu, 35% to Atiku Abubakar, 5% to Peter Obi, and 35% to Tinubu. Kebbi State, 900,000 approximate voters. This is the 45% that Lincoln is going by. 25% of them to Tinubu, 35% of them to Atiku Abubakar, 5% of them to P2B, and Kwakwanso matches Atiku Abubakar with the 35%. So that is for the Northwest. So just one or two questions on that. So one or two people with one question each on that, and then we go on to the next region. So does anybody have any questions on the Northwest as presented by Lincoln?
Lincoln, I have a quick question. Number one, are you apolitical or you belong to any part of the aisle first?
Well, I'm a Nigerian, but I support Peter Obi.
Okay. All right, that's a good job anyway. You've done great. So let me
Lincoln, great job.
Yes,
very
Colata. Nice hearing your voice.
I'm loving it already.
It's like being in the midst of superheroes, isn't it? Lincoln.
I love it. Of course. I feel so honored. I feel so honored.
All these superstar people that you hear from every day.
I know they are preparing how they are going to whip me Koboko. I'm getting ready for the Koboko.
Don't worry. I'm here to protect you, but you get
Lincoln, I think you forgot something. you didn't tell us your assumptions, just like Kolata did, factoring in the economy, factoring in insecurity and the rest.
You didn't listen to the preamble I gave before I started. I mean, before
Sorry,
one man went into
my
this.
bad, my bad. So for the
Okay.
Northwest, please, what are the assumptions for this?
Yeah, but you can see that Obi is not even going to take much of the Northwest like you've seen, and a little bit of religion and tribe might play out there. A little bit of it might play out there, but you see some other part of the North that Obi will do. So it's wrong to. I would say that it's wrong to believe that Obi is not popular in the North, like people will say. We've seen what have happened in Kaduna and Kano recently. But let's go on so we can talk about it.
All right. Quick one. Let me ask my question. So, can Obi wins Kaduna in your projection? I guess your assumption is because
I will give my reason for that later on in my summary. But let's just go on. Yeah.
No, just from initial thoughts, 3 people split the Muslim vote. 1 person hogs all the Christian votes. That's my rudimentary summary.
And that's the reason why I do not really agree with Kano. But I mean, I think Kano for Obi should be higher, at least 10%.
Okay.
Kano for Obi should be higher, or Kano for who should be higher?
Obi should be higher in Kano.
In Kano.
Yeah, so I did this before the campaign yesterday in Kano. Like if I had seen that campaign, I would have even said maybe 7% or 10%, for Obi.
And the reason, my reason for that is that I was born in Kano State, so I know that you have a lot of Easterners, you have a lot of Christians in Kano, and Kano above all is a metropolitan area. It is not as monolithic as Zamfara or as Jigawa might be, or even Sokoto. So I think he should get at least 10% in Kano.
All right. All right.
If somebody's a Christian, the person must vote for a Christian. That is how you guys have concluded this whole.
The issue there is that there are a lot of Igbos in Kano, right?
I did only say 2 questions, but land that point, and then I'll go on to Southwest. Land that point.
Yeah. So just for the simple fact, there's no need denying that we're going to vote. At the end, most people are still going to vote along tribal and religious lines.
Correct.
So that's my point. I don't want to stress it too much, so that we keep it moving.
All right, let's go on to the Southwest. Lagos State, still with the 45% optimism that Lincoln has used to do this. So Lagos State, 3.2 million approximate voters, 55%, which from memory, I think mirrors what Kolata speculated as well. That's to Tinubu, by the way, 55% to Tinubu, 9% to Atiku Abubakar. Peter Obi gets 35% and Kwakwanso 1%. So there's some controversy there. In Oyo State, 1.5 million voters approximately, 45% of them to Tinubu, 20% of them to Atiku Abubakar. Peter Obi gets a difficult to fathom 25% in Oyo State, and Kwakwanso an even more confusing 0%. In Ogun State, this is what Lincoln has. 1.2 million turnout, the 45% is permutating by 50% of them to Tinubu, 25% of them to Atiku Abubakar, 35% in Ogun State to Peter Obi, and 0% to Kwakwanso. In Ondo State, just short of 900,000 voters by the 45% Lincoln is using to permutate. 50% of them to Tinubu, 20% of them to Atiku Abubakar, 30% to Obi, and 0% to Kwakwanso. In Ondo State, Akeredolu's own home state, who has just asked people to go get their PVCs now because he wants to launch at that election. Approximate 900,000 people, the permutation based on 45%, 50% still. No, we've not done Osun State. Let's do Osun State first. In Osun State, just short of 900,000, 45% to Tinubu, 20% to Atiku Abubakar, and 35% to Peter Obi. In Ondo State, Akeredolu State, as we're just saying, just short of 900,000, 50% of them to Tinubu, 20% to Atiku, and 30% to Peter Obi, 0% to Kwakwanso. In Ekiti, 444,000 approximate voters, 40% of them to Tinubu, 25% of them to Atiku Abubakar, and 35% of them to Peter Obi. Kwakwanso sneaks in a performance with 5% in Ekiti State. So that's the Southwest. Just 2 or 3 questions on that, and then we go on to the next.
Not a question. Ekiti is overstated.
Can I come in?
Let Kulata go first and come in after him. Yeah, go on,
this is not a question, but it's a math. Ekiti is overstated by 5%. So I suggest do a counter on column I to make sure your percentage are always 100, because Ekiti, you can see, is 105%.
Oh, I see. I got you. I didn't do a column on the I.
All right. Do you want to make the adjustments then live now? Because we
can do it right while we're online, because we can do it while we're just here, so
also
we can do the correction.
For Oyo, I think there's a math issue in Oyo, right? You gave it to Tinubu, but Tinubu is at 663 and Obi is at 1.1 million. So that's the math problem.
Okay. I think that was the wrong calculation right there, because I did it late in the night, and
no, it's allowed. It can happen, right? I know it's a lot of.
But the broad strokes of it, I think the broad strokes of it is the greater point. So
the percentage,
margin of error here and there, 5%. So so any questions on the actual?
I have a question for Oshun. What's the assumption giving Article 20%?
For Oshun? I thought you were going to ask why Obi was going to get 30%. Is it 30% he has there? Okay, he has 35%.
35% you gave him, yeah.
Why did you give Article 20 and Obi 35? Thank you for drawing my attention to it.
Okay. Oshun, that is that not Davido State where the man that
governor?
Yeah, so they have a lot of supporters there, so they cannot score below that. They can't score below that. It's a PDP state, so they cannot totally just lost it out.
Yeah, but you are giving 20% to Atiku
and 35% to Obi. When the gubernatorial election, the Labour Party did not get more than 22,000 votes.
Oh, I didn't factor that. I didn't factor that in.
All right. Somebody else wants to put something.
I can't be as perfect as Kolata,
No, well, nobody can. Maybe only Ajan Lekoko can be as perfect as Kolata. But I think
should they do another one and bring it next time, because we can just maybe there's a lot of error.
Let's go with this. We allow for margins of errors. We even allow for margin of errors in Kolata's one, even though nobody nitpicked. But it's the effort. This is what we're welcoming. We're taking all permutations all the way to the election. So, so we go on to the North Central. So in Kwara State, go on.
Sorry, I want to say something, please.
Yeah, go on.
Yeah. Thank you, Lincoln, for your great effort and good evening to everyone.
Thomas, yes, you were quiet all the way through. Yeah.
Almost. I hope I'm safe.
Thomas, now Yoruba State go alone now.
You are safe, but not safe in your state. I don't know where you plug your 25% for Peter Obi in your state from. That is my own town. I don't see anybody, unless they are telling us that Peter Obi has everybody in your state in his bag, which I don't think is so. I've been agreeing with you earlier on, but when they get to the Southwest, it's totally flawed to me. Why do you give him 25% in your state? Where is the 25% coming from? You can even get 5% in your state.
We did ask
Thomas.
we asked Uptown to collaborate with Lincoln, which he tried to initially, but then he ran away to the village again. You know, whenever Uptown wants to run, he will run to the village and say no network. So he did that again.
Thomas,
yes, please.
I looked at should I say the rascality of these G5 governors. I feel it's going to play out against them. I call their actions actions of rascality. You know, we have the likes of Wike, who is their leader, and so on and so forth. So I factor that in. You know, many people see they see these governors as just selfish, and you know they are just out for themselves. So, and we have a lot of youths in Oyo, a lot of youths. My cousin live in Ibadan, so there are a whole lot of youths that want to come out en masse and want to change the status quo. So that is it's just a projection, and
yes,
it's just my own projection.
I can't fault you.
Can
I finish,
right.
Please?
Yeah, go on, finish, Thomas.
Yes. You could. This is a projection. It's not actual fact. But sure. I think your state, forget it. Just give Tinubu 80% in your state. Forget it.
Right. Let's see on February 25th.
I think he made a valuable point here.
All right, thank you. Let's go through it and then we see where it lands. So now the North Central Kwara State, still the 45% turnout that Lincoln is anticipating. So 706,000 approximately are the figure that we're permutating with. 45% of the Kwaran voters to Tinubu, 25% to Atiku Abubakar, about 25% to Peter Obi as well, and 5% to Kwakwanso. In Kogi State, Yahaya Bello State, 900,000 approximate voters, 40% to Tinubu, 35% to Atiku Abubakar, 15% to Peter Obi, and 10% to Kwakwanso. Niger State, 1.2 million approximate voters we're looking at there. 25% of them go to Tinubu, 40% to Atiku Abubakar, 10% to Peter Obi, and 25% to Kwakwanso. So in Nasarawa State, 854,000 voters, 20% to Tinubu, 35% to Atiku Abubakar, 20% to Tinubu, 35% to Atiku Abubakar, 25% to Obi, and what did you give? And 20% to Kwakwanso. So that was Nasarawa State. In Benue State, 1.2 million approximate voters, 20% to Tinubu, 25% to Atiku Abubakar, 45. So this is what Nasarawa State, 45% to Peter Obi, and
that's Benue.
Is that Benue? Oh, so that's Benue. Yeah, as if it makes any difference. So 20%. So can you mute yourself, please? The only unmuted person should be Lincoln. So let me put my cursor on it. So let me just give you again. This is Benue, 1.2 million approximate voters, 45% of the registered voters. 20% Lincoln is given to Tinubu. 25% is given to Atiku Abubakar. 45% in Benue. That is Samuel Otom. I think that might well be the factor there. 45% to Peter Obi and 10% to Kwakwanso. And then in the FCT, 706,000 approximate voters. 15% of them go to Tinubu. 35% to Atiku Abubakar, 40% to Peter Obi, and 10% to Kwakwanso. So the 35% may well be traditionally they vote PDP, but in this new dispensation with all of the obedient narrative, Obi takes it. That might well be the thinking there. And then we land on Plateau State for the North Central space. And 1.6 million approximate voters being used here. 25% of them go to Tinubu, matched by Atiku Abubakar with 25%. 40% to Peter Obi and 10% to Kwakwanso. So just 2 or 3 voices on that, and then we go on. So who wants to come in?
Let me start
quick
first.
one.
Okay.
Let me just make it short. So, on what basis does Obi does better in Kwara that has more Muslims than Kogi that has almost 50-50 Muslim Christian? Because it's weird. Kwara is like 70% Islam. Kogi is like, I think 40% both Islam and Christian, while 20% is like traditional religion. So I'm just wondering how come Kwara is higher than Kogi?
Yeah, I've earlier mentioned that lots of people, I will give my reason for that later on. A lot of people will want to, people, even at the grassroots, the local area, I don't think this election, people are looking much at religion or tribe. And as a result, they will just say, okay, we've tried PDP, we've tried APC.
You don't think people are looking at religion or tribe in this election? You don't?
Well, do you know the people that are going to look more religion and tribe? I mean, religion and tribe more?
Everybody, I think.
You will be so surprised when you go down. You are going to see the percentage, how it's going to increase massively. All right, but those are what I just factored
in. Sorry, I keep mixing up. Is it Owen?
Well, you can call me Owen.
Owen. Okay, let me use Owen.
Yeah.
Which is it, please? Sorry. I know when we were in Northwest, you said religion and tribe. Now down to the North Central, we are not looking at religion and tribe. Are you doing it based on a regional assumptions based on a regional location, or is this assumption, does it hold true?
You said when we're in the Northwest, we didn't talk about religion and tribe?
No, when we were on the Northwest, you said religion and tribe will play a major factor.
No, I think it was one man that said that. I only just said is the strong base of I think those political parties that are going to win that area is their stronghold. So it's not much of religion and tribe that was the reason for those projections.
I don't want to drag. Anyway, let's not drag back this.
All right. Enigmatic, you wanted to come in?
Yeah, it's more or less like a commendation for us that at least for the time and for the effort, and at least we finally find have an obedient who has brought something for the obedient to share on
something tangible rather than just shouting.
Yes, because we've been on the comment section for after brought his list and you can even rest, but this will actually share them up. But in those numbers, bro, at least they are part of the system. Let's give them some time to celebrate.
Yes. All right. We'll interrogate the numbers in a moment, but let's go on to the South. So in the South, we kick it off with let me place my cursor so there are no mistakes. So in the South, we kick it off with Akwa Ibom. Just over 9 million voters are there. Going by just over 1 million voters going by the 45% Lincoln is using. 20% of them to Tinubu, 35% of them to Atiku Abubakar, 45% of them to Peter Obi, and 0 to Kwakwanso. So that's in Akwa Ibom. We go on to Cross River, which is just under 800,000 by the 45% we're using. 2020 to Atiku and Tinubu, that is percentages, and a whopping 60% to Peter Obi. So we go on from Cross River to Bayelsa. So in Bayelsa, 435,000 approximate the 45%, 2020 to still to Atiku and Tinubu, and 60% to Peter Obi. From Bayelsa, we go on to River State, Yemsen Wike's own homestead. Approximate 1.6 million voters we're looking at, 10% of them to Tinubu, 25% of them to Atiku Abubakar, and an impressive 65% to Peter Obi. If you notice that I'm not mentioning Kwakwanso, is only because he's scoring 0% so far in the South. So from Rivers State, we go on to Edo State, where some money is riding on this platform in that space. 1.1 million approximate voters we're looking at, 15% of them to Tinubu, 20% of them to Atiku Abubakar, and 65% to Peter Obi, 0 to Kwakwanso. So hold your thoughts that this might well be a wishful thinking space, but in the South then, so that's the South then, which Peter Obi takes impressively, only really dropping 5% in Akwa Ibom. Well, only we are 65% all the way through. 65% is recording in the South. So 2 or 3 voices on that commentaries.
A quick one, right? What's your confidence level for South that for Obi? 1, 2. What's your assumptions for South? 3. Don't you think the 60% above, is overinflated for Obi in South?
Let me begin with Edo State, where I come from. I think I even underestimated Obi with 65%. Obi will score up to 70% in Edo. The area where
is that according to Elvis, the shouting guy on Edo?
Well,
shouting guy on Nigeria.
There's a way the Edo people do their things. So they just go towards. That is why I gave both Edo and Delta 65%, because they do things alike. We have the youth who are the driving force of that space. We have the youth that are the driving force, and don't be surprised. Delta and Edo are going to record 70% each for Obi, and so the only area where either PDP or
so
Woman, do you mind after he's done if I can come in again just briefly?
Yeah, you can interrogate me, you can disagree.
No, I don't want to stop your flow of thought.
Yeah, my question on that data. So you tell me say Obi go win the home of the PDP's running mate.
You go floor him. Well.
Yes, sir.
You go floor him.
Okay, yes, sir. No other. Go ahead.
All right. You wanted to come
Owen,
back in?
Owen, sorry, but you have not yet given us reliable assumptions, because I know all these are projections. Give us something reliable.
Now a lot of people feel because the governors might be supporting a particular candidate, or that automatically translates to millions of people. Even within Obaseki's camp, within Obaseki entourage, they are going to vote for Obi. Even Obaseki himself knows that. Even Obaseki wives might even vote for Obi if care is not taken. I'm telling you how tough it's going to be, how interesting it's going to be.
Okay, I don't want to take up this space for the South Side, but I will just say
can I come in, please?
I will say 2 things here. Now, we are getting feelers from River State that Wike might support Ashwaju, yet you gave him 10%. 2, yesterday news, the in-house channels data analyst has said only 34% represents the youth. And thereafter, he said a majority of them is in play too. That's why I do not query your play to start. Let
me quickly say something
that youth spread do not really cut across evenly. I know you keep me. This is the 5th time you have said the youth. So that's why I want to refer you back to the in-house channel's in-house data analyst interview yesterday, where he extrapolated the number of the youth in this voters registration. Am I missing out something? Okay, I think that's fine.
Mr. Maker,
respond to that and then take a question from
Mr. Maker. The truth is,
no, just call him a maker, man. We don't have Mr. Business.
People will not go with Wike's recommendation. There's no way Wike is going to paint Tinubu to the people from River State that will make the River people to say they will choose I mean, they will choose Tinubu over Obi. I lived in Rivers State before, so I know that they won't want to do that. So some little tribal stuff might set in there as well, you know.
All right, take a question from Akim, and then we'll go on to the next geopolitical space.
Thank you very much, Roman. I want to first of all ask a quick question. What are the registered numbers of voters in Edo?
Hold on, we've got the figure here. In Edo, 2,501,081.
So your projection is that 45%, which is over 1 million people, will cast a vote in the presidential election.
Yeah, that's what it's permutating with. Yeah.
Okay. I just want to quickly make a comment on that Edo space. I just want to kind of guess that you are from Benin.
Definitely, already.
Okay, that tells me the reason why. So you believe that
I know you always say that the obedience are from that area, you know. So that's why I said Tinubu will only win. I don't think Atiku is going to do well in Edo at all. Forget Obaseki. Obaseki has no force at all. It's going to be between Obi and Tinubu. And the only area Tinubu will win is where Oshomola is from, the Edo North.
So the Ize Yamu and the Tony Kabaka, they will not count at all in this election.
It will not count at all.
All right,
those guys are just touts that people they are
touts that have been delivering elections
Why did they not deliver for Tinubu? Why did they not deliver for Tinubu? They did not deliver for Tinubu. I mean, for Ize during the election, the 2020 election.
You know why that election went that way.
What is the margin of victory? Do you know the margin of victory
for Ize and
Obaseki?
But I don't think the margin was much. But they didn't deliver.
It was just over 80,000 votes.
So they delivered perfectly. The incumbent power played out, and this is why. And I was saying yes sir, so that you just flow ahead, so that at least we can have obedience happy today on the platform.
No, wahala.
The only thing I want to say is this: my brother, the only thing I just want to say to people who support Peter Obi is that hope after the election has been conducted and the result come out, people don't say the election was rigged.
But they will say that.
Why do you think?
One legacy I think Buhari will want to leave behind, if not for anything, will be a credible election.
So you will accept the result, whatever it is.
Why not? Because even
that's fine.
Even Buhari will not support rigging for Tinubu. I don't think so. I can stake my reputation on that.
I don't know when I lost my connection. I think you said Atiku is higher than. I'm sorry, you said Tinubu and Obi as Edo, but when I'm looking at your data, Atiku has higher votes than Tinubu, so that's a bit contradictory to what you just said.
If we said Obi will win Delta State,
that's a math problem. I think it's a math problem. You know, a lot of it occurred across.
You did it quickly now, just to respond to your.
So maybe I don't know. Maybe you need to update it, or maybe you meant Atiku will beat Tinubu in Edo State.
But let me say this quick. While Progressive was asking you that question, that when the results basic are out, and then we know the winner. That kind of question that I hope obedience will not say it was. I mean, it's gonna be a rigging or it's a rigging, right? It's because of all these things. Because you are probably playing the mind or the mindset of every obedient now with these numbers. So if they fail to see these kind of numbers on that election day, nothing will tell them that there has been a free and fair election.
Yeah, what if the BAT also doesn't see this kind of numbers on that day?
No,
like doesn't see the one that Kolata projected?
No, well, I hope you understand what I'm saying. Because
won't you see it as vice versa?
If you know politics very well, you cannot tell me that that Peter Obi will win, is going to win a Delta State by over 70%, and you think I will over even Even Ashwaju cannot even say he was going to win Delta State as strong as APC is.
Yeah.
Well,
you know what I'm saying?
That was why I asked him what is the confidence level that he is. Right.
One man, go to the southeast, please. So go to the southeast. Because I know the numbers coming out.
Okowa and his group just have one vote.
Can I say something, please?
This is a great spreadsheet.
All right, we take a last comment from Joel, and then we go to the next section.
I just wanted to say this is a good spreadsheet. At least you're putting numbers to an OB part, and I really appreciate you for doing this. Thank you.
No, this is what we welcome. We want to move away from noise to get into data.
One man, there's no noise. Everybody will not come out with numbers. If everybody come out with numbers, there will be confusion.
Yeah, so but this gives us something. This gives us something to interrogate rather than subjective.
The people that presented the data are important as those that are going to discuss it. So do not put any premium on anybody. They presented
sorry, I'm just putting pressure on the space for others to bring in something.
One man, if there are too much numbers.
No, it's a numbers game now. Is it not a numbers game?
I know it's a numbers game. Kulata presented a data that was so good. Now let's take that for the APC. This guy has presented his. Let's take that for
Lincoln. His name is Lincoln.
Lincoln, sorry, brother. Yeah. Lincoln has presented his, and that is for obedience. I see some things that are good, some things that I feel like a little bit exaggerated, but right, he presented something. We can make do with that. Then if Solomon Falaye can present for Atiku, then we cannot say, okay, we have a complaint.
So Solomon Falaye, you are still trying to de-evofy this guy. You are still trying to de-evofy
Solomon Falaye.
All right, let's go on to the southeast. So in the southeast, we kick it off from the homestead, which is Anambra State. 1.2 million the 45% that Lincoln is using. 15% of them, which some people will say generous to Tinubu, 20% people will say underrepresentation to Atiku Abubakar, 65% to Peter Obi, which a lot of people will say underselling, and 0% to Kwakwanso, which some people might say is right. So, on to Imo State, Fulani Maid or Supreme Court Governor, whichever one you choose, Hopuzodema, 15% to Tinubu, which some people might suggest is an underrepresentation because Hopuzodema was actually the chairman of that primaries that they emerged Tinubu as the flag bearer. So 15% to Tinubu in Imo State, 20% to Atiku Abubakar, and somewhat a curious 65% to P to B. And then we go on to Abia State. 954,000 approximates the 45% permutation that Lincoln used. 15% still, Tinubu holds steady. 20% Atiku holds steady as well. And Peter Obi holds firm on his 65%. Altogether now, 0 to Kwakwa. So 0 to Kwakwa. So Ebonyi State, 918,000 or even 19,000 approximate. 20% this time for Tinubu, who does slightly better. 25% to Atiku Abubakar, who also does slightly better. And that, of course, implies and confirms a deficit to Peter Obi, who scores 55% and still maintaining firm on the 0% is Kwakwanso. We go on to Enugu State, 950,000 approximate turnout, the 45% Lincoln is using. 15% of them to Tinubu, 20% to Peter Obi, to Atiku Abubakar rather, and Peter Obi goes back to his 65%. So 15% to Tinubu, 20% to Atiku Abubakar, and 65% to Peter Obi. So Peter Obi maintains steady 65% all the way through, with the exception of Ebonyi State, where he dropped 10%, but still a handsome lead with 55%. So any just 2 or 3 feedbacks on the Southeast, and then we go on.
And one man, please. Yeah, let me just say something to Southeast. I think they were. He was generous to Tinubu in the Southeast. Being that Hope Uzodinma has not contested any election in Imo State before. So let's have that in mind. He's a Supreme Court governor. When he contested, he came at in third. So we cannot put him like, we cannot look at his what they call it, his but of course he's the governor of the state. So but I think 20% is too much for him. Omahi has contested election, but he has not contested election under the APC in the Southeast, because APC is as good as dead in the Southeast. I mean, for crying out loud, this is a people that were regarded as 5%ers. So I do not see, and Tinubu did not really show. Look, you see, when Buhari did what he did, said what he said, if Tinubu came with a more human face, if Tinubu did not come with arrogance, in fact, even when he came to Enugu State, he started even telling them that he's going to give them half bread soaked in water. So you see, there are certain things that will not give Tinubu the vote in the Southeast, and that is because it's a accumulation of arrogance from the Buhari administration down to Tinubu, who is the flag bearer. So I think he was nice to Tinubu in the Southeast. Thank you.
All right. Anybody else?
Can I come in, please?
Yeah, come in.
I think after him, I will go.
Yeah, I think there's before I used to say that in all part of the Southeast that the APC will struggle, but with the recent court judgment that came out of
so sorry, you think they'll struggle in all parts of the Southeast?
Yeah, I used to think that way, but you know.
So you are aligning with Emeka's data from the previous session.
Yeah, the APC will struggle in the South, but there's one thing I want to say regarding.
They will struggle. All right. Oh, sorry, carry on. Yeah.
There's something I want to say regarding the Imo State one. The PDP National House of Assemblies candidate, the seated for 2 senatorial districts, was disqualified by the Supreme Court. I think that will have a side effect on the PDP's vote. So I won't be surprised if APC actually go as high as say 35% in Imo State.
Yeah. If they disqualified him, if they disqualified a member of PDP, then it means that P2B is going to have a higher vote percentage in the Imo State. I'm just telling you.
Just assume that people just walk to the polling booth to go and vote. There's what you, even in the United States, as developed as their democracy, there's what you call souls to the polls. You know, people, you go and canvass people to go and vote. So these guys are the people who do this job. People just don't.
It is
not
going
everybody
deep.
just wake
It
up
is
and go to
going
the
deep.
polls and vote.
No, it is going deep in the Southeast. Look, do not listen to, and like I always tell people, do not listen to the leaders of the Southeast. As far as this election is concerned, I have told you that we have one of the most useless leaders in the South, collective leaders in the Southeast. So we complain about marginalization in the Southeast, but we also realize that Southeast also get allocations. And governors like Peter Obi and Mbakwe has really taught us that you can really make do with whatever thing you are being given. In the Southeast today, we can call on Nigeria all we want, but personal responsibility is what we are lacking in the Southeast. And Peter Obi brings that to us. So whoever person that is standing in the way of Peter Obi in the Southeast is wasting his time. Because at this time around, we want to be.
I respect his opinion. So I think for Anambra, 15%, I think I will agree with that. Anambra State is the only state Ashwaju will do very poor. Imo State, the young man who spoke, not a young man, but my apologies, sorry. The guy who spoke about the disqualification is correct. And as well as the Ebonyi State, the governor has gone around, not just only this, removing their names entirely. So they are going to seize the machination of that election on February 25th. They are aware that the Southeast is not, they do not want to move towards APC or do not enjoy the candidature of Asiwaju. They know. So the rigging and the tension in the Southeast will be extremely high. So apart from Anambra, I agree with him. That's Owen. Yeah, I agree. I think that's precisely what I think he will make 15 to 18%. But he's going to do well. They are going to APC will win Imo and Ebonyi State, with the exception of Enugu. Yes, Enugu, what did he do? 15%? No, I think Ashwaju will do better than 15%. He might get his 25% there.
All right, brilliant. All right, brilliant. So we go on next to the northeast, but on our way to the northwest, let's implore our viewers on Facebook to share the stream. So we're getting some strong viewing on our Facebook, but only about 5 people sharing. So share it extensively on your spaces, so we will have more people watching us on Facebook. So let's go on to the northeast, and we kick it off in Borno State, the homestead of Kasim Shettima. So the homestead of Shettima, still going with that 45% optimism that Lincoln is permutating with. 1.1 million approximate turnout. 40% of them go to Tinubu, an equal 40% to Atiku Abubakar. Peter Obi, a derisory 5%, and optimism or is it pessimism, Kwakwanso 15%. So sorry, is somebody unmuted? Can you mute yourself, please? So let's do that again. Borno State, 1.1 million, 40% to Tinubu, 40% to Atiku Abubakar, 5% to P to B, and 15% to Kwakwanso. So that's Borno State. From Borno State, we go to Yobe State. The erstwhile chairman of the party, Mia Malabuni, who yielded to Abdullahi Adamu, 600, let's say 700,000, rounding it off, just under 700,000, the 45% being used by Lincoln. 35% of them to Tinubu, 45% of them to Atiku Abubakar, 5% of them to Peter Obi, and 15% to Kwakwanso. So we go on then from Bauchi, we go on then rather to Bauchi, where Bala Mohammed holds sway. That 45% translates to approximately just over 1.2 million voters. 30% of them go to Tinubu, 45% of them to Atiku Abubakar, 5% of them to Peter Obi, and 2%, 20% rather to Kwakwanso. So from Bauchi, we go on to Gombe. 700,000 approximate voters, the 45%. This is Gombe, of course. 30% to Tinubu, 40% to Atiku Abubakar, 5% to Peter Obi, and 25% to Kwakwanso. So from Gombe, we go to Adamawa, which is the homestead of Atiku Abubakar. Just under 1 million, the 45%. 20% of them go to Tinubu. 55% of them go to Atiku Abubakar, homeboy advantage, you would say. 10% of them go to Peter Obi, and 15% go to Kwakwanso. So we finally land the final port, Taraba State, 910,000 approximate voters, 25% of them to Tinubu, 30% to Atiku Abubakar, 25% of them to P to B, and then 20% to Kwakwanso. So that's the totality, the 36 states plus the FCT. So commentaries on the northeast, 2 or 3 voices, and then we go to the final column, and then Lincoln will give us a roundup of it, and then we'll have a conversation around it. So who wants to say anything on Lincoln's permutation for the northeast?
Yeah, just on a side comment on Bruno. As at last 2 weeks, exactly 2 million people have collected their PVC, right? And hopefully we are waiting INEC to release the final list soon. This is a stronghold for Shettima, and this is one of the places where they are going to do their engineering to ensure that the vote is enhanced properly. Lagos is another place too. So
I'll be very surprised if APC scores anything less than 55% in Borno. they have a triple threat in Borno. They have the party, one, which has always held that space. And then they have Kashim Shettima, who is one of their favorite sons, and his surrogate, Zulum, Babagana Zulum, the present governor, the most popular governor. It was actually Zulum that Tinubu wanted to pick as his running mate, but Zulum said his job in Borno is not yet finished, and he begged Tinubu's permission to step himself down, and then recommended Kashim Shettima. So you have those three things going in the book. I'll be surprised if they get less than 55% in Borno.
Oh man, you're very correct on that. It's not maybe he probably just wanted to put 40%. That place is a place where they want to get extract. Actually, they've camped people. They've camped people in Borno. They've camped people down that will go out and go and vote. So it's a voting enabler for APC. On 25th, you'll begin to see the numbers rolling.
I can't really see the Northeast numbers. Our profiles is blocking it.
Oh, right. Let me. I didn't want to scroll it up fully because I want Lincoln to.
We don't want to see the final number.
Yeah, I want Lincoln to give us the final
review. If I recall from memory,
let me see if I can nudge it to just to. Yeah.
Because APC getting 40% in Borno and Yobe, those are their strongest holds in the country. In Borno and Yobe. Because if you're elected, if you get APC ticket, you won every single election in those places. And a Borno from 90% last election to 40%, that's a 50% drop. And that's when you have Homeboy on the ticket. So I'm just wondering.
I'm surprised they gave Obi 5% in Bauchi. I think Obi would do much better in Bauchi than 5%.
Kulata. Now, you see, I understand these numbers, like these gigantic numbers, will only make sense if we go for a reroll, right? Because at the end of the day, what he needs from there is just his 25%. So whether if he gets 5 million, I'm talking about Tinubu, right? So whether he gets 65% in Borno or not, right? What he needs there is just his 25%.
But Joel, they still need numbers. They still need numbers.
You still need to have the highest number of votes at the end of the day.
You still need the highest number of votes. So it's not about 25%. They still need numbers. Even one number is not still advantage.
So Kulata, what you're telling me right now is this: even if you make 24%, 25% in 24 states, right? So even if you make that and you are not the highest number in the voting population, you're not going to be the president. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Of course. Did you not know that already?
It's two criteria.
You have to win the overall majority as well as 25% in 24 states. There has to be a winner. The winner is to be the person with the highest number of votes now. My goodness.
This projection I'm looking here, this projection is not a second round projection. This is a first round win.
So who wins the projection?
All right. No. Lincoln gets to give us that review. So Lincoln, you talk us then through the next set of space. So let me make sure. Is it visible now on the screen?
This is super tight, man. Yeah. It's visible.
All right. So Lincoln, take us through what we're seeing next. So from the road down from Borno State, talk us through what's going on.
Yeah, I earlier began by saying that the election is going to be at a very close margin. That was what I started with. And you can see from these numbers that apart from Kwankwaso, it's a very close margin. And I want to say here that it is wrong to believe that Obi is not popular in the North. People can give their reasons why they feel Obi is not popular, but my mother is from Kano State. I'm from Edo. It's a strange combination. Like if I tell people, they'll say, "How?" I don't think I've seen it elsewhere. My dad is Edo, and my mom is My dad is Benin, like Benin man, and my mom is from Kano. Our family is from Kano State, like real Hausa from Bichi local government. So I have my cousins from my mom's side that are scattered around Bauchi, all the northern parts of the country. I keep in touch with them, and a lot of them are supporting Ashiwaju, and some are also supporting Atiku. But majority of my cousins, because I have a lot of them, they are supporting Obi, and that is very strange. So many people don't see that, people from the north are supporting Obi, even in the rural area. Obi is popular, but this election, we prove a lot of people wrong, but that is what I feel. People are going to be proved wrong during this election because people will normally say, yeah.
My brother, do you know that 10,000 people can be a lot of people? 10,000 people.
Can do what?
10,000 people can be a lot of people. 10,000 people.
Yeah. So my reason for saying this is, these my cousins. I'm not saying they are much. They are just they are just a little numbers, but they have friends. I interact with them. They tell me how popular. I mean, how confident they feel Obi will win the election. Like, they go to all those rural areas and say, oh, they campaign for Obi. That is what I've seen. I don't tell them that this is who I'm supporting. I just stylishly ask them, who are you supporting? I just want to get feedback for them. I have them on my WhatsApp. They are Hausa people. So,
all right, Lincoln, take us through row 41. So under Tinubu, you have 21. And then under Atiku, you have 26. Under Obi, you have 24. And Kwakwanso, 8. So what does that mean?
I copied what Kolata did, the count of 25%. So
yeah, but there's a defect there. I was going to tell you, you have a fatal flaw.
My
count exempted Abuja. So if you counted Abuja as part of your 25%,
I see.
I excluded the role for Abuja because I know you're not supposed to count Abuja.
I see. So it's going to be 20, 25, 23, and 8.
And that case, second round.
That's what it's going to be. So, this is just my own projection. That is just my projection. So Tinubu might win with this projection with a very close margin. He's going to win with a very close margin if there are some changes. But like I said earlier, it is wrong to think Obi is not popular in the north. So we're going to be surprised that the projection that we even have in the north will be more than what I even put there. The turnout will be more than what I put there. We saw what took place in. It's not as if those crowd that came out in Kano yesterday were paid crowd. Those are organic crowd, and you can only say this if the turnout were that of Showore weeks ago. You can only say that Obi will not do well if the turnout of those crowd were like the ones that came out for Showore. So and I'm not also saying that crowds plays a role in election. I remember at a very young age, I think I was about 14 or so, when Abiola came to Edo State to campaign. Abiola came just to only Benin City. He didn't go to other parts, but he cleared the whole of Edo. And Abiola did not go to the stadium. He did not go to the museum ground. He went to a town, a square, which we call Oropota Town Hall. It's a very small square. And Abiola's popularity spread across the whole state, and he won Edo State, So
what are you talking about? Abiola was running under the SDP. SDP won the governorship election in Edo State. John Odige Oyegun.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think Abiola did not go to those other rural areas like Ekpoma and the rest.
He didn't need to go to. He had an established political party on ground.
Yeah, that's good. That's a structure on ground.
He had established political party on his party won the governorship election.
But Owen, can I talk generally about your projection? So your projection generally says Obi is outperforming in two areas that are not that likely. First one is the South-South. Based on your projection, almost every 6.5 out of every 10 people in the South-South, like 6.5 people out of every 10 people, approximately seven people out of every 10 people in the South-South are going to vote for Peter Obi, regardless of party affiliation, regardless of structure. I know perhaps you're also not factoring G5. I did not factor G5 too. So
that's correct.
So that is a massive undertaking to happen for every 7 out of 10 in the South-South. I'm not even saying Southeast, in the South-South. Now the next one, in the Southwest, Obi is lambasting Atiku in the Southwest, and Oyo and Oshun in the Southwest still have very, very solid PDP structures, and Obi is going to beat them in spite of those structures. And I believe you're assuming Christian voters in the Southwest are the ones that are going to come out and vote for Obi, in spite of the fact that Southwest people don't really identify by religion.
Correct.
Southwest people don't really identify by religion. They identify more by tribe. We see ourselves. I'm Yoruba. I don't care if one person is a Muslim or not. We don't care. That's how we were brought up. We don't care. Ileya, we eat the ram. Christmas, they eat our jollof rice. So we don't really give a damn. So that's another pattern that I'm seeing. I'm also seeing outperformance in the western side of the North Central. The Kwara, 25% in Kwara is a bit shocking to me, because Kwara is almost like 75 or 70% Islam, and they're the Yorubas that feel more Islamic than actually Northerners, if you understand that area. So I don't know.
They have is it called a carpenter? What do they that guy called something carpenter in Kwara State?
In Kwara State.
That's the appointment. I'm just joking.
So I'm just talking about the data in general. It's an impressive job, because you're the only one that has the audacity.
Can I quickly say something here? In 2007, Oshomole was on the ballot under AC. Did we have any? We didn't have any member of. I think we had just 2 members of House of Assembly at that time under AC. Everybody there, it was predominantly PDP in the whole state. But so how was Oshomole able to win the? I think he won almost all the 18 local governments in Edo State at that time, even without those structures that people usually refer to.
AC is not a new party. AC has been coming out from Action
No,
Group.
I'm saying that AC was a new party in Edo State at that time. It was a brand new party when Oshomole came in.
What I'm saying is, don't look at AC as just that party. AC has history. AC metamorphized.
Can I respond to him, please?
Please, yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. When Oshomole contested under AC, he was going for re-election. That was not his first time. His first time was not under AC. He actually got elected under the Labour Party.
No, you are not correct. You're not correct. Oshomole, no.
Can you just listen to me, please?
We didn't have Labour Party on the ballot papers, sir. Labour Party had an alliance with AC.
Oshomole won his first election under AC that was declared by the court.
So why are you saying he's not Labour Party at all? Labour is what's it, Mimiko that won his election. That
governor under Labour. I know this for a fact.
Did what?
After Mimiko, the first Labour Party governor, the second Labour Party governor. A government in Nigeria was Edo State by.
That is totally not correct. That is totally not correct. Mimiko was the one and only Labour Party in Nigeria. We've never had any governor under Labour Party.
Okay, so let me
That's
continue
correct.
now.
Mimiko first election was for he won it under Labour Party.
When
Oshomole
Oshomole
won
won,
another Labour Party.
when
Oshomole
Oshomole won 18 local government, he was going for re-election, second term,
That is
not
what I'm
his first
saying.
term.
I'm talking about the first election. The first
Hold on.
election.
The first election was the court. He won it through the court after the.
But he
after
won the court said he won the election. So that's what matters.
My brother, look, you talk as if you're a stranger to the political space at the moment. Look, what happened to the PDP structure in Edo State at the time when Oshomole came? The Igbinedians, the Ide Yamus, the Grace groups. You understand if you know politics, you understand all these things. PDP
that is what is going to play out in this election. These big people are going to withdraw themselves from all these big names, Atiku and Tinubu, and they're going to play.
You are still expecting them. I've told you, the Kabaka, the Israel, all of them, they are still with Tinubu. Them Odubu, all of them, they are still with Tinubu. All these are the big. I've never seen one single APC shifting in Edo State that has left APC. The only party that have problem right now is PDP. And that PDP is between the Dan Obi and the Obaseki group. Wherever Wike goes, the Dan Obi group go. Just imagine if Wike should go with Tinubu. That is the current APC structure now.
Can I ask you a quick question? I know you are from Edo State. Can I ask you a quick question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Did the Igbinedians ever leave PDP as a party?
No.
But who did they back, with their body language in 2007?
Yeah, but this is what I just explained to you about the splinter that was happening in PDP. I just explained to you that PDP was fractured.
That is what I'm saying.
Explained to you.
Well, let's not dwell much on that, but that is my projection. I just feel what played out in 2007. I mean, and 2011 as well is also going to play out in this 2023. Thank you.
Can I just give you feedback?
Hold on. I want to take that feedback, but I want everybody to feedback just in the manner that we did with Kulata. But on the way to that feedback, let me acknowledge RB Superchat. It says hope is not a strategy. So thank you for that. You always have to have hope, but I hope not a strategy. So thank you for that. And just whilst I have the window, can I please implore that people push up the like numbers, because it's not at all looking like the viewership. So if you could help us out with clicking on the like button, that would be deeply appreciated. So that's for the YouTube viewers and the Facebook viewers. So this session is very much pro-OB. So we only have 9 shares. So we need everybody to share it on their platform just to increase the viewership. We are going aggressively after Facebook viewers. We want them mirroring and surpassing, because Facebook is the largest social media platform. So we should really be getting more traffic on Facebook than we do on YouTube. So do that. So as you do that now, and also keep the super chats coming. That place is not lighting up just as much as we would want to see it. But we take few feedbacks from every single individual, as we did with the Kulata space. So we kick it off with Thomas. So Thomas, this presentation now by Lincoln, 100% on effort, because he's taking time out of his day to come into the conversation from a statistical stance. So that effort, obviously, it gets applause. So the effort set aside, the content of it, what is your reading of it? And do you think it coheres with what obtains in the political space at the moment? And then give it a grade out of 10. So Thomas, you're up first. Feedback to Lincoln.
Oh, thank you so much. I was about to say you should give me. Let me go for it because I'm about to go into work. Lincoln Howen. Oh, you are my guy. Thank you so much for your. It's better than some people that just shout. Bring something on the table that we can deliberate on, and which you rightly did. But I disagree with the numbers a bit to Obi's camp. And I'm not castigating you for that. Obi is your man, so you can give him numbers. It's very good. But my own problem is I don't care. I don't know about all regions, but Lagos State, the Southwest in particular, think you are too generous on Obi. The numbers is too exaggerated. I don't think he is going to get that kind of number in the Southwest, which is my own territory, and I know their politics very well. What we play out in the Southwest is about ethnic politics that's going to play out. Forget forget everything. I'm honest to myself, and I'll be honest to everybody listening to me. It's about Omowane Joshe. If you don't know the meaning of that, is this is our son. That is what we play out. The same thing that will play out in the southeast for Peter Obi, that Omowane Joshe, this is our son. This is our time. The same thing will play out with Tinubu in the southwest. That's for your number. I totally disagree with that. It's your projection. It's projection. It's not fact. So I'm not castigating you on that. But Obi will not get 5% in your state. Go and write it down. And I'm still banking on my thoughts on overall votes. Obi will not get 3 million votes. I'm still backing on that. And it's unfortunate that I can't even bet. I could have bet on that. It's very unfortunate. It pains me. But at the end, Obi will not get 3 million votes throughout Nigeria. But you've done well. It's very, I give you kudos. In the percentage, I'll give you 50%.
For the content, or not the not the effort. The effort is 100%, but the content you are giving.
Yes. Yes. Of course, yeah. The effort is 100%. No. I'm very good with the effort because at least you brought something on the table to discuss with. It's
rather than people like Joel who just come to say, people are suffering, woman. People are suffering, woman. That's all.
No, it's not about.
Yeah.
It's not about suffering. I was in Nigeria. People are suffering, but Nigeria has not emancipate or amalgamate, if that English is correct, from politics of people are suffering. Forget about people are suffering. That same people that are suffering, if they see 500 naira, I will repeat it. If they see 500 naira on the day of election, they will vote for that person. That's people are hungry.
Do you believe people can sell their votes for as little as 500 naira?
One man, come on. What is a vote to a hungry person? Somebody that has not eaten like
hold on. Because you are suggesting that they don't understand the power of that voter card. Because if you are saying they can sell it for
500 naira cannot buy a crate of egg now, Thomas.
Yes, I think people know the power of their vote. I think they do because they've been told often enough.
One man, your mentality is English mentality. Forget about this thing you are talking about. One man on the day of election, somebody that has not eaten last night, they gave him 500 naira, 1,000 on the day of election to vote. We are talking of somebody to put food on his belly at that time
for one night, and then they'll sell a vote for one night of.
One man, I don't hear you. We go see now. Election is just around the corner. I'm talking of people hungry. I'm talking of people want to just one meal. That one meal, one man, are you going to provide that one meal for him? Is anybody willing to give him that 1,000 naira for that one meal?
You know why I'm disagreeing with you, Thomas? I'm disagreeing with you because people have been sensitized because it's been repeated in so many electoral cycles that if you sell your vote for that one fix of instant gratification, then you will pay the price for the next 4 years. And I don't think there's anybody that is voting in Nigeria because the sensitization has been that much that they're not aware of that narrative, that the price for that 500 naira, 1,000 naira, even 10,000 naira is selling your life for 4 years. So I don't think 500 naira buys anybody's vote. I hope not, anyway.
Please, can I ask Thomas a quick question?
Yes, please.
Yeah, Thomas, I don't think there have been any election in Nigeria where people from the southwest will champion the cause of a southeasterner. You know, like I think that is one factor that I think is going to be responsible for Obi's performance. We have a lot of people, many Yorubas that they are even championing Obi's cause even more than the Igbos.
You keep saying this all the time, but we just had an election in Osun and Ekiti State.
No, we are talking about presidential. This is presidential election.
Hold on, if you know the demography, you understand. In Ekiti State, Obi, yes, he didn't campaign. They got 800 votes. In Osun, he was told to go and campaign. That was his popularity on the line, on the test, and he got 2,000 votes.
Because Obi is not on the ballot now.
His party is on the ballot.
No,
Obi was on the ballot.
Hold on. Don't say Obi was not on the ballot in Osun State. Obi was on the ballot in Osun State. He was.
Because
they presented him in bright sparkles as the golden boy.
Please, you can't compare that man that was on the ballot for Labour Party with Davido's uncle. You can't now.
No.
His popularity.
Hold on, enigmatic. Okay. Nobody was anticipating victory for the Labour Party candidate in Osun State. No, of course not.
Okay.
But what people were, because that was Peter Obi's first outing on the stumps. So people were looking to test that popularity that we hear of all the time, to see if there's a marked bounce in the voters, in the voting for that Labour Party candidate. Nobody was expecting him to come anywhere near anything, but people were looking at numbers. And when this number came in, about 2,000-3,000, it was just people drew conclusions from that.
Yes, his popularity was on the line in that election. He went
for
and
a party that was just 3 months old at that time.
He campaigned now. He campaigned.
And the party and parties.
Hold on, Emeka. Even during that campaign, we covered it here. Less than 500 people. Even 200 people turned out to see him in that as a mountain stunts. He was doing show style, waving at imaginary crowd. But sorry, carry on, Emeka.
One man. Can I say something? Can I say something?
Let Emeka land.
He campaigned, right? And that was, yes, you are right. The party was metamorphosing into something, was growing. So his popularity was on the test at that point in time. And again, when he went, it was just 2,000 votes. He campaigned, and that was when people were saying your party does not have structure, and they say we are the structure. So he campaigned, we are the structure, we don't have structure, versus party who has structure. And you can visibly see the signs that those who have structure muscled him out of the way. And again, when it gets to my turn, I will say the rest.
Two people were not ready to vote for that man. They were ready to vote for Davido's uncle. That's all I can say.
No. Nobody was expecting. Okay, let's hear from Joel. And then enigmatic, and then we go back to Ajan Lekoko.
Peter Obi was not on the ballot paper in Osun State.
It was.
And I'm going to tell you why. Let me just say this. It will be foolhardy of any person to say that he expected Peter Obi to do well when he was only about 3 weeks into Labour Party there. People don't even know that he has even moved.
But Labour Party is not a new party.
Please, Thomas, please, let me just land, please.
Why did they wheel him out? Hold on. Sorry. Add this to what you're saying now, Joel. Why did they wheel him out in Osun State? Carry on.
Why did they wheel who out in Osun State?
Obi, why did they wheel him out?
Because Obi is not on the ballot.
If it wasn't going to impact on the votes, why did they wheel him out?
One man, Obi is not on the ballot.
Right.
It is different. The guy that has been there was doing his thing. What's his name? And Davido's uncle. Everybody knew that it was between Boyega. Is it Boyega? And Davido's uncle.
Yeah.
So we all knew it was between the both of them. Now, were we hoping that at least the Labour Party guy would do a little bit more? Yes. But it did not happen in Osun State because that is a governorship election. I told you this earlier on, one man. You're going to see this in most of the governorship, senatorial, and all that.
You
know
that was the Osun State was Peter Obi's first and probably only test or his popularity at the electoral ballot That was because you are saying that Peter Obi was not on the ballot, but he was. They brought him out to boost the chances of the Labour Party candidate in Osun State.
Yes.
And people were looking for a marked difference or a real Obi bounce because why else would they wheel him out other than him to impact on votes for that candidate? And
exactly.
It came in with 2,000 votes. So that's an electoral.
Obi was not on the ballot.
He was on the ballot now. He was on.
And one man. You can make it. You can steer it any way you want to steer it to make it look good to you.
No,
but I am telling you today, one man, can I just come down? Can I finish?
No. Can I land? Let Joel carry on. Say, Joel, sorry, land.
Yes. So Peter Obi was not on the ballot. Peter Obi came to support the guy for the Labour Party. Besides, he was only how long? I think only a month or 3 weeks or weeks into being a Labour Party. So he had not even gathered this momentum he already has right now. I mean, people were really voting for him to come out. But now, when we're talking about Obi, we talk about the presidential election. That is where Obi will be on the ballot. That is where we're going to test his popularity. Not with if someone tomorrow organizes a local government election tomorrow, you say Obi is on the ballot. No. Nigerians know what they're looking for. Nigerians know that the major problem they're having is from the center. So where the battleground is going to be, where the battle position is going to be the presidential.
Is that not your patient? Is that not your patient beeping in the background? Are you paying attention?
No. You see, I'm at home today. I'm not working today.
All right, go on.
Yeah. So you understand what I'm saying,
one man? Can I please just round up? I'm rushing to work, please.
Okay. Land up.
Can I round up, please?
Okay, go on.
No, let you go ahead.
I just wanted to make my own quick point.
Thank you, Joe. And imagine want to come in, yeah.
Okay,
sorry. Do you want to take the floor back? Otherwise, then Joel lands his thought, enigmatic has a say, and then you round off. So what do you want us to do?
Yes. Let me quickly round up.
All right. Land your thought, Joel, and then we hear from enigmatic.
Okay, like I said, I don't want to label this issue. I said what I said. It was not on the ballot. Anyone can say anything what they want to say. When it comes to Peter Obi, I'm looking at the presidential election. That is where we're going to know what's up. Not on this little election going on here and there. I'm not going to judge him based on that.
All right. Over to you, enigmatic.
Yeah, what I'm just trying to say, is this this shifting of ground and this conflicting, excuses most of the time. If you recall very well, one man, vividly, we were on this platform, pre-election, most of a pre-election analysis here. They were, Obi is going to Osun State, he's going to storm, he's going to do that. They were not actually giving this excuse about the party being a day old or a minute old. With the frenzy then, the momentum and everything, they said it was gonna be a hell, a blue face for those guys. But at the end of the day, on the flip side, Obi is not on the ballot. That was the reason for that shambolic result. Then Ashwaju is on the ballot. That's why they want to rationalize why they lost in
Tinubu was rejected in Osun.
In Osun State, yeah. I'm just trying to.
Yeah, that was the narrative, but Obi is not on the ballot.
I'm just building the narrative, right? So just to build the narrative for them, and then do not forget, one man. Do not be surprised if this same narrative, right, repeats itself. February 25th or 27 when we are making analysis again. No, Obi lost because the party is just less than a year old, or he jumped to the party. They will give excuses and rationalize the reason why he fails woefully. So we have to understand politics, and that was the reason I was saying to this guy, Owen, he did a fantastic job, But if you can read this, right, as mindset.
You feedback to him later, but save your feedback for here. Round off Thomas, and then we'll go on to Ajale Koko.
Okay. Thomas, go ahead.
Oh, yes. Thank you. This word Obi is not on the ballot in Osun State. Is totally wrong. Obi is not on the ballot as a person, but his party is on the ballot. And Obi show up to boost the numbers of the guy. As you can see, 2,000 votes. He can't even put 10,000 or 5,000. They put last time, 2019, 5,000 votes across Nigeria. It's 5,000 votes, a party, 5,000 votes across Nigeria. Is that not ridiculous? So that's why sometimes they say, don't worry, we will shock them, we will tsunami, landslide. Come on. It is well. Election is just around the corner. One man, let me make comments on 500 naira we are talking about before we derail. One man, you talking of 4 years' time that if you sell your vote, somebody that is hungry is not thinking of 4 years' time. Did you know maybe it will even last 4 years? Somebody wants to put food on his stomach. You are talking of 4 years. The people that are voted.
Thomas, somebody that slept hungry a previous day would have slept hungry in previous days. So I don't think that one meal makes that differential to him. So somebody that loops that cycle of having days of not having meals, I don't think that 500 naira is I don't agree with you anyway, but carry on.
You may not agree with me because you are Englishman. It's been long you
I'm
live
not
in
an
Nigeria.
Englishman, no, I'm an Oyo man. What's up? Let's drop
I know you are Oyo man.
I can local government area. You want to go local government?
I know the best year of your life, you live it abroad. You don't live in Nigeria. I live in Nigeria. I just came back from Nigeria. I know what people are facing. So that 500 naira or 1,000 naira or 2,000 naira on the day of election is going to go a long way for some people. That is what I want you to know. There is hunger in the land. There is hunger in the land.
Thomas, particularly people in the rural area.
Yes. Oh my. Rural area. I visited rural area. I saw people lavishing in abject poverty.
Thomas, just to solidify your point. To solidify your point, when EFCC was arresting people in Osun State for vote buying, didn't you see how they were dragging for the money before the EFCC men came? And even when the EFCC men came, so they were still dragging for the money. And the EFCC men were telling them, you're under arrest. The woman was saying, give me my own share first. Just to solidify your point.
My brother, I wish one man visit Nigeria.
Give me my money before I go to jail.
Give me the money before I go to jail.
That's what the woman was saying now. The woman was still dragging the polythene bag, and they were telling her, "But stop that rubbish! You're under arrest." The woman was giving my money first.
So this politics of we've changed. Don't let us sell our votes. Is you and I that is elite that we can put food on our table, that we are still earning, that we can say, I can't be in Nigeria now, sell my vote for 1,000 naira. How much is, even when I'm not rich then, before I left Nigeria, I'm still okay in what I'm doing. I can't sell my vote. But I'm talking of rural area people, somebody that has not eaten, maybe he had only one meal yesterday, maybe gari and kuli, and the day of election, they roll out.
Don't this gari and kuli. That's luxury food now. That's I had kuli today. Somebody came back from Nigeria. I had kuli today.
Yes, I had kuli today again. One of my friends came back from Nigeria. They bought kuli. maybe the time you are eating it, that's the time I'm having mine as well.
What kind of is it? The one with ata? Is it kuli?
Yes,
Alata,
yes.
alata, yes.
I gave it to my daughter who was pestering me, and then she cried for hours. I said, "Okay, you see, be careful what you wish for."
America give them love kuli.
Not the spicy one though. Yeah,
one man.
Well, yeah, daddy, water.
One man, I'm surprised your teeth. I'm surprised your teeth still go into that. I tried one recently. I nearly broke my teeth, man. I had to give up.
Yes, it's special skills now. You put it at the back, and then that's where you started from there. But then you have to go and brush.
I will go Pitora. So, well, man, back to what you are saying. I wish everybody on the ballot. I wish them good luck. Leighton Owen, my brother, you did very well, but the numbers is not going to pan out as you really wish. I wish we can change our mentality to your assertion, to your permutation. When Nigeria is in good shape, when people are thinking in their right senses, what you said now, your permutation can really sway. But Nigeria that I know, Southwest that I know, Nigeria that I know that are hungry now, is vote buying is going to be order of the day. Oh, thank you, one man. May God bless everyone. See you guys later.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Thomas. So thank you, Thomas. We go on next to Ajanle Koko. So I'll send the link now. We go on next to Ajanle Koko to get his commentaries. But on the way to Ajanle Koko, just to acknowledge Rudolph that is flogging Kulata in the comment section. It says at Kulata, the ground has changed from how it was when you were brought up. The era of Buhari shifted the ground. Evangelical Christians in Nigeria are sensitized this season more than ever. In churches across the South and North Central are hyperactive from the fillers on the ground and on it goes. So that is Rudolph mischief making in the comment section. So mischief making Rudolph in the comment section, but a man not at all. That's a joke, by the way. You're a comedy man, so you know what a joke is, Rudolph. But from a man that doesn't joke at all, straight talking, Ajanle Koko. So Ajanle Koko, a real effort by Lincoln, which is what we have been inviting, and he stood up to it. He tried to actually work with Uptown, who disappeared on him, but nevertheless, an effort by Lincoln, which must be acknowledged. But the content of it, do you concur? Adanle Koko.
Yes, I think he did a good job to the best of his ability. Him and Uptown. So what do you expect from them? You expect them to say Obi will not win? Yeah, Obi is their man. So,
but Ajanle Koko, Obi did not win that spreadsheet. He was second round. Lincoln did not realize. But continue.
It went to second round.
The second round, though. He counted Abuja as part of the 24 states for Obi.
Oh, okay. So he miscalculated it. So, but at least for the effort, to put all this permutation together, I think we should give kudos to them because it shouldn't be Kulata alone that is be basking around here as.
Sure enough, all the time. You get the chance to show off to Lincoln, so well done. Yes, carry on.
It shouldn't be Kulata alone. He's the only tactician. At least some obedience have challenged him now. That they can put up the statistics too. So, but
Abaja, just a second. Yeah. There is a guy that has been going on that has been going after Kulata like since that. I think he was probably the first person to come out to challenge him. He came. I think the first day Emeka came on the floor. He was the one that Emeka was dragging through the floor.
Is it Ike?
Is it Ike? He's been on the comment section all day long. But I thought he was going to be the first man to take up the challenge. And I thought he was even going to come to the platform to.
He was threatening us with data. You know, he's a keyboard warrior. I for Ike, you're a keyboard warrior. But Lincoln is not a keyboard. Lincoln is talk and do, but you are a keyboard warrior until you present data about Karen Ajale Koko.
Yeah. So, but to me, I don't see Obi winning outside the. I don't see him winning outside the Southeast. If I thought he's going to win any state outside in the Southeast, yeah, it's going to be in the North, Middle Belt. He could possibly win 2 states over there, and that is it. So, and I don't see that taking him to the presidency. So, but I like the courage of the obedient. I like their courage. I liked their doggedness. I like the strong hope that they have. Looking forward to COB winning 2023. So I think whether we like it or not, they have changed the obedient, have changed the political landscape of this country. After the election and after the outcome of the election, can they be persistent? That is the real issue. Because sometimes when you pursue something and you can't achieve it for the first time, you don't look at yourself as a failure. You have to try again, to see what you can achieve in the future. I think Buhari have demonstrated that it demonstrated that in the national politics in our country, particularly presidential contesting for presidential office. So this guy got it at the 4th time. So whoever that wants to be president of Nigeria should see it as, the first attempt might not really work out. And if the first attempt doesn't work out, him and his followers should not see it as a failure. They should not see it as a failure. They should see it, look at the area of their strength and areas of their weaknesses. They should sit on the round table, re-strategize, and come out strongly the next time. So that is the way I see it. I don't see Obi winning this time, but he will do very good in the northeast, and maybe the maximum of 2 states in North Central. I mean, yes, the Middle Belt is part of North Central, and that is where you will end up. So, but going forward after that, the obedient have to realize that politics is a struggle. It's a struggle that sometimes could take a long time to achieve the desired result. It can't come at the first attempt, and sometimes it might not come at the second attempt. It just requires, consistent and, determination, and they can see it in Showore. Showore remain very consistent, very determined, even though that Nigerians are not seeing it clearly, but it's improving. A lot of Nigerians are buying into what Showore stands for. it's been able to have, a lot of people around the country now that are keen into his ideology and are supporting him. He, among all the presidential candidates, is the one that have the best of the best organic, support. You see the real support, people that really believe in his ideology. So that's the way I see it. So I don't see what this permutation is good for the optics, but it's not achievable as far as I'm concerned, woman. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Ajale Koko. So thank you, Ajale Koko. So from Ajale Koko, we go on to Solly, who I suspect may not be with us anymore. So Solly, do you want to feed back to Lincoln? The effort is made, but the content as well. Solly. Yeah, so to look at that.
One man.
Yeah,
Can I please take Sonny's place because I have an errand to make. I will be brief with it.
All right. To you then, Joel.
Yeah, thank you, Lincoln. You did a good job. I mean, we've always known we've had the intelligent ones amongst us as well. I mean, we represent the future of Nigeria. So thank you for doing obedience proud. One man, the spreadsheet was a good one. I think there was a little bit of exaggeration in the North Central, but I know that Obi is going to do well in those areas.
In favor of whom? In favor of whom?
Just in favor for Obi. But I think on the general note, he did so good. But I still think that Obi is still going to win the election, one man. And the reason is just simple. There's a lot of things, a lot of development going on in Nigeria. I believe that he could do much better in the Northwest. So I believe this election will be different. And one of the things that's
based on what people are suffering.
The beavers. It's a combination of factors. What the people are going through.
So we already dismissed that out of hand on Rudolph's channel yesterday.
That what?
Beavers, yeah. It dismissed. I don't know if you saw Rudolph's session yesterday, but she already dismissed that beavers out of hand just yesterday.
Is there anything she already agrees with? It does not agree with anything. So the issue there is.
If you want me to cut in maybe a second to just say something about that.
Go ahead. Okay.
That beavers, right? I think it's a small screen to validate and to legitimize a rigging system for the political class. When I mean political class now, I believe PDP and APC, because I don't even think when it comes down to the imagination that there will be no rigging in this election, that one is a zero factor. Nobody should say there will be rigging, and this election could even experience massive rigging because they will actually have to have an alibi, which is the beavers, because the beavers is being tested now in Osun State. If you are following the tribunal, the election tribunal in Osun State, you understand the fact that this beavers is more or less like an alibi for them to do crazy stuff behind the scene. And they can actually validate their claim to say, okay, everything went through beavers, because what is happening in Osun State now? Why did it happen, regardless of the fact that they actually authenticate the factor of beavers? So beavers, because I believe a lot of obedience, they are counting on some of those technical introduction to the electoral factor in Nigeria. Now they have to understand the fact that these are still politicians, and when it comes to that rigging, does Labour Party have the budget for rigging? Because budget for rigging is part of electoral assignment. You guys should be ready. You are dealing with evil folks. They are not ready to play fair, and you guys should be ready for anything.
It's okay. Enigmatic. So at least you called it evil, so that explains it all. And that is the Nigeria we want to change. Okay. So if we try, what the leaders are doing is not something so ridiculous. What we're just trying to do is, if we have people that are accountable that comes into power, and they know that you voted them into power. When they get into power, they will do what they promised you they were going to do, or tend to act like they're doing it. But when they know that they came into rigging, which has kept us where we are today, then it means that the process continues. So it's like a journey to nowhere. But my point is this: I am giving the beavers the benefit of the doubt. Many things happened in the past elections. There used to be ballot box snatching. This time around, there won't be anything like that. So the ballot box snatching was a huge issue. There's a whole lot of technicalities.
No, sorry, Joe. That ballot box snatching is something that has actually been petering out over the last 2 electoral cycles.
No. One man. It was still huge. I mean, people were still doing that on printing. We were doing the massive put on printing on papers and still just send it in there. Then when it gets to the court, the court will now refuse them to do like forensic audit and all that. So you see all those things. That's what I'm talking about. With the beavers machine, I hope that that's our hope. One man, I will not come here to fight it. The politicians are fighting for the use or against the use of beavers. They have been in courts. People, some of them going for the PVCs, still shows me that the PVC and the beavers are important. If they are buying those PVC, it is important. Whatever the politicians are doing prior to elections will show you where they have, loopholes. So I want to believe that the beavers will do it, will bring justice. I mean, even with the beavers only, since you cannot snatch those ballot papers no more, that it can go electronically, one man, you have caught election rigging by over 50%. Because one man, for some of us who were into politics in our younger years, those younger years, we did these malpractices. So I can really tell you how it is being done, right? Especially when it comes to thumb printing and how you can come into a center, bulldoze your way, get the ballot box. And
you can't say you did politics.
Oh yes. Now I do politics a little bit now. Yes, when I was younger, during election days, I know how they take role. Do you understand me? So I know. So, but in this particular, like the matter, this is what I'm saying, right? In this particular case, it's a beaver, right? During the days when we used to do the ballot paper, right? You come in, you do your ballot, and you put it in a box. Do you know that you can go in there with security, stop the whole process from going through? The people in the line waiting to protect their votes cannot you're using state machinery. Then you now take that box, the main box that people have voted, put it on the side. Then you now get maybe like 5 or 2 or 3 people. They will now get the form itself, the thumb printing form itself, and you only have 5 people thumb printing, and by 6 o'clock in the evening they counted it. Oh, you won. They paid them one. So was it a good thing? No. But the system really permitted it to happen. So one man, I'm so hopeful about the beavers. That's our only hope. If it's the numbers, I believe that we have the numbers. It's going to be a fight to finish, but if we need to see what the beaver can offer us. Thank you very much. One man, to really add to what I said, like I was listening to Chidoka on AIT, on Arise yesterday, when he was talking about the PDP's chances in the South. He made some sense. He was like, he already conceded that PDP wasn't going to do good in the southeast. So their own permutation now is that they want to see what they can get from the south, right? The southwest, because they believe that they can still get their 25%. Then when they go up north to the northeast and the northwest, right? That is where, because according to the statistics, it's about 31% of those numbers of the young people that actually registered are from the, I think, northeast and northwest, or even the northwest. I don't know. So that is where the battleground is going to shift to. So they already have their things mapped out. So my own thing is, even with the defection of Hajinatu Mohammed, which is a lady I respect so much. I've been following that lady. In fact, talking about one of those people who played a role in my political awareness, and that woman was part of it. I always tune into AIT to listen to her and give her speech. Now, she gave her speech, and I don't know. I think she over-exaggerated it on Tinubu. But what am I trying to say? There seems to be a realignment of the northern blocks, towards Atiku, trying to support Atiku. How that is going to pan out, I don't really know. I think everybody have their own base. Atiku, Tinubu, and Obi. So the battle areas are now those areas they don't really come from. So let's just see how it plays out. Thank you, Amma, and thank you all.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Joel. So thank you, Joel. So from Joel, let's go to Enigmatic Hyundai. So Enigmatic.
One man, please, before you go to Enigmatic, let me quickly make this comment. I was watching you guys when you guys were talking about this permutation. Sorry. I just want to quickly say about that Delta State and Ondo State, Delta State and
no, that's what we're talking about now. But we're doing it person by person so that everybody gets to feedback on it. So that's
I might not be able to respond when you call on because my second daughter has flu. She's throwing up. That's why I couldn't.
All right, carry on.
Let me clear say this. So that of those states that this guy was saying, Owen, the number is from.
Oh God, no. Mute yourself for a moment. Sorry. Take a moment to settle your daughter, and then we'll come back to you. Enigmatic, you're up. Enigmatic.
Okay, thank you, Omar.
Yeah.
So first, let me start with this, right? PDP as an opposition party has been a very disappointing opposition party. They need to go study or learn a crash course on how to be a formidable opposition. They failed and they keep failing, and they don't even know how to play their hands when it comes to playing opposition. They should come to the US here and see how the Democrat and Republican, how they do it. And they should probably even take a cue from APC when APC was in opposition. Probably they will learn something different next time when they are in opposition. And then any political party that is banking on the premise of a false narrative of betrayal is already doomed to fail. And that's probably an acceptance of failure already, because that's what Atiku and PDP, that's what they are trying to do. They are banking on this premise of the fact that maybe Northerners or Northern governors or Northern politicians would betray APC and Tinubu, so they can actually have a way. That should be probably behind even anybody's brain, but not actually trying to work on that kind of a strategy, because basically they've lost almost all their strongholds. They've lost Southeast to Peter Obi. Akwakwanso is dealing with them in the north. And then South, that should be a very stronghold for them. It's probably going to be a split, a battleground for them. So that's why they're actually going with this false narrative. So just to take care of that first. And then, Owen, you did a very good job. I'm speaking to the content and the, the optics.
And the effort, yeah.
And the effort, yeah. Because we've seen people over here just coming to, this is an open platform. Nobody's chasing you out to make your opinions. Log in and come and say what you got to say, man. If you have something in mind, don't stay in the comment section and be checking people's grammar, how they speak, how they flesh out their ideas. That is
you better just surrender those comment section. I've been saying we should cage them, we should and throw bananas at them.
Solomon is trying to come in now to defend Atiku and defend PDP and stand his point. If you have a point, if you have anything you want to bring to the floor, shoot it to one man, he'll bring it to the floor and then we'll flesh it out. That's the purpose of this platform. Don't try. We're all friends and we're all family. Don't try to rubbish people's job.
Do you think we should build a cage around the people in the comment section and throw bananas in, like they do?
I think we should let Solomon handle them. We should probably make Solomon the general of the floor.
And that was a joke, by the way, a comment section before you slaughter me. But carry on, enigmatic.
Yeah. So Owen, good job. You've taken up the gauntlet and then you've done a good job. And then, of course, one thing that I like about this is it's an equal opportunity platform, right? Kulata brought his a spreadsheet. People were not happy because they wanted their candidate to win, but they've forgotten that politics is all about numbers. Projections are just mere fantasies. And then whoever in his, let me say, in his right political mind, right, is it amounts to odious, fantasy, to say it again, and more or less like an infantile reverie to actually be thinking that things will happen overnight in a political space. One man, Nigeria is not an Eldorado of a nation that we shift within 6 months of even 8 years of an electoral ratio like that. It does not happen in politics. For instance, in Borno State, right? If you check Buhari's number in Borno State last election, presidential election, I think Atiku probably made less, if my memories serve me right. I think he made less than 20% in Borno State. That is the heart of the North. He made less than 20%. If there's any changes, if there will be any gain for Atiku will not move from that 20%.
Enigmatic, he made 10%.
Okay, 10%. Good. So
and he made 20% in Yobe.
In Yobe, let me use those two states now so that people will understand how what is politics and politics.
But you have to factor Buhari into those numbers, though. But I'll carry on.
I will, and that's why I'm factoring this. If there will be any changes, right? If there will be any changes by virtue of Ashwaju now not being a son of the soil in the north, Atiku is a son of the soil. One man, Atiku will not move suddenly from 20% to 80% or 60% or even 40%. It's probably going to be maximum of 10% shift, or minimum of 5 to 10% and maximum of 15% shift. That will be maybe in Borno State where he made 10% in the last election. You could probably have 35% max. In Yobe State, you add maybe 20 or 25%, and then maybe maximum of 25%. That will be that. That's how it works. So now, when I'm saying this so that people will not have their emotions too high, because on the day of the election, we all say we're going to be here, and we don't want to have a situation where the result will come out and you are expecting Obi to make some certain points in areas where he has not invested anything. Have you seen him go to any of these states to campaign even for his gubernatorial candidates on the ground? No, he campaigns about himself alone. You are not running an election alone. This is not just a lone race. When you go to state, look at PDP. When they go to each of the states, they have all the echelons of the political structure. It comes. They raise up the hands of the gubernatorial candidate, the senatorial candidate, the House of Assembly, down the ballot. They do that. When Obi goes to each of these states, he's just going there to campaign for himself. I don't even think he gives fluff to his maybe they even recognize Obidati. There should be a gubernatorial candidate.
Enigmatic, that's not true. That's not true.
I may be wrong, but I've seen that when he went to Rivers State, for instance. When he went to Oyo State, I know what and that's why I was asking one of them yesterday. Do you know the name of the gubernatorial candidate in Oyo State? Go and look at what is happening in Katsina State. I think they were in Katsina State yesterday. The gubernatorial candidate says he's going to be making a pronouncement in 48 hours because they basically had all the structure being controlled by somebody that is not known to them, and that is the gubernatorial candidate, right? So now coming to the numbers, I like the numbers the way he has flared them out. At least they can have something to gallivant over to say, and you can see their countenance now in the comment section. They are very happy. Today is their best day on this woman platform, right? At least that is good for them. But politics is not like that. You cannot tell me as today 23rd of 2023 that in Delta State, Obi is going to flip Delta State by 70%. Obi is going to flip Delta State by 70%. I don't want to speak about other states. And then with so much confidence and with so much explanation and excuses. So you can think about this, but we have to understand the fact that I think even the politician himself, that's their presidential candidate, he knows his capacity, he knows his threshold as a politician, and he knows the ceiling that he can basically reach. But he has gone too far now that he can't come back. Right? He's insulated in the coven and in the cocoon of that area where he cannot even manipulate ideas. If he had his choice, or if he left for him, he would probably step down for an article. I can tell you. But he has gone so far because he's carrying a whole region now behind him, and they are very wide about this project. So you guys should tamp him down and then understand that this is just politics. Somebody was saying Obi is not going to get 3 million or whatever, and I've said it all over, and I'm going to say it again to conclude. Obi's best shot out of the southeast, Obi's best shot out of the southeast is going to be in Edo State, south, and Lagos State, southwest. And in Edo State, he's not going to win it. In Lagos State, his best shot, and I've said it every time, if he makes 25%, then that's the best year for him. And that's because I'm not seeing him in the North Central. I'm not seeing him in the North. He cannot win forget anything in the North. Northwest, Northeast. He can't win a single state in those two regions. In the North Central, where they are banking on Plateau State, do you know Plateau State? They have two political parties on the ground. What are those things what are the indices? What are those things? Are you banking on the Christian votes? Because that's what they are doing now, Christian and religion. So how is it going to be possible when the governor is the DG of a political party?
Christian and religion, Christian and ethnicity, you mean?
Oh, sorry, Christian and ethnicity. And that does not play well. And then Rudolph was probably speaking to that. And that will speak to you as, I believe, quote unquote, as enlightened and as exposed as Rudolph is. If he has to have such a belief, then that will actually tell you why Peter Obi is, going to churches and stuff like that, because he believed that could sway the votes. But politics is not like that. When it comes to that very day, the governor, who is the DG of a political party, is a re-election, is second term re-election. You can check the number, one man. I think he probably 10%. I think it was a very slim margin for him between PDP and APC. And all of a sudden, by variations of a religion and the tribal sentiment, Labour Party is going to flip that state that was a tussle between PDP and APC all of a sudden.
Which state are you talking about? Sorry to interject.
Plateau State.
Oh, okay.
Can you understand my point now, one man? How is it going to be possible? What have you done? What is the investment? What has been your human resources or in human, financial, or anything capacity have you put on that ground to be so confident like that? And then when we come to Benue State has been PDP and APC. The governor was in APC when he moved to PDP. So now they have a very strong gubernatorial candidate of APC in APC in that state. Does that mean he's going to win the election? I can put it 50-50 because the power of incumbency is still very relevant in Nigeria's political system. Or Tom is going to the Senate. His deputy governor, I think, is going to the Senate or whatever. Almost all the people in his current cabinet, they are running for offices And you tell me Peter Obi will just come with Labour Party, with no structure, with nobody on the ground, and APC is chasing him behind back to back, and then they will just flip by variation of again tribal and religion. No, politics does not work like that. I think the best shot this guy
Well,
will.
tribal doesn't come into play in Benue State as far as the Obi space is concerned. But the indication from Benue State is that the governor, he has a leaning towards Peter Obi, and then they have a massive, I think the abundance is Christian there. So those two factors, they lean very heavily towards Peter Obi. And if you add on the fact that they've suffered heavily under this Buhari administration, you can see how all of that pulled together to favor Peter Obi.
And that's what I'm just explaining to you. If they lean heavily on Peter Obi, right? Like for instance, let me use Rivers State so that before I come back to Benue. Okay, in Rivers State, now look at what is happening in Rivers State, right? When I made my comment the last time, somebody was so emphatic that by virtue, I think it was Emeka, by virtue of Wike, maybe if Wike supports Tinubu, right? Tinubu is gonna flip it. I told him no, it's not gonna flip it. That would be too. That would be a boisterous confidence to actually say no. But I'm gonna probably give him more than what he could have had ordinarily, right? That's how I'll say it. But when it comes to Benue State now, good. Otom is not in good terms with APC, especially Buhari's government administration. It's not in good terms with Atiku. That leaves the room for a Peter Obi, right? Then you look at what is Peter Obi doing to win that state. In a state where naturally is a tussle between PDP and APC. You know what I'm saying, right, one man? So if Otom is tilting towards Peter Obi, then what is APC doing? Do not forget look at the political leaders that we have in those states. If Otom is saying no to Atiku, David Mark is there, the ex-Senate president. If he's saying yes to Atiku, you have the three ex-governors. One of them is in PDP currently. One of them, Akume, is in APC. The other one is in PDP. That young man, what's his name? So when only Otom's camp is saying yes to Obi, and you have almost all the other PDP guys saying yes to Atiku, and then on the flip side, the APC, right? They are giving them a hot chase behind. And then you have to choose where the pendulum swings at the end of the day. So this is how politics works, not just emotion. And that's why we are preaching this emotion, because when you say you know politics very well, yes, I know politics. I've been following politics since they did my 6-month ultrasound. I know politics are like the back of my hand, and you are making some pronouncements. Then we want to question that your political, ideas, to say, do you actually know politics, or you are just being engulfed in this frenzy, in this momentum, and you are not actually being objective by what you see on the ground. So Obi's best shot this is my opinion. Nobody should care about this. Southeast, the best. Maximum south is gonna be in Edo State, because the most loquacious, the most vociferous supporters that Obi has outside that base in southeast are those people in Edo State. Is he gonna win Edo State? I say no. Edo State is gonna be between APC and PDP, and there's every likelihood that PDP will flip it by incumbent power, by other things. It may be very slim, but I'm probably gonna tilt toward PDP. In Lagos State already, you know the point. So it's gonna be who takes the second position between him or Atiku, right? So that's what I'll leave it at. But they should come.
Martin, just to ask you a quick question, right? Are you saying he's going to win Southeast, or are you saying he's going to do well in Southeast? Those two, I just need more clarification.
No, Obi, I'm always being conservative with the Southeast. I don't want to consider the influence of Ebonyi State and what's his name, Imo State. I always concede Southeast for Peter Obi by virtue of the fact that they will basically come with the replica of what they did for Tinubu. Buhari in 2015 and 2019, by just making a deal for 25%. That's it. I will be conservative on that. I'll give it to Obi. I don't want to anything that happens between Ebonyi and Imo State, that would be a big shock to me.
All right, brilliant, brilliant. So thank you, Enigmatic. So from Enigmatic, we go on to Kulata.
Can I go? This is past my bedtime, way past. Let me just. I'm not. Yeah.
All right, go. But
Thank you so much.
just succinctly,
Yeah.
so we have already considered 100% for effort for standing up to it, because when Kulata presented his spreadsheet, we invited that anybody else that has a spreadsheet that tells a different narrative from Kulata should present it. A lot of people came into me on Instagram, but only Lincoln followed through. So 100% on that. So 100% on that, but the content of the spreadsheet, how are you? What's your feedback on that?
Yeah, I think he's the first obedient that is brave enough to put numbers to their comments, right? Each and every one of them are, like I would say, I call them hope merchants or hope strategies. But he's the first to come out to put numbers to each statement and to back it up with his opinion. And I would say congratulations to him. He's the bravest of them all. I appreciate his efforts, which is outstanding to any measurable opinion out there, even within his circle. So Owen or Lincoln, great job. Even though some of your maths, I know we're humans, we're prone to errors, it happens, but I know you'll go back and try to adjust the formulas and align everything properly, but you did an outstanding job, and I must commend you on that. To dive straight into it, right, I think Enigmatic has said mostly everything. Some of my talking points at some point, I felt maybe he was my twin brother, or we live in the same house. So he spoke mostly on the politics. No, there's with some areas that I do not agree with, I will come. But he spoke almost, I was like, which one will I say here now? So he spoke mostly on the politics of the matter. He went straight into it without mincing words, going for the kill, giving his strict, hard-on opinion on what he thinks would turn out. And, he is quite right on the money, given the situation of previous elections in the past and the voters' demographic in the country. So what I would want to pinpoint, or the context of the presentation, the outstanding presentation anyway, is I do not agree with Southwest, South-South, and Southeast, most definitely, because I think it's very biased and very over-exaggerated. Like I said in my previous comments, the elections were not just far away. We can actually just wave our hands out of our window and we'll be touching the election results in Osun State and Ekiti. Those are clear signs of what happened and what may actually replay. Yes, the numbers may increase a bit, but I don't see anything turning out differently in the Southwest. Again, just 3 days ago, I know the registration for polling agent is over. The Labour came out, after crying foul for a very long time, they came out and said they were able to achieve 85%. A lot of people don't know what that means, that you can only get 85% polling agents across the 180,000 polling units in the country. It's very laughable anyway. Not to discourage my brother Owen, but you didn't factor that into play because you are still missing out 15%, if that's true, but I'm discounting it to say maybe it's just 50% of polling units agenda you're able to register. So it also shows that this is not about social media and shouting we are winning on social media. Bring out people just to stand and monitor the votes. They can't get the actual numbers. You can't get that numbers. Just to bring people who will monitor the vote, not those who will come out to vote, but people who will monitor the vote within your party. You can't get it. Then when we say you don't have structure, that's what we are trying to tell you. So for the South, the numbers were just too over exaggerated, and the bias was so so public to everybody to see. You could see the face of bias all over it. What you're saying is that, which Kolata said, for every 10 votes, 6 people are going to vote for Labour within the South. Likewise, in the South East. My brother, I know you did a very good job, but please go back, take your spreadsheets and look at it again very, very well. And impute all the political talking points Egmatics made reference to. And then look at the numbers again. And even with your numbers, right, I could still see the closeness between Atiku and Obi, with just a few thousand votes separating them. And I think Kolata was saying that that's after second round, because it was so hard for you to manufacture the numbers that it has to go to second round. And even after second round, the difference between Atiku and Obi is just 1,000 votes. I know you have very, very strong bias against Ashwaju himself, but no, nevertheless. So it shows that you can't come up, you can't even manufacture the numbers for Obi himself. Now, in the South is, you all know my position in the South is, yes, Obi would do well, right? When I mean well, he would do well, but to win those states, I doubt them. I doubt he's going to win any of them. I'm giving 3 states to PDP. I'm giving 2 states to APC. He's going to do well. He's going to do well. In the thousands, in the hundreds of thousands, possibly, but he's not going to win any of those states. And the major parties are going to win it. If not even ABGA coming in very, very strong in Anambra State and probably in Abia State too. But I doubt Labour Party doing something significant to show that the Southeast is quite solidly behind him in the sense or in the realm that is being portrayed in mainstream media and in social media. I doubt that. I still stand by what I'm saying. So, like I said, with the polling, then what I'm predicting again, which I think will probably occur after Wike indicates his support publicly to supporting Asiwaju, possibly seeing more people decamping to come into APC. I'm seeing more people resigning, mostly from...
But we are seeing more people decamp from APC than we are seeing decamp to APC.
Yeah, those are disgruntled people who cannot get their bread from the political party. Those who has been pushed aside and sidelined and whose relevance does not matter. Those who matter still stay behind and they are doing the work, doing the groundwork. Those who don't matter, who are by the wayside, you are idle and you don't know what to do. You are feeling, okay, let me go contribute. Let me see if Atiku could give me a couple few grains or a couple slices of bread from this election cycle. Let me not just stay at home and this cycle just pass me by. That's what is happening. It's not like they're actually, the belief is strong that they are going over to the PDP, right? Or some of them going to Labour. They just feel, okay, how many nairas can I get from this political candidate, or this presidential candidate, so that I can use it to pay my bills? That's what is going on. But when that declaration happens, you will definitely, from now till the 3rd week, which the election would hold in February, from there to the 2nd week, you begin to see people moving into the APC, renouncing their membership either in PDP or whatever mushroom parties they are, and moving to the APC. And what's going to also happen again during the election, that I say, is the conversion of other mushroom parties, polling agents, into parties that have structure, bribing them to turn a blind eye so that things can go on, and then they will just accept. And moreover, where they don't even have a polling agent unit, automatically their vote is gone. It's meaningless. They will just take those ones and convert their voters into those who are very serious to win election, not for the mushroom parties and that is not serious about having full representation across board. So, on probably, I think on the final note, I think what I'm also predicting is, a major strong chieftain in the Labour Party may be compromised. He may be compromised. He may not declare openly, but I think maybe quite a few may get compromised and start to act for other political parties for their own interests. And then at the end, where a lot of people have said, "Oh, B is going to do in specific states," when the actual results begins to come out after the election, Labour Party chieftains will call an inquiry to ask what really happened. Why is this result a shocker for them? To begin to investigate what is going on. And also after that, there will now be investigation, petitions flying left, right, and center from the mushroom Labour Party on those who misappropriate funds and those and donor funds. You are going to see that probably in October of 2023, you'll begin to see those kind of petitions coming out, because a lot of people would have they would have stole they are currently stealing the funds. Now you begin to hear compromise. Like I said, it will be compromise in the top echelon of Labour Party. There will be compromise, and they are going to work for I don't know which party they are going to work for, but they are going to work for the big parties. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Well put. Always well put by Emeka, of course. We all know that. So thank you, Emeka. So just in this window, let me the people on our Facebook, the sharing formula, whatever it is, that you are not sharing it enough. So everybody listening on Facebook should be sharing. And also everybody on YouTube, if you can help us push the like thing up to a respectable level. So you've seen the viewership. Concurrently, it's been high-ish, but the like is not showing enough. So if you have no real objection to clicking on the like button, then you have every reason to do it. If it doesn't offend you to do it, then you have every reason to do it. So whilst I still have the window, let's acknowledge the Buy the Coffee. You know where we're going, of course. Only ever really the champion of the space, he retains his crown. Ayo does as he always does with the Buy the Coffee. So it shouldn't really be Ayo alone. So anybody that feels inclined, you can always join Ayo in that space, because I'm sure he somewhat feels lonely occupying that space by himself alone. So thank you, Emeka. So from Emeka, we go on to Kulata. So Kulata, I think you consider 100% in terms of effort to Lincoln as well. Because of course, many are called, but few are chosen, and he's chosen himself. So he's made this delivery, and not to nitpick on ebbs and flows in percentages here and there that are out of skew, but to the actual content of it. What is your feedback to Lincoln, Kulata?
Woman, now small remain agnostic. Very, very solid work, effort from Lincoln.
What time is it? What time is it where you are?
I'm an early sleeper. It doesn't matter.
All right, carry on.
A very, very commendable effort. Good work. I appreciate his braveness to come out and do this, because a lot of people obedience. I mean, there's a lot of wishful thinking, but he constructed he projected the numbers to something that looks realistic. So I want to let everybody know that that's a realistic scenario. That is an OB overperforming scenario, like overperforming on steroids. If he pulls that off, that will be a world record, because it's turned demography on its head. Because demography hardly changes. So people's behavior doesn't change like that. So if he's able to pull that off, that's a stuff of divine intervention. So don't shut him down. No, it's very possible. But my advice to Lincoln is go and do it again. Because the reason I tell you to go and do it again, there was a lot of repeating numbers. I'm saying 65% occurring many times. So it just shows this was your first.
It reads more like a wish list. That doesn't it really, like a wish list?
Yeah, you have to go and do it again. You have to, when you're doing it again, start thinking all the states, like, because the first time I did it in like an hour, but the next take at it, I started thinking and thinking and thinking. So change it now, change it again, change it. I just kept changing till I felt, okay, I'm not changing anymore. So I think this is your first take. So I advise you to go and do it again and now start thinking through. It's very tempting to want to put your wish in how you feel to it, but tamper it down and start looking at the state, look at the reality of the state, what could obtain in the state. Like, don't be tempted to put how you feel and project it to the state. I know it's a projection, but tamper that and just do it again. I just want you to do it again. This is the first attempt. Solid attempt. Very, very solid attempt. But just go and rethink it and factor some demo. Think about it. It's a demography. People that think one way, vote one way, and they are not like you. A lot of them are not like you. So don't put yourself into their shoes. Just think it of how those people behave. And you can look at how they've been behaving from election to election to election. And then think, okay, to what extent can they change? If they can change to 51% obedient, that's 100% vote for Obi, like Tunanja will say. As long as they are leaning more towards Obi than anything. But for them to get to that point, in spite of every challenge in front of them, temptation, also is hard. So just give it another shot. Very solid attempt. I'm not going to criticize the numbers or whatever. Like, it's your call. Everybody has their projection. It's your projection. But from an effort, I think you got an A+, in my opinion. But I just want you to do it again and bring it back here and let's present it again. So, best of luck.
No, all right, well put. Always well put by Kolata. Of course, you all know Kolata, a global superstar, but a man of equal technicality. Let's go on to Ogbeni and get his feedback. And Fatai joins us as well, so you can expect pie charts very soon. But before we get to pie charts with Fatai,
hey, that's in a pie chart yesterday. I watched it. I was just shaking my head.
What was it? Is it the linear graph or something? They went on for 40 minutes. The linear graph, and then what is the range? And then I was scratching my head trying to pretend like I know what they are talking about.
One man before Benny go come next. Let me say this about that. This guy list, nice list, but I'm only.
Oh, we've lost him actually, Lincoln. Now he did say that he was pushed for time, but
well,
Lincoln,
I'm still here. I'm just listening attentively to all the analysis.
Sorry, yeah, you are there.
Okay.
Yeah,
Mr. Onwen, you say you are from Oredo, right?
Yes, sir. Domo, sir.
Domo Iguatuo. Take on him Oredo.
Okay, Mole, Lagos Street. That is where my ancestral home is.
Oh, Lagos Street. When I'm going to do.
That's where I was born. That's where I grew up. But I finally moved to GRA.
You take on him GRA.
Off Adesua. Upper Adesua. Off Sapler Road.
All right. Anyway. And all that. So yeah, let's get back to it.
Anyway, your list.
Are you pinching that child? What are you doing?
No, once you get your voice, I don't know. Your face and your voice.
Do you want me to show you skills? Let me show you skills because this is something you have to know. If you want to keep him quiet, you put him on your shoulder like this, and then you put a hand like that, and you do like a gentle part that usually steadies.
Like this?
Yes, but a gentle part. And then he'll rest, and then he'll put his hand around your neck, and then you have carry on.
Let me see. But you want to see your face? See your face.
Hello, young man. Remind us of his name again.
Izodua.
Izodua. Look at that, fine boy. He must take after his mother because we don't know where the fine boy came from. It must be from his mother because certainly you don't stand accused of that.
I'm not close at all.
All right. Carry on.
Yeah, Mr. Ongwen. Sorry, that your list. That Benin, Edo State and Delta. First of all, that data one is laughable. I don't know the word to use. There's no way any party is going to take it from PDP. Be it Ibori declare for the maize stealer, which is Omar Osage. Delta State is a stronghold for PDP. and the major people there are the Urobos, and the Urobos they are PDP, and they vote according to Delta and Benin are like same. They vote not with party line, they vote for their candidate, and I think this time around they are going with this other guy that is, I think he won through court. I forgot his name in PDP for PDP. Delta State is going to Obi will do well.
Sheriff. We're talking about Sheriff.
Was it Sheriff that won the true court?
It's not for the gubernatorial election.
Yeah, whoever won your true court is going to win.
It's Sheriff now. It's Sheriff.
Okay,
he won in primaries and still won in the court too.
Yeah, he's going to win Delta State. Regardless, Obi will do well. I'm not saying he's not going to do well, but he will not win PDP. Don't forget, even when Abasojo was against Ibori, supporting Ogboru in AD, they go through dynamite, yet PDP still won. But that's that. Then those states, my brother, I laugh. PD, I've said it before. The like you said, yes, Obasaki have no stake in PDP in Edo State. Yes, that is correct. But Wike and Danobi have a strong force in Benin. Obedient have a protest vote in Benin. Edo North is going to go to Oshomole. It's not a landslide, but you will win that place. Central, don't forget, is PDP stronghold. That is the Asian stock, which Dan Obi controls. Depend where their vote, who they support, the G5, that will determine the vote. Of course, the way it is, most of the PDP will support Obedient. But would that make him win? No. But would that put him on a competition, on a winning streak? Yes. But him winning, no. Then comes to this South, which is the main vote, which controls 65% of the vote in the South. The Labour Party have protest votes, but no structure. Ogbedeyama, the Danobi, control the power block of PDP in that South. Then Izeyamu, Owie, all those big APC, they are still intact. Don't forget, APC is the first to reckon with in Benin. They are still intact.
Sorry, have you heard about Ifaluyi Isibo?
I know Ifaluyi Isibo is my, but not just. I mean, I'm from Sabon Road. So you know, I'm not just talking. My uncle was the PDP chairman in Edo State for a very long time.
Right. But you know his present stand.
I know his card. Ifaluyi have no more than himself. We know people that way in Edo State. We know Edo State. We want to start calling Edo State politicians for you. I can name them without not even blinking. Those that have weight in politics, and they are both shared in PDP and APC. That's what I've been saying. I've not been seeing Edo State big political party decamping to Labour. If they decamp, then I'll know they can win. Don't forget,
you said they are not decamping. They are still in PDP, but they are supporting Obi. Have you not heard that several times?
Yes. Listen, the election. Whoever thinks the election is going to be fair is daydreaming. When you have those kind of votes and you don't have structure, that your vote you are putting for somebody else. Yes, there will be a lot of turnout in Edo State that day. You will go and vote for Peter Obi, but we end up sharing between APC and whoever the G5 governor is supporting. Likely the way the infighting is going, the person that have structure that can win now on ground is APC. I don't say it's going to, but to win is APC. Second that is close is Labour. The side should share the percentage. It's 40% for APC, 40% for Labour, 20% for PDP because of the infighting. The Labour own is because I'm putting the G5 governors into the Labour, but the APC is organized because they are still very intact. You understand? And you should understand, the only place APC have issue is the Kabaka issue. Nobody wants Kabaka to come back to Ring Road. Nobody wants Kabaka to come back to Ring Road. And nobody wants some certain things to come back in APC. Yes, fine. But the infighting of PDP have also derailed PDP. Now, the Labour, let's talk about Labour. We or I know that Labour is just a protest vote. the New Benin sellers, forestry sellers, Ibareke, and the Welu. That really determine election in Edo State. In your streets, how many times Igbo man voted change the councillorship election for your streets? It's not done now. You know now we are Benin. We know who they vote. So, but that will put him, he will put Obi in the contest, in that competitive contest for winning. So that's how I say it to my brother. Continue.
All right, brilliant. Let's go on to Ogbeni. So, Ogbeni, you're up next.
Yeah, good evening, everyone. Sorry,
good
morning
evening.
from Scotland. So, yeah, I've listened to what he presented to us, the Excel sheet, and for me, I have reservations for so many of his data. And I would like to put it into perspective first. Look at Southwest. In Southwest, he's trying to tell us that both Obi and Tinubu will hit 3 million. And Tinubu will get just 900 above that 3 million. And then Obi will now have 200 above that 3 million. So practically, you are saying Tinubu and Obi will get almost the same thing in the Southwest. That can only happen by a dream. In Yoruba land, it's not possible. You ask any average Southwest resident, even the non-Yorubas that are staying there, they understand the present dynamics and the disposition of the people present in the Southwest. Don't forget, these are the states that Tinubu, you see, the way people see Tinubu's candidacy, I don't understand. I think the way outsiders see Tinubu candidacy is very far from reality. Tinubu fought to take this land, Tinubu worked, okay, to create relevance and then get his weight within the Yoruba land. Tinubu is not one of those politicians that probably Obasanjo just called and said, okay, come and become XYZ somewhere, and had one godfather somewhere that blessed him and then put him somewhere. No, he worked hard to get it structured on ground in those places. And I've given an example today when people mention Oshun, and you mention Oshun just like that, and you just say, oh, because Adeleke is there, therefore Atiku is there. No. If you look at the election, that Oshun election, Adeleke had 403, something like that. The APC guy still had 370 something thousand. See the gap. You can't say APC did woefully in Osun State. No. If you understand politics and you understand that it's a game of number, you can't say it means they are structured. It's still well placed there. The main reason why APC lost Osun, we all know, or whoever understands politics of Osun understands. I schooled there for 8 years, schooled in the University of Ife. We understand that it was because of the fight between the incumbent, the Tinubu guy faction, and Aregbesola that caused the crack that allowed Adeleke to return. We all understand what happened. And when you look at it, what has happened after that? Probably most people don't pay the attention to the fact that the Labour candidate, the Labour Party candidate who did very woefully in that election has returned to his original party. He has left them stranded.
There's a lot of background noise where you are, but carry on. We'll try now.
Where I am, no. I think where I am is quiet. I think it's someone else.
Oh, whoever is on mute. Oh, I think that's okay. Sorry, I say from Ajaneko actually. Yeah, carry on.
Yeah, so I think so. So the dynamics. Then when you now cross to Oyo, you cross to Ondo and Ekiti, and you expect Tinubu. You see what this your exertion has ended up in doing is this. Let me tell you, my brother. It's just like picking Kulata's Excel sheet, and then you spread Tinubu's comfort zone or strength. Then you spread it and ensure that it's spread not obviously to Obi this time around. So you just spread it across to Atiku and Kwankwaso. Then more like, okay, let's neutralize him here. Yes, that's what another politician would do. But not a politician like Obi, who has no structure to even carry out all these skirmishes and strategies. If you're telling me that people like Tinubu and Co, who and Atiku are planning to, strategizing to do things like that, I will agree with you. Not someone who is still struggling to get polling unit agent in how many weeks to election will want to achieve that. So I wish the obedient very best of luck, and I think the number will become, the reality will be dawning on them gradually as they are faced with raw data. Then, so on Southwest, the summary of my take on that is Tinubu cannot have 3.9 and Obi is getting 3.2 in Southwest. It is just a dream. It's not possible. The gap Tinubu is going to give Obi in the Yoruba land is going to be very wide. So there is no way you'll be giving 60-something% to Obi in Southeast, which is even a very debatable area when it comes to Atiku stronghold. And you now come to Tinubu's own comfort zone, and you dash in 3.9 and dash in Obi 3.2 million. That is the that for that. Now, I also pay much attention to the KKK states, those 3 states, Katsina, Kano, Kaduna, and I see the permutation you did around that place. To me, those permutations they don't follow the antecedent of those places. Those places are places we know for block votes. They are not places where you spread results. They are not like the southern part of the country where people are liberal. As I stand here now, my own dad is in obedience. I granted some interview on TVC recently, and he called me, and we debated it. He won't impose anything on me. It was a live interview I had, and my take was actually supported.
Sorry, where did you say the interview was?
Oh, I granted the interview 3 weeks ago on TVC Live News. So then, and my dad called me immediately and felt aggrieved. But
sorry, in what capacity were you granting interviews?
Oh, as a legal practitioner who practice in Nigeria and also understand the criminal litigation in the United Kingdom.
All right,
so
carry on.
It was basically on the drug issue and whether civil forfeiture is a criminal forfeiture. That's the allegation against Tinubu on the drug issue and Boala's position on that and all that. So I granted that interview and he called me, and you see, just to buttress the point that in the South we're a bit liberal as to, okay, they tell you today Soludo son is following Obi, why his dad is not following Obi. You hardly get this kind of permutation or this kind of position in the North. And when I say the North now, I'm always very careful. Not all places, but where the chunk of vote is coming from, Northeast and Northwest. I'm not talking about North Central now, which is highly divided. You see, so when you go Northeast and Northwest, you don't find that there are pattern over the years, which we have, except something changed, and I've not seen anything that's even changed in this election. I'll get to that very soon. So we've known them for
but condense it though. So for time.
I will. So we've known them for block vote. Look at Mietiala coming out and saying we have, was it 3 million or 4 million? They said they have. They said we have this thing, and we know who we're giving it to. So you don't say, oh, okay, Mietiala vote will now you divide it into 3. Article will take these. You diffuse it so that Obi emerges. No, it doesn't work like that in Nigerian political terrain. If they are going for someone, they also permutate. They know that if they spread their votes, they know that it's an advantage. Someone is gaining somewhere. So what they do is they go en bloc. That's what they've been doing in the North. And you should be expecting that, or you should consider that, as part of the background. That's why when somebody was asking, what was the background, speak to this document, I was expecting you to speak all these things, to the document. Then also, I want people that think, I see free and fair election, technically speaking, in this next election. But I don't see Bivan as a magic one. I've mentioned that the law firm I work with in Nigeria, they are very much presently in Osun election petition. They've adjourned for judgment, and I understand the feelers I'm getting from them. Bivan is not a magic wand. We should know that by now. But by and large, while following political, history in Nigeria, I realized that in 2018, the dynamics of Nigerian election changed. You see, In 2018 Ekiti election, there was all this smart card reader and da. But when you see politicians, they've stopped snatching ballot boxes. That's why you see when I see obedience, there won't be snatch of ballot boxes. When last did they snatch ballot boxes in Nigeria? The dynamics of election malpractice has gone beyond that. They don't do that any longer. They still do that only for a purpose, not for a purpose of ballot stuffing things inside and then bring it back to polling unit. They don't do that again. What they do now in Nigeria, if you pay close attention to what is happening in Nigeria, is they cause mayhem and violence in the strength of the opposition. That's what they do. That was what they did in Ekiti. They look at your strength and they use the machinery of governance or whoever has that machinery at that time, who is in control of police or others. We are not saying this thing is good. There are bad things, but there are realities of our society that we should pay close attention to. So what they do is they cause violence in those areas in order to demarket and to diminish and decrease whatever is coming out from your area of strength. And in their home they keep peace. So their own people come and vote, and then the beavers or smart card or whatever is reading things for you. So, and what they did in Ekiti majorly was vote buying. And that's why I agree with Thomas when Thomas was so passionate about that vote buying and said, even 500, can you imagine Ekiti? Let me tell you one thing about Ekiti. There's hardly any family you get to in Ekiti and you don't get at least minimum of one professor in any family in Ekiti. It's such a very highly enlightened area where when I was in secondary school, we used to have master soldiers or taxi drivers in Ekiti. I remember when I wrote my mathematics and we were coming from a hall and then we entered one of the commercial taxis. So we were expressing how difficult mathematics was. And one of the guests in the car was telling the driver that if you had attempted WAEC before, you would understand. The man told us he did WAEC, he did mathematics, he studied mathematics as a degree in University of Ilorin also. And that, so the fact that is a taxi driver doesn't mean that he's not well read. That's an average person you find in Ekiti. Even market women and others, well read. Despite all this, vote buying still played a very huge role in Ekiti election, both 2018 and their last election. So you could imagine in a place where the level of literacy is that high and vote buying is still playing a significant role. How much more states, how much more Anambra herself, what's the level of literacy there? How much more other states? What's the level of literacy in those states? You see? So for me, Beavers is not a magic one. Like Shifafe Babala said in his last interview, vote buying is still going to play a very significant role. Those were elders that have seen ahead of us all. And like I said, the KKK state, I don't see reflecting the reality of the political this thing there. And lastly, I want to talk on this woman that came out and said
no, we'll go back to that in the sweep through. But I want to focus on because Lincoln has made such an effort. I want him to get a proper feedback. Thank you. Stay with us. Let me bring up the progressive, who hopefully is still with us. We know roundabout. We know it takes. We know he likes to take an. I wonder if it's Latin or something. Is from Spain when they take siestas in between doing activities. So, como estás, if you are Spanish, the progressives. So the progressives. So our feedback for, I suspect I'm only speaking to myself because it's not like Akim to be quiet. So it's probably gone off to nap again. So Akim, are you there? Of course it's not. Of course it's not. We all know Akim. He loves his nap. He's a Spanish guy. All right. So from Akim, let's go on to. Excuse me. Let's go on to. Okay, we've had feedback from World P. So let's go to Solomon, only to land then on Fatai. So Solomon, you've been quite keen to come in as we're going through the charts by Lincoln. So now you're in. Let Lincoln then. His effort 100%, but the content, your thoughts.
Yeah. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, one man.
Good morning.
Yeah. I not follow up this section from the beginning, and when I came in, it was when people were contributing their own about the the spreadsheet and all that. Then I overheard when they gave Delta State 70% in Delta State to be. I was just laughing, to be honest with you. Those people just, this is to show you that this guy.
65%. So let me give you those figures again. 10% to Tinubu, 25% to Atiku, and 65% to Peter Obi.
This is very, very funny. And like the guy, this is to show you that he used his emotion. It was out of emotions that he did, not with facts, not even. And they claim that they are on ground and they just did this thing with emotions. See, Delta State is somewhere that, like what Peace said here. Delta State is a place of is where you can is a PDP state. Even if anybody tries to call, like somebody like Buhari calls the shot of say that they should not support PDP, they will still support PDP because it's a PDP state from now till tomorrow. That guy is not writing this thing. I don't. This thing has killed the zeal of for me to want to know the things, the contents of that spreadsheet, because the Delta State, him saying 65% for being Delta State is not making sense at all. It's not something he should say. If assuming he even said it for.
Are you talking about the Okowa factor? Is that what you're?
Not just Okowa factor. Delta State have guys on ground that are in PDP, guys that when you talk about mobilizing people, they would do it. Even in a community, you can have, like in Delta State, they don't do in a community, this one will be APC member. They know. As in a community, you see all of them, they are all PDP. That is the heavyweights in that. They are all PDP guys. Even if they used to have issues, but they will still be.
Sorry, Solomon. Do you think we should ban LinkedIn from ever going to Niger Watch again? When they will say, Mr. Elvis, over to you. Mr. Leftist, over to you. I will tell you, the satanic people of APC and the satanic people, is that what has led them to be having all these psychedelic thoughts, and putting it on paper?
There's freedom of association. Let's just allow him to associate himself with Niger Watch, but the thing there, you should just be rational, not just go there and be carried away with their kind of
noise making.
So you should, so they need to be realistic here and stop all these things they are doing. And people, and anyway, he tried, because he made the Obedience Day today. Like your platform now would have traffic in comment section. That before I came, and I know people will feel, look at everybody, all the obedience are going to sleep because they want to sleep where he has done something for them to sleep where today is a very good thing. It's not every day we'll be telling them the truth. The truth hurts, and when you tell them the truth, like, they get angry. So, but today now he has come and he has spread life for them in that spreadsheet, so they will sleep very well. And but Obi cannot get 65% in Delta State.
Well,
he can't.
What would you give him in Delta State, Solomon? What would you give realistically Obi in Delta State?
I can give him 30%. 30%. I can give him 30%, but he can't get 65. Who is he? Do you know what the structure is? It's even places like Delta State that the structure, that which people they are coming to save the people, is in Delta State that the state like Delta State that structure works well. Like this thing they call structure is placed there permanently, and he's saying that there is 65%. So in the north, they should not be deceived by this thing that is happening. That his campaign, if he goes, people will come out. Of course, they will come out. Even people that are in support of Labour Party, they want to even come and use the opportunity to see who this will be, this P2B is, and all that. They will come out, and but they should not be deceived. He's not getting 25% from any northern states. I'm saying this thing. It's not that I'm saying out of emotion. I'm just stating facts. You can't get 25% from any northern states. In that Kaduna, we need to watch closely. Then in Plateau, I don't know if I said this thing here the other day, Jonah Jang, when this APC PDP rally, wherever, they had issues. Is it the crash, the accident that happened, and IU and I think only IU and some PDP schools went to they were going for campaign, but they had to fly down to Jos to see those victims, and they dropped some of 30 million naira for them for their treatment and all that. And it was really Jonah Jang that they met, the former governor of Plateau. And the guy was really impressed. And the guy used to be a PDP, used to be a Wike, one of Wike ally. Yeah. So the guy was really, really impressed with that action, that move Atiku and Ayu made to coming down to Jos. And he has assured them these places are places that the elders are listened to. The elders are form of structures in these places. So this guy has already said the kind of hope obedience are having, thinking that they have or they are having in Plateau, they should reduce it. They need to work more. And there are even some videos escalating of them doing saying that they are mobilizing with money. They say they don't give shishi, but they are spending money there and they are using money to bring people. But my own advice I have for them is all these people, especially people in diaspora that feel that they can influence anything. There is nothing you can influence, only your family. And maybe it's your family that is depending on you. You can't say somewhere that they don't depend on you. Maybe you just do small thing for them, or you do Christmas for them, you feel like you can control them. It's only those kind of people you can. But if just give them money and you feel like you can't do anything. Anybody that want to vote, who he or she wants to vote, we vote for the person. Yeah. So Southwest, how will you say that Obi will drag with Tinubu in Southwest? How possible is it? How possible is it when you claim you are not going to play the politics how they are playing it, that the people are the structure, you will not use money to do anything, you will not see money politics will this election money will, in fact, I feel like these politicians are even wise. The more the masses, it's not like it's good, but the more the masses feel like they are wise, these politicians are getting wiser. Because if you see in this election now, it's only this Jang and these George people now that have heard that they brought that money and give to the people so that they would take care of their expenses in their hospital bill and all that. But they've not started spending the main money because they know that the election procedures has changed. The election procedures has changed. So they know that now any money they bring out might actually be a waste. So they are waiting for the election day. And the election day, that one people say that they will give you money and you go and vote for another party. Don't worry. Let's see how maybe this election, you hear that they are breaking people's leg or breaking people's head in this election because people will mount in the election, in the polling units. People, machineries will be there. It's not even like what this man was saying here, Joel of Nashville, saying that he has been in Nigeria. I was just laughing, bro. That is no idea. They don't hijack ballot paper that way. He just said, he said here that a big man will come to the polling units and they would say no. How would they do it when people are? People would fight them. They do this thing codedly. It's not the way that's him saying that. And I just think that he's a novice in the political space, to be honest. Sorry to say, but he's really a novice. So this election, money is going to play a very big role, and these guys are waiting for the D-Day. The money they will even spend now that dollar is even high, they will do more than what they've not done before. If they used to give 1,000 before, I don't think they will do 1,000 again, not even to 2,000. I'm telling you the truth. So money politics is going to play out, as in it's going to really take place in this election. The guy that did that spreadsheet, he tried anyway, because he tried in bringing out time to sit down and do those Excel work. It's not easy, but with his data in those spreadsheets, they're not real. Sorry to say, but he has really tried. It's not easy to sit down.
It reads more. It reads more. I don't want to say wishful thinking, but it reads more like a wish list. Because there are some consistencies in terms of the percentages being allocated. Just 60, 60, 65, 65, 20, 20, 20, 20. So it read like a wish list.
Do they have money? Do they have money? I'm not siding these politicians, but we always state the facts here. Do they have money? Do they have money? They don't have money now. They don't have money. They don't even have people. It's not apart from money. They don't have people that would. I don't want to talk much because they will say that you're not being, you're there supporting the norms, but I'm not supporting. I'm just
they've already changed your name to Solomon Falaye. Don't worry, we will adopt you for your life if they want to get you. We will adopt you for your life.
God forbid, I am going to be a king in my place. So how would they take a king out of his own place? It's not possible now. So these guys, they should calm down. There are factors they need to consider, and they need to keep quiet and be working. If you see PDP, they are not making noise. APC are not making noise. The only people making noise are obedient because they're saying 25th of February will shock. It will not shock anybody. It will shock them. I know that the way the PDP and APC guys are very, very matured people, that they would not come and just be laughing at them. No, because obedient. They know if assuming Obi will win this election, the way they will, like if he was to win this election, the way they will be laughing at people, you would think maybe they are the only ones that they have the life to live, and the rest now are dead people. But I know the people, the other people, the Batified and the Articulate, they would welcome them back, and they will be. We can just use the no victor, no vanquish level, and bring them in, and because we're all one Nigerians, and we would come together. They should start to be adjusting their feelings now, because in this election, either Tinubu or Atiku or Tinubu will be the next president of Nigeria. That it is just a fact. Anybody thinking otherwise is just trying to deceive. Look at the people coming here. Most people that talk about disobedience, they don't even know anything about what they are doing. They're just there talking and talking and talking. Yeah. So this is just the guy really tried. He tried, but so far, Uptown Colata's data has been the Colata really tried. Yeah, he has been. Yes.
All right,
Yes.
Solomon. The guy who did it, who his name is Lincoln, but he's going under the name Owen on this. I think that might well be one of his names as well. He's about to leave us, but I'm just holding him to have a final word before he goes. So Lincoln, it looks as though you're about to leave, but everybody is applauding the effort. And it's not really a criticism of what you have said. Obviously, we interrogate figures around here, and that is what is going. But the feedback has been very positive. People really, if you are hearing the conversation last this long on the effort, then that means the space, they really appreciate what you've done. So just a few more words from you before you depart, Lincoln.
All right, thank you so much, Waman. I'm really honored to be here. I never envisaged that there will come a time when I will be on this great platform with these great panelists, even with the mighty one, Ajali Koko, the way you call it. In conclusion, I would just say that although people don't like to hear this, I think there's going to be a big deviation from how things have played out in the past in this election. I strongly believe there will be a big deviation. So, like in the words of how the obedient will put it, including myself, we go shock you now.
We'll go shock you.
So thank you so much for the opportunity, and We're looking forward to February 25th, and we hope everything goes well. Thank you, and God bless you all.
All right, thank you. And please join us again. You spoke well. You have a natural aptitude for it. So anytime you have a chance, we're always here. So just pop in and join us and join in the conversation. So that's Lincoln, who lands with the biggest bang gets that anybody has landed on this platform. He came bearing gifts by way of statistics. And you know how we love statistics around here. So thank you, Lincoln, both for joining us and for that effort. We've wrapped the conversation around your efforts today. So thank you, Lincoln, and thank you, Solomon. Yeah, go on. You wanted to say something?
Yes, Lincoln, I just want to... Okay, go ahead.
Go on. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, Lincoln, I just want to thank you for, being a part of the platform today. And as you can see, you can... I'm not trying to, compare and contrast, right? But for the symbolism of it, you can basically see for yourself the quality of the platform, and then how we are able to push back on narratives, and then how we are able to welcome new ideas. We are very flexible, and then please come back to this platform, and then you are always welcome on the platform. I know you say you stay in Houston. It means you are in the US. I thought probably you were speaking from UK like one man. But good job, bro. Good job.
All right, go on. All right. Thank you, Lincoln. So thank you, Lincoln. Just the sentiments expressed by Enigmatic, shared by all of us. So now to the German Quaran by way of Cyprus, who always joins late, is coming with statistics and pie charts. It's Fatai.
Brother Owen, before you go, I just one comment before you go. I thought you should have doubled down on that voter turnout project, the direction you were going with the voter turnout. I don't think you should back down to 45%. Even if you put it 55%, it will be it's rational. And I think the biggest chunk of Peter Obi's votes are going to come from the new converts, the new PVCs, and from all this marketing going on. So if Obi is going to have a realistic chance, there's going to be a wave of voter turnout. So, and it's not impossible from the way everything is being marketed. It's a realistic possibility. I think you will be damaging Peter Obi's chances if you are only expecting 45%, 40 something region of voter turnout, because then you are basically pegging Obi to traditional voting pattern. So if traditional voting is not going to have a tsunami with the way people before have always voted, or if there is a huge wave of new people in this election, then Peter Obi's chances dramatically geometric proportion will improve. I think if you're going to look at it again, I don't back down to 45. You could stick with minimum 55% voter turnout. So just before you go, I just want to say that.
All right, thank you. And to the did you want to respond to that, Owen? Or all right. So to the content of the work.
One man. Sorry. Can I say something, please?
Yeah, go on, Solomon.
Yeah. See, I don't know why our Nigerian youths. Let's forget about. We know that obedience movement is ongoing and people won't change. But the little things that matters, we should try and be appreciating them. I don't know if you covered this Sanwo-Olu's project that that Buhari went to commission yesterday in Lagos.
No, I missed that. I missed that. Tell us about it.
Yeah, like the project is something that we should be celebrating in Nigeria. Every corner of Nigeria should celebrate it, because the thing is going to bring about employment and stabilize, as is
it the Silicon Valley that is trying to build in Yaba? Is it that one?
Not just the rice industry and the rice company and then the Blue Sea stuff. But
the rice
because
mill
of
and the Lekki
deep sea
port.
seaport. Yeah.
Lekki seaport.
Deep sea port.
Yes. Yes. But we are not celebrating it, like especially the youth. You just ignore those ones because of Obi. And I don't want to say anything about this. I don't want to just compare them, let me just leave it. But it's really painful, to be honest with you.
Solomon, they are not
Yeah.
celebrating it because it will amplify Tinubu's profile because he started all those projects, and they already have this mindset that Tinubu did absolutely nothing. So if they celebrate that, that will be defeating the purpose of their argument of a failure that they are projecting Tinubu to be.
I agree with you. In fact, as a matter of fact, each major project in Nigeria, particularly in Lagos, that have been posted on a particular WhatsApp group that I belong to, it got to a point that was labeled Nigerian enemy instead of to be otherwise. So many obedient on that platform believe that I was just posting all those things, to promote Tinubu. And I was wondering why good news now has become bad news to Nigeria.
Yeah, but that is what you were doing now. Is that not what you were doing? That is what you were doing.
Just to make the diaspora to understand that it is not only bad news that always come from Nigeria. We also have good news. Let me give an instance. I posted Second Niger Bridge when Fashola opened that bridge for them against December. And people started issue, and I can't understand. I asked them, is it bad news you always want? Particularly my brothers from the Southeasterners on my platform. I said, you should be happy because it's a second Niger Bridge. And they said, what is second Niger Bridge? Is that what they will eat? I said, wow, see how Nigerians think. Yeah. So I agree with you, yes. We don't celebrate our good development in our country because of political this thing. And I can't wait for the political period to just come and go so that we can face development, governance, and some other things that matters to us. Yeah.
All right, before we get back to Fatai, Adewale wants to know where in Ekiti you are from.
Well, I'm from the capital city, which is Ado Ekiti.
Ado Ekiti, there it is. So back to you, Fatai. Feedback to linking is effort and the content.
That's Ogbeni, right, one man?
Yeah, that's Ogbeni. Ogbeni is from Ado Ekiti, but Adewale was asking.
One man Ogbeni is an Igbo man born in Ekiti.
Yes, we can hear the Abakaliki accent now. We can hear the Abakaliki accent. It's trying to fool us. Fatai is from Kwara, Ogbeni is from Anambra.
And Ogbeni grew up in Benin.
So he grew up in Benin. Yeah, Ogbeni, you are more mysterious than National Mind, because we don't really know you.
Yes.
We'll name you that one day.
We're not even sure if Rational Mind is from this planet. Maybe it's an alien that was being parachuted into. But back to you, Fatai.
Rational Mind is the son of this world.
Yes, it's part Fulani, quarter Togo, and a little bit of Chinese and a bit of Arab. So something or the other, everything.
Mr. Rational Mind.
Let me make it,
It's Tinubu's cousin because he don't have identity like Tinubu, and he tackles Tinubu.
Look at that. Maybe that's it. Look at that.
Solomon, this is your mouth,
Koboko, you want on this is.
This is your mouth, and they want you.
So Solomon, you know you are going to run a shift here on election day because we're going to run a 24-hour service. So, but I'll speak to you about it anyway. But back to you, Fatai.
Solomon, you catch me today, ba.
Solomon. Solomon.
So I can hear you.
Are you not going to be a party agent for PDP in Abuja?
No. PDP have their structure already in Abuja.
This is
You don't want to make money.
Are you not part of the structure? I thought the people were the structure.
You know the structure.
We are for the structure. I know they there. So in Abuja here now, I don't want to. I don't know. This Abuja's place. Abuja is going to be very as in like. I think it's their locals they will use more here in Abuja here. So
now Abuja, you go stay or they go yard?
No, I need to go. I need to go east to. I beg.
No go east. No go east.
Don't you see? Did you see the bounty that they placed on Simon Ekpa $50,000? Ohaneze said that. Yes, now yesterday. Then they placed on him $50,000, and this guy is worth more than that body. So who would go and who will smoke him out because of $50,000? So anyway,
but you should be sending all these stories to me on Instagram now. That's a lot of these stories
really?
we do is people. Yeah.
Mama, you didn't see it. I thought you saw it.
Man.
No, I didn't see it. I didn't see that there was a.
Really?
If I saw it, then that would have been a headline.
Yeah,
and this Mr. Enigmatic, the man, they give problem. Not only for your platform here. Used to give obedience problem. Do you know that today I was just reading a comment section? I think it was in this side where the past space where they were. Okay.
You go there to fight them as well.
No, not even Simon Ekpa space. Not Simon Ekpa space. I think it's one guy like that. So the guy posted something about obedience. This guy that senator from Idato, senator from Idato that I think they killed the guy. So or they kidnapped the guy. So
that's which one is it? The LG guy they just killed?
Yeah. Yes.
Then cut the head. Come on.
No.
Yeah, I watched the live
manage
video.
that language for don't. Yeah, carry on. Yeah.
Sorry. I watched the live video from Ijele.
Oh no! People
the lack of it. I nearly watched it, but I stopped myself. I couldn't.
And they paid the money. They paid the money.
They paid 6 million. They paid 6 million.
6 million.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Oma, you know who caused that? You know who caused that?
It's holy, isn't it?
It's Tinubu.
Is it Tinubu? How so?
You know when they cannot even function with their wife, now Tinubu now for that place.
you say when they can't even function with their wife. I always wonder about people who do things like that they did on that thing, and then you wash your hands, and then you go back home, and then you hug your children, and you go to bed. How is that possible?
That guy, they should find that guy that was speaking. That guy, they should. Before I don't know that guy. I don't know that guy. That guy is not human. That man that was speaking.
One man.
It's unbelievable.
You're talking about them going back to rest. You're not talking about them even going to worshiping place to still go and pray. That's it.
And give tithe and offering.
And still give tithe and raise their holy hands and we sing. It's terrible.
That guy's death is very bad. No matter what, man. No matter what he has done.
But that's the second time now, Solomon. You remember they killed the commissioner or something?
No, of course now. Of course.
Manage those words because it triggers YouTube. Yeah, it triggers YouTube. Yeah.
Yeah. In Anambra State, when Soludo, I think one of Soludo's cabinet guys, one of them was had similar, just the same treatment from that space. And this is why we actually ask all these questions. But sometimes, it may actually they may actually be saying, "Oh, it's tribal, is this and that." Just like Solomon was speaking to, right? You could see Buhari's countenance today in Lagos. He felt so proud of Lagos State.
I am telling you. So
proud. But people will not appreciate that just because of the hatred they have for somebody they don't even know. And the question will be, has this guy actually contributed any failure to your development in your region that you hate him so much? What are you doing? What are you doing with? Look at the governor in Abia State, a governor's son had a convoy, and somebody was trying to rationalize that yesterday. Imagine if that was Sheyi Tinubu. You guys do not even know this guy. This Lekki deep sea port and everything that Buhari commissioned today. Do you know the inception of those programs? As of 2006, there was a plan that this guy moved to travel to China to start this stuff, and that is what is crystallizing to what you are seeing today now, right?
Of
And
course.
then you have governors in all those regions that hate this guy so
Yes.
much. In South and
Yes.
Southeast, what has they Theodore Orji, one man, Theodore Orji in Abia State is being investigated for 550 billion naira. 550 billion. They're not going to talk about that, but they will fly to Lagos and be talking about the corruption, the corruption that has never been in those.
Egmatic, hold on. Egmatic. If it's Lagos, a local government chairman were killed like this,
No,
I
no,
don't think the
don't
world.
use that. Don't
No,
use
sorry,
that word too
sorry, that
often.
was.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Sorry, yeah. This thing happened. I don't think the Nigeria will have peace from these people, the obedient. And
You are
now,
trying to say, right?
sorry, this thing happened. This thing happened. You're not even
Quiet.
hearing in the House of the Senate. This is a arm of executive government. Is a arm of executive that they just did like this, and the senator that is wearing dot in the circle is not speaking about it in the Senate floor. You can imagine these people. But we, the Benin, we are championing them after they'll say we are the what, I don't know how they call us. But wait.
If you want to speak to that Benin space self, war peace, let me give you a shocker. Do you know what region in the South supports this obedient movement out of Southeast than Benin people, than Edo people? No, none. But when they have
No.
seven slots for House of Rep tickets in Lagos State, guess who filled those 7 slots? All of them are from the Southeast. Not they can not. So are you telling me there are no Edo people in Lagos?
Lagos. So
So
that's
so
it.
when
We know. Don't worry.
All right. Let's get back to Fatai, who's waiting to give our LinkedIn his feedback. So Fatai, back to you.
Yeah. Well, this thing everybody's talking about, media also is a major accomplice in this. There is maybe a couple of news.
Do you think the media, they are against the idea of a Tinubu presidency?
Yeah, they are. They are like the majority of the media. They are. Um, so certainly we know we know we know some that we don't need to argue about. So there's too much suppression of any good from that angle from the media, because sometimes even whether people like media drives people's consciousness or as well. So if media is suppressing this, then it allows the opposition to amplify what everybody is talking about. You know, so I think media. I will blame media largely for it's a terrible situation, right? I mean, we need developments, right? At least, I mean, the country even need good need cheerleading, need good story. We've heard so much about a lot of bad things happening. If we have any little thing that are good, we should celebrate, at least to feel good a little bit. But it's so terrible what the media is doing. I don't like them at all. With regard to, I would almost adopt what everything Ogbeni was saying with regard to the analysis of the. I think I don't remember everything he said, but I think the way I was following it, I think it was spot on. And personally, I would do, the way me I am with numbers, I don't like to give assessment on. Because even there was a time I even tried to there actually was a time I wanted to also do like some kind of projection. Then I look at it, no, I don't have patience for this, and I never took a look again. Because for me, there are like like if I wanted to go on with it, there were like 5 factors that I thought I would attach I would have to give degree of shift, how they will shift the vote, like uh, the like Emilio Con factor, right? Not the Tinubu's Emilio Con. I'm using it as like whether it's where you come from or which zone you come from, stuff like that. How much degree would that change the voting pattern, policy direction? If you all can remember, like even in the U.S. election, the Republican will go there and say, "Oh, the coal plant in Pennsylvania is going to be working." Then you can calculate how many people work in the coal plant. So if you can catch their mind there, that's a tremendous amount of votes you are pandering to. So policy direction. This I think is a very big deficit for Peter Obi because there is no policy direction. There is not many people that will go through the rigor of standing in the queue and sweating and all the mago of the people with structure over fourth industrial revolution. That you, you're not saying in this here I will build for you deep sea port, or I will facilitate this and this. There's no something specific to a region. Peter Obi is advancing to facilitate something concrete that like people can say, oh, this if this happens, it will employ 50,000 people, 10,000 people. These are the things that move votes, right? So Emilio can move votes, policy direction move votes, structure move votes. I mean, if like in Georgia, this Georgia law, new Georgia law they talked about, like even the controversial part of those laws is for how many the distance from which you cannot be given water to drink. Like these little things, some of them I think they are very important. These people on ground, they will do every machination to prevent, especially the youth, from voting. They will have their PVC, but it will never be used because the way they arrange these are these are important part of structure. Voter disenfranchisement or whatever it is on the day of the election. It doesn't matter how many youths go there, majority of them will not be able to vote. They will find a way, mago, the way this thing. You will be tired and leave the place and go back to your home. So, so to what degree the structure will factor in? To what degree civil, I mean, civil servant, everywhere, every country, anywhere, civil servant, if not perhaps the most, the one single deciding factor in the election. Like the federal government in Nigeria, I think almost 1 million civil servants, direct civil servants, I think 700,000. Each state has about I think 100,000, approximately 100,000 each. So if you put all this together, that never mind even the people taking contract on this, you are looking at people directly or indirectly related to government, about 10 million, 10 million votes, close to 10 million votes, maybe between 7 to 10 million votes, directly and indirectly related. These are the real people that move elections, right? So how many people will leave the comfort they are enjoying with the particular administration to go for a new administration or to go for a third force that you don't know what direction that how it's going to influence your job, because the civil servants are the ones who election immediately directly influence how their salary will be going, whether there's going to be improvement, whether there's going to be worse off for them. Immediately, they are going to feel it before the people in the larger society feel. They are going to immediately feel it. They are the people with most guarantee to vote, the bloc with the most guarantee to vote. And when he mentioned that thing about the northern vote usually being block vote, exactly. So sometimes, so when people give, okay, cannot this one 20%, that one 30%, this one 50%, it doesn't work like that. If you go Jigawa, you're going to clear 60%, 70%. It's not going to be 20 here, 30 here, like a candy distribution. It's definitely in the north, doesn't even work like that. You're going to clear, even Olufalaye was clearing 90% or thereabout in Katsina. If they go in block for you or they don't go in block for you, like that. Atiku, I think, is the most unfortunate of all the top candidates because he's the only one that is not enjoying organic Emilio Cup because the northern don't feel like, okay, yeah, it's from the north, but There is no this organic. No, it must be. He is trying to create it, to manufacture, to make the people. Hey, we need only Northerner. We don't need Igbo or Yoruba. But this one he's trying to create. There's no original affiliation with this Emiloko for Atiku. Atiku tried in the last election. He pushed back a lot on the APC trajectory, but in this election, because he doesn't have this Emiloko factor, I can't make out how it's going to work out for him, and stuff like that. So I look at it as it is very complicated to award degree of shift in the way, because Nigeria, if you look from 1999, the pattern of the election is very predictable. If you look at the like the last time I posted those maps, if you look the way it's been very predictable. The two major parties in the different only PDP has been stable, but the APC has come. This what is called APC now has come in different coalition over the time. But the two of them, their pattern has been very predictable. It's going to take a tsunami to just shift it around like that. And that's why I was saying that if Owen wanted to, if Owen is believing that Peter Obi will win or it will go into runoff, it has to come from the fact that there will be such huge voter turnout. It will not be 40% like it used to be, like just almost as it used to be. It has to be like a significant deviation from voter turnout from the previous case. But yeah, but I think it's a good job. It's a good job. I didn't have the patience to do it, so I'm not. I'm the effort. I think it's fine. You know.
I think you should do it because you have a lot of solid opinions on that space, and people would like to see you condense it into a graph that the space can interrogate. So if you want to take it on as just a fun little thing, maybe you should.
Yeah, it's a lot of effort. I mean, projection is like budgeting, right? If you want to do budgeting, you do like it's so you do expected budget, real budget. Like expected budget is essentially the average of historical performance. You have it, but then real budget is like the real factor, the real time factor. So and then you take the variance of these two. That is where you know how to attaching your degree of confidence. It's a lot of work. That's why I didn't have patience to do it. So, no. But we'll see as the time goes. If I'm going to be able to do it by the end of this week, I will.
Yeah, if you can't do it by the end of this week, it'll probably almost certainly be too late.
Yeah. By the end of this week, I will do it if I'm going to be able to do it by the end of this week. I mean, maybe 2-3 days. I will tell you if I'm making progress.
Yeah, when you don't even respond to your Instagram, you look at this guy. So thank you, Fatai. So thank you, Fatai, and thank you, Owen, especially. So that rounds off that Owen space. But there were other talking points that we had listed. So what I'm going to do is we're going to have like a 5-minute monologue, no more than you don't have to, but no more than a 5-minute monologue from each person on the thank you, Wen. Join us again on the other talking points, and then we'll round off. So I'm not sure when you joined the session, Fatai, but some of the things that we also listed was this lady, I call her a lady, Najatu Mohammed, who came out with this narrative of Tinubu being suffering from dementia, Alzheimer's, and also she concluded that he's mentally insane. So she did that, and then we were also talking about how Buhari felt he has served the country well and disappointed no one. And then we also spoke about a top functionary within Rivers State, telling us that from what he knows, Tinubu is Yemsin Wike rather is going to announce for Tinubu. So just give us very short thoughts on that, and then we take that round. So you're still in play.
That lady, I mean, I didn't take her seriously from even the one comment she made is like, well, Tinubu, where he's been helpful to maybe one or two people, but we are talking about 200 million people. That's like so. How can I say it? Like, okay, just say it if it's helped people. Why the way she said it, like, well, okay, it's been helpful to one or two people. I get it, but it's not been helpful to one or two. You have so many people, you know. It's like, I mean, you could tell she's not coming from anything original. She's just parroting what the article camp is talking about. I don't think it's I don't think whatever I say. I mean, how she will know whether I don't. She didn't say she saw her Tinubu's medical record, or she's not a psychologist or whatever. I mean, who I don't know who is going to diagnose dementia. You know, you are just she's predicting that based on that he could Tinubu could not hold a cup of tea. Okay, it doesn't matter, but you're not a doctor. I don't think I think her comments are irrelevant. I don't know if she's a big weight person, but I think it's irrelevant. I think she's
what's come out over the last 2-3 days is that she has now moved over to Atiku.
Well, I thought she said she was getting out of politics.
No, that she did the criticism and then said she was moving out of politics, and now she's with Atiku Abubakar.
Okay, so then it's very clear. There's no objective thing to take out of what she's doing. It's just the game of politics. So I don't think it matters. I don't think it. I don't think it. I mean, I saw a little bit around the news, but I don't think it was like a bombshell. A comment that much of a bombshell. I don't think it will move a lot of needle.
All right, brilliant. Buhari considering himself, it says he has not disappointed anybody. Do you think this man lives in a planet of his own, or do you agree with him?
To some extent, I agree with him. I think Buhari doesn't understand how to run economy. Doesn't know. So he assigns as his lieutenant. He gives. I mean, his style is always like this. So he gives his lieutenant the task, but he doesn't know, right? And he trusts them, right? So he waits only for the result to make a decision whether it's good or not good, whether to fire the person or not to fire the person. If you don't know that, you can't critique what somebody who's an expert, like let's say Emefiele now. So Emefiele comes up with an economic policy. But he doesn't know, right? So you need to wait to see the result of this economic policy to have an opinion, and that has been Buhari's handicap. You know, in the area of security, if people want to criticize Buhari in the area of security, I will. These I think that would be. I'm thinking personally. I will find it justified, although with the correct data, right? But if you want to criticize, because that is his own area, that's where he knows what he's doing, right? But in the other areas, I feel, it's like beating up a man for what he doesn't know. Okay, but I think largely for that level of for that low level of knowledge of many of these things, I think he's held the country. The country didn't fall apart to a large extent. I know there's a lot of suffering, but to a large extent there are a lot of major strides, and everybody also talks about infrastructural strides. There are a lot of major strides. Even though the country, okay, for instance, now I think it is in the administration now that bond management has been a major, like all of these debts everybody is shouting about. Majority of those debts are bonds. They are not IMF debt. Oh, I want to go and borrow now. Majority of them is bonds, and many of those bonds, some people buy bonds and it's for 50 years. It's a 50 or have 50 years maturity, have 30-year maturity, have 20-year maturity. So in other words, even if you see they are they report that we are spending huge amount of money only to service the interest. Okay, but that is actually what obtains. Because if I have a 30-year bond, I'm not taking my money until maturity before I take my money. So I'm only until that 30 years. All I'm taking is interest, whatever they call it, the interest on the bond, on the contract or whatever it is. That's what I'm going to be taking until the time that I will my bond will mature. And this is a financial market. Getting money from financial market also helps you to build strong institutions, because people don't buy your bonds, or they don't buy it at a good interest if we have very weak institutions. So to have institutionalized the bond management situation, it's a good thing, you know. So it's not only about the money; it also have a ripple effect on having strong institutions on the ground, on the country running like a system. I think Buhari is overflogged. I think he's overflogged. I think to his ability. I'm not saying compared to, I don't know, Awolowo, what Awolowo could have done, or whoever could have done, or Soludo could have done, or to his ability. I think it's over. I think it's over.
You think it's over criticized?
I think it's over criticized. I think it's over criticized. I think it's over criticized. And it's my opinion, but I think it's over criticized. I think it's tried.
All right. I'm going to play you a video clip, Fatai, and I just want a very short summary commentary on it, and then I'll go on to the next person. But watch this. I think you may have missed it.
Speaking with newsmen at the court premises, Mrs. Great Moses recalled her relationship with Governor Sanwo-Olu as a 19-year-old in Warri in 1994/1995 as a construction worker. The woman, who said she had made many fruitless efforts to meet with the governor, appealed to the court to prevail on the governor to live up to his responsibility as a father of the now 27-year-old Emmanuel, the alleged son of the governor. The woman, who said she had made many fruitless efforts to meet with the governor, appealed to the court to prevail on the governor to accept the fruit of the relationship, which she said Governor Sanwo-Olu has abandoned.
Now because of the pikin, that make me not go school, because I was so pressured that time. My mama even pursue me, because whether they wait for Sanwo-Olu, not they come. Sanwo-Olu know my village. Even born one certain time when they say we go there for my mama village, which is my papa's side. Sanwo-Olu follow me go the burial. We wear that white guinea the rain. We wear white guinea. Me and him go the burial. All my family they know Sanwo-Olu. We go Lagos. They say we not go fit see I don't become governor, because the time when me and him move, Sanwo-Olu never become governor that time.
The alleged son in the center of the controversy, Mr. Emmanuel Grace, said he is not after Governor Sanwo-Olu wet, but to meet with his biological father.
Small time I reach the governor of Lagos, let him say, my father, I say, mommy, I say, I'm not sure see this man fit for me. I say, because why be say this man na Lagos governor be this? I say, I'm not sure say my party be governor. Because they say, man, so what I mean the data, I say, my party be this. She dey tell me the word, she dey cry. I call the tell her, say, why you call the cry? You dey show me something, you dey cry. I say, man, never to believe say this man fit for me. If this man and my partner they suffer for years, and this man just abandon me just like that.
Counsel to Emmanuel Grace and his mother, Barrister John Aipopo Martin, said Mr. Babajide Sanwo-Olu has filed for preliminary objection to the matter, and that he is humane to appear before the court.
We are not adverse to settling this matter out of court if it's possible from the side of the governor. But apart from that, we let the rule of law take its course.
The Lagos State Governor, Babajide Sanwo-Olu, was not represented in court while the case was adjourned to February 13, 2023 for hearing. From Warri, Gbenga Ahmed reporting.
So there it is. Whilst Sanwo-Olu is sipping champagne with Buhari in Lagos.
Can I?
Hold on now. It's Fatai first. Whilst Sanwo-Olu is sipping champagne with Buhari in Lagos, his son is suffering in Delta State. Is this? Are we going to do DNA now with this? What's going on? What's going on? Irresponsible man. What's going on?
I think eventually they will have to do a DNA test.
Yes, we are joking, no, but it could get to that stage. But carry on.
No, they would have to do it. It's a big optic blow. But what actually struck me, I don't know how old is Sonwolu.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, 27-year-old. But then, I was thinking, it's all of these habits when people go on youth surveys in some rural area and they damage all of the girls and run away. Maybe it's one of those.
I know, but to go on youth service, Sonwolu will have been at least around 25 back then.
Sonwolu is 57 years old.
57. So 1994, that was 30.
Really? Are you sure?
Yeah, that's what I just got online now. He's 57.
Yeah, I know he's young, but I don't know his age. So
it doesn't look anywhere near 57. No, it looks like 48 to 52. Are you sure?
He's 57.
One man, you will not use one man, you will not use
hold on, hold on, one piece. How old did you say it was, Ogbeni? How old did you say?
57 is what I found here.
57, 57.
Yes, old.
No, that's not true. What I'm saying on now, they say 1968 is what they're saying here.
55.
25th of June, 68.
I saw 65 here.
So that would make him round about 54, thereabout, wouldn't it?
67, 54, 57 is almost the same. Just three.
No,
years.
No. If we are looking at how he can birth a 27-year-old boy.
Yeah, one is possible. Anybody that is 50 can birth.
Hold on. That's not where we are. Hold on, one piece. How old would he be if you remove, if he was 54 and you remove 27 from his age? How old would he be?
No, check his profile on Premium Times. It's showing 57-year-old.
I don't think it's 57, but carry on, Fatai.
Yeah, but that's like number one. Number two is that okay, the son is 20. The guy is 27 years old, but the woman says the incident happened 1994. 1994. So if it happened around 1994, if it's like a youth service, a 1 year, then everybody went away. Around 1994, it should be around. That guy should be around maybe 30 or in the least 29. He shouldn't be 27. So I think, and then you factor in also the fact that the suit is coming too close to election, right? They could have filed it a little bit earlier. I'm not knocking the claim because I was not there, but usually when you do something like this and you do it in the midst of a serious election, people will try to read political angle to it.
No, Fatai. No, they've been on this for over 6 months now. These people have been shouting,
6 months is still
calling, or maybe even more than that. Maybe they've written letter to him. He's not talking before they went to press and before they started with lawyer. I've been, shouting online and in the media space. It's been dragging for over 6 months. But I believe they have made effort before that time, trying to get in touch with him, but it was not.
No, I get it about Daniel Coco. I'm just saying.
So it's not political. It's this is.
You know what I think is going on about Daniel Coco. I think it's one of those things that in their community, wherever it is, they are saying, hey, this guy, you look like Sanwo-Olu, you look like Sanwo-Olu, and then I think they've now tried to leverage on top of that to then build a story to try and cash out. Even if it's the money they are getting off the press, it will keep them in,
But even the court situation, doesn't the governor have immunity?
One man, like what I is saying, because it's close to
election.
But because it's close to election, now we can now go on this palpitation that because it looks like Sanwo-Olu, it doesn't look like Sanwo-Olu, or somebody's cooking up the story, somebody's not cooking up the story. But as they say, only a woman can tell who is
No,
the owner
no,
of the child.
we know all that, but this story came out about 8 months ago. This boy is
DNA can
27.
tell
So
these days.
Sanwo-Olu has
That's
been the
a
governor of Lagos State for 4 years. So why is it coming out 6 months to the elections?
One man.
But
That's what I'm
if
saying.
Sanwo-Olu is really clean that he has not had anything with that woman, I think we should have invited them to the governor's
No,
office.
he can't. He can't. He can't.
No,
Can he? Because it will open up that space for all
no,
sorts of.
if somebody accused you or somebody now came out on the social media and say, "Oh, one man, I have this child for one man," wouldn't you want to? If you are really clean, if you know you have not done it, wouldn't you want to surrender yourself that, okay, let's go and do DNA and do something?
Let's stay with Sanwo-Olu. If Sanwo-Olu dignified those people with the oxygen of attention, then you will see a stream of people making similar things and then pushing for that attention as well. Because that attention, it has its own commercial value.
No, it's not. This is not a matter of attention. This is about somebody accusing
okay.
you.
If hold on. I know that if he does if he does what you are suggesting that he does, when the next woman comes, what does she do? What does he do? He
next woman come.
Yeah,
making this. Oh, I have.
Yes.
If he's really clean, okay. I will open and say, okay, let's go and do DNA.
And then the next one, because if he does whatever it is with this person,
woman will not. No, one man. The way you are taking it, you are taking it. Woman doesn't. Hold on. Let me finish it.
Okay.
Woman doesn't come out, just anyhow to accuse somebody.
A prominent rich person. They don't do that. A prominent rich person.
Whether you are prominent, what is? I mean,
that is their stock in trade.
That's
their stock in
look
trade.
at that guy's head. Like,
You think
like
that
a
woman?
road.
So do you? Okay, woman. Let me ask you. You think that woman is lying?
I know it's almost 99.9%.
Man, yeah, that is where you got it wrong. That is where you got it wrong. You don't know what women. You don't know what boys when they are at boys. When we were boys, you don't know what we have done.
Babajale Koko, this standard is not good for a society. A man is, if you accuse somebody, that person is innocent until you prove him guilty. It's not Sanwo-Olu's responsibility to be proving his innocence to every accusation.
Agafatai, sorry to cut you short. There's a reason Sanwo-Olu has a PRO. A PRO can go and just make an announcement that they don't know anything about this woman. That ends it. Don't have to come out.
No, he can choose to. On his calculation,
I know. I understand. Agafatai, you understand the gravity of this case this woman is facing. Is in court. Sarah can decide not to show up. And at the end of the day, and court finds her guilty, that child becomes Sanwo-Olu's child.
No, that's not how it works. What are you talking about? What does that mean?
No,
the court pronounces him is being a son.
See, one man.
Hold on.
Just died.
Can you hold on? Okay, go on. Being a son is a matter of biology.
Pele just died.
Hold on. Being a son is a matter of biology, not a matter of law. The law cannot pronounce somebody your son unless you are biologically your son. It's medicine that can pronounce somebody your son. Not the law, but
he can use, whether you like it or not, he can use, what do they call it now? This what
DNA,
kind of protection?
DNA.
This protection they have when they are in office.
Immunity.
He can use that immunity to run away from the law now. After leaving office, he will have nowhere to run to. The law will catch up with whether you like it.
Let me quickly tell you about Pele. Pele just died. Pele's daughter that he did not accept The lady went to court, was the cleaner. They went to court through court. Pele used all his influence, and on the day, the court declared the woman in,
Yeah, but
he
based
won
on
the case.
evidence.
Hold on now, let me now.
Oh no!
Hold on, let me
All right,
now.
land it quickly because it's just meant to be a fun little thing as I round
Yeah,
off. So
I
land it
would
quickly.
like
And
to,
then,
I would like to contribute on that space.
yeah,
the
no,
court declared
everybody gets to contribute, but I don't want to
the
stretch
lady
out.
Pele's
I
daughter.
don't want to. I don't want to.
Yeah, I
Stretch out.
granted the name. The last, I know, granted the name, the last name. I know, he granted the last name. So the court can grant the man Sanwo-Olu, but it's left for Sanwo to accept. The court cannot force Sanwo-Olu to accept. Pele didn't accept the child, even though when they grant the guy, he won the case. That was just my point I tried to make.
Yeah, but my point is, it will be based on evidence. Maybe there was DNA test there.
There would have been medical backing now. The law cannot pronounce somebody else's
I
son.
pronounce you my somebody's son. And Babajale Koko, that standard does not work because somebody does not respond to accusation. Does not automatically then mean the person is guilty of that something.
No, I didn't say that he's guilty. What I'm saying is that if he is clean, if his hand is clean,
if he is clean,
he should have
clean.
done something to
no, he doesn't have to do something.
No, he should have done something.
Why should he do something?
I mean, why are you doing like this? How can somebody accuse you of having child? Don't you have heart? Don't you have heart? That is what I will do. I will surrender myself for DNA to prove that this is not my son.
See my take on this issue. This is my take on this issue. First and foremost, you can't force Sanwo-Olu to come to court, okay, to come and declare that his paternity of a particular child that is claiming that is his father. You can't force. Assuming that child is still an infant, then there's a law in Lagos that compels a father to take responsibility of the child by every means. You can't have a child and you don't take responsibility on your child. Under that law, they can maybe to an extent compel Sanwo-Olu to come to court and make his own defense in search for the father. But this is an adult that the constitution already has protected you. The constitution says there is no illegitimate person anywhere in Nigeria. So whether you are born within or out of wedlock, the constitution says you are not illegitimate. So that alone protects the gentleman. And then for Sanwo-Olu not to come out, we should learn from experience. You remember that Ibadan daughter of Davido till today. They first, you remember, I think we all remember one Eniton, that girl that said Davido impregnated her years back, that her child supposed to be the first daughter. That's the first child of Davido. Having dragged it for years, drag Davido everywhere, social media. Davido kept denying that this is not my child. Why will you force me? Eventually, they forced the first DNA, it came negative. Now the lady is saying Davido should come for another test again now, which is another issue. And Davido said, no, I'm not coming.
It's a never-ending cycle. You should never dignify that.
That is it. So if you
Especially when you're a high-profile person.
Of course, you're a target now. All these single mothers and opportunist women, they just...
Yes. See Sunny Ade. There's a woman that is on Sunny Ade's neck to date now. She has gone everywhere. She has granted several interviews. But Sunny Ade is not even answering her. And I think what is going on in Sunny Ade's mind is this. If I don't have anything to do with you, you're an adult, you say you are now in your husband's house, you are settled, you have your property, then just be living your life. Why must you come and still, disturb me? And I'm not saying if Sanwo-Olu had gallivanted somewhere back and has had this baby that I should not take responsibility. But I think the thing should stop, should now get to the lap of our investigative journalists. I expect that woman talked about people, her family, that they know Sanwo-Olu very well, her people around the place. I expect our investigative journalists, Premium Times and others.
She should be presenting photographic evidence now. There should be photos now.
They should go deeper, go and interview people. Do you know Sanwo-Olu? They should go to where the Sanwo-Olu serve as NYSC. What happened around that place? Did the woman live around that place? These are the things that they will do in the Western world. And by the time they put all their proofs together and come out, there is nobody, everything will just calculate to say, hey, this is Sanwo-Olu's son, or this is a most likely Sanwo-Olu. But if they have not done that, I don't expect a celebrity to just become and be donating your blood everywhere because somebody wants to test whether.
All right. A couple more words from you, Fatai, and then I'll go on to the next person. You should come earlier. I keep telling you, but I think you always wait to see if we are screaming and shouting before you come in. Is that what you do?
One man. Anyway, what can I say? Yeah, I'll try. Yeah, so I think I mean nobody. I am not saying, I don't think anybody is saying that the woman is lying. She knows what happened to her. Some will know what he did. They all know what they did, but
even if you look at the woman and you look at Sanwo-Olu, you don't see the match. Sanwo-Olu is a fine boy now, and she looks like she's been around the blocks a bit.
She could be fine at 30 years ago. 30 years ago she could be a babe.
When that woman was young, I believe she's a very pretty young lady.
Yeah, she could be pretty back then.
Yeah. Don't vouch for men. As I say that when a man dies, you don't know how many children you really have. Sometimes some men have kids unconsciously. You don't know?
Unconsciously?
Yes.
Let
me tell you how it happened.
Don't lengthen it out, though, because I'm desperately trying to shut it down.
I want to just say, just little, boy and girl. Just when I was doing club, this guy, they met a girl in the club, they drank, tipsy, they went to hotel. He was drunk. They make law. He forgot that he even met somebody. Get left in the morning before he woke up. He barely even remember what he did. 6 months later, they came with a child. His child.
Say 6 months
later, that not giving a birth but pregnant. It was like, I didn't do anything. They started explaining to him, we made love. This is that. He was drunk. He didn't even remember. There's just a girl. That was past. There's a girl that same thing like in club. He met. I think that day maybe he slept with like 2-3 type of guys he doesn't even know. Now, when he got pregnant, he didn't even know he was pregnant.
All right. Hold on. Thank you, Fatai. So we'll take your narrative as your closing remark because I do want to shut it down. So thank you, Fatai. Carry on now, War, please.
What's going on now? That was me. I thought I was.
No, I want to shut it down. So now,
I'm done with that unconsciously. That sometimes you don't know when it happens. It just happened, So you can't vouch for men.
This woman is not claiming unconscious.
No. I'm just saying for men, you cannot trust men. Men do promiscuous things. Men can leave his beautiful wife at home, go and sleep with a maid outside.
Yeah, sure.
You understand?
Yeah, sure. All right, thank you, everybody. There's no time, and good night, everybody.
All right. Come earlier, Fatai, next time. We do tell you all the time. Your fans, they always harass me if they don't hear from you. So that's Fatai, of course, the German Cypress from Kwara.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. So War Peace to you. Just a short little monologue by way of closing remarks.
Yeah, for that lady that they come to. When I first saw it, I was just like, this is politics. It's bound to happen anyway. People will decamp, people will leave, go to a different party and all that. But he now decamping to this guy took away her credibility. If he just decamp and he just left the politics and he didn't participate and all this he's saying, people would have hold it, respect what she's saying now and believe more. Now she moved to PDP. That discredits all her claim, and I believe she embellished so many things that dementia and all that. You have Alzheimer and all that is just I don't know. You're just trying to the story that is out there. Just try to embellish it more. So he lost. He when I read it, when I saw that, I didn't just bother. So that woman, she's a high-profile person, but what she's doing is just a political stuff. So that doesn't hold waters. Then for the spreadsheet of Owen, he did well. I thank him. This is what I want the obedience should be doing. They should come with fact and figures, and so we can argue about policy, not assumptions. It's good, and I hope more people come with more people come with more facts. Then which other talking point? You didn't talk about the railway that derailed, and you didn't talk about some airport. I think that was the most talking point we have here today. And Sanwo-Olu, tell your media head to go and do to go out there and tell them that you're not the father, at least that will cover you for the next 5 years after your government, then anything can happen after that time. One man, I don't have much to say. Thank you for today.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Apc. Thank you, Apc. So as your son gone to bed, it's quieting
No,
down.
we are in it's 2 p.m. here.
Oh no, I can hear him now. He heard me say, ask if he was going to bed. And
No,
he
you
said
want
no.
yes, really, father. Look at him. You want to sleep. He's scratching his face.
Yeah,
It's sleeping
I
time.
know.
Yeah,
I
sleeping
know.
time. So
Well
getting
done.
ready. So.
You're doing a good job. Well done. Let
All right, man.
me wave at him. We say good night. Bye bye. Look at that. Baba Bomboy. All right. Thank you, War Peace. So that's War Peace, our correspondent from Japan. So thank you, War Peace. From War Peace, we go on to Ogbeni. Ogbeni, just a short little parting words. You wanted to speak on the woman that was making allegations about Tinubu and all that.
Yes. If you study the track record or history of that woman, you won't be surprised at what the woman is doing. So part of her history I know was that during Saraki days, when Saraki was fighting, for his own survival, a political survivor now, and it was more like direct opposite of what Tinubu wanted. This woman was one of a major supporter of Saraki. If you go back to news and go back to our past news and see. So she has always been anti-Tinubu, really, the reasons. They are part of people of different interests, that they brought together under APC. So yes, she's always saying she's an activist. Yeah, well, so many activists we have in Nigeria, so I'm not surprised. But for her, there's a news. There's one I just dropped. I think I've dropped it for a while now. You know, it's like almost every hour now. She's even coming out with different news. She just released one to, well, of course, this day. That's another bias and news media you should be expecting to be promoting the woman now. She just dropped a news in this day to say that Tinubu bribe and compel the governors of that's the APC governors now to support him to make him to emerge as a candidate of APC. I don't know if she just woke up after many months of primaries. So now it's just he just remembered, or maybe I don't understand what exactly sometimes is wrong or is going on in the head of politicians. They can't even think that you don't take people as for fools. If you had always been with them, you'll be collecting their money, you're getting shares and everything, and all of a sudden you just woke up and believe whatever you now say now, we should believe you. So if tomorrow you have not even apologized for when you were with them, and some people were saying you were not supposed to be there, and now all of a sudden you wanted everybody now to see you as a saint. I mean, I don't understand how politicians think sometimes, and I try to process all these things. Maybe one day, if I become a politician, I will understand the way they reason.
Do you have ambitions in that direction?
Well, I've tried before. I tried to contest under back then under NCP, National is a Conscience Party, that's Gani Farami Party then, and I didn't win. I wanted to start from the level of councillor, my at my own little level back then in the university days, but I lost out, and so the closest I've done was I was an essay on legal to Governor Ayodele Fayoshi. And that is, and after that, I don't think I actually want to involve in partisan politics. I just want to build my state. If I have any opportunity to serve my state, I'll return to serve, but not as a politician. So I don't know the way they think. I don't know why they think the way they think and think everybody is foolish. So if they are thinking this direction, they are right. So the moment they change to the other direction, then everybody should follow them and think they are right. I don't know. So thank you everyone. I would have run through one or two provisions of the Constitution today, but I think I'll reserve
Yeah,
that.
no. You always give us a constitutional. I believe you've forgotten your legal something. Give us people wait in anticipation. People come. They phone me even in my sleep to say Albani's constitutional something. We want to hear it. So give us a constitutional parting word.
Oh, okay, thank you. I don't know. Yes, I appreciate people if they actually expectant. This part of thing I think we should have interest, in understanding in Nigeria. So I would like today to draw people's attention to how judges are appointed in Nigeria. You see, most time people talk about judiciary, we want judiciary to be very independent. Why is it that the judiciary we have in Nigeria, they will give judgment for A, they won't give judgment for B, things like that. So most times I always say, do you even know how judges are appointed in Nigeria? Do you know their roles? Do you know the reason what exactly they actually meant to be doing in Nigeria? See, many people see judiciary, but they don't really understand why exactly do we even have judiciary, and what exactly are their rules, and is our federal character reflected in our judiciary. So I'll draw everybody's attention to Section 6 of the Constitution this morning, or whatever you have is evening or night. Section 6 of our Constitution talks about the judicial power of the Federation, and also talked about the hierarchies of our court. So what do you mean by judicial power? That's the power that we all, more like theoretically now, we all come together and donate our power to resolve disputes among us to a particular institution, and that's the institution you call the law court. So we've dominated it through that Section 6, and it's the power that belongs to us as people. Three major powers you have is political power, the executive, the legislative, and judiciary. So that judiciary we've donated it, but do we really have independence, and why don't we have independence? Two major reasons which I will quickly run through today. The way our judges are appointed in Nigeria. You see, if you compare to some other countries like US, for instance, where we borrow this whole system from, the way they appoint their own judges is not the way we appoint our judge. The way we appoint our judges in Nigeria is shrouded in secrecy. That's the truth in it. Why? Because the Constitution doesn't really state, the Constitution itself has a lot of hidden provisions that can be easily manipulated on how to appoint these guys. And that is why the only thing the public get to see is, oh, we have appointed Mr. XYZ. And you now start asking questions. So when that is a curious one among us now, so when did they even advertise this role? Oh, why is it that good lawyers are not even becoming judges? Why is it that all these ones we don't even know about them, they are the ones becoming judges? The reason is because the Constitution is not the only document that involves in the appointment of our judges. There are some other documents or policies involved that you hardly have access to. So it's the who is who in the judicial department that have access to all those things. So what they do is, when they advertise, most times they do it within themselves, and you don't even know what they're advertising. And that is why today you get to see a lot of their own children. You see judges reproducing judges in the family. It's not spreading unlike before, when you will be the first and the only judge in your family. These days, you see a judge reproducing another judge in family. So by and large, what I want draw people's attention to is that Section 6. Just pick it and read, and you see the way our judiciaries performs in Nigeria, the structure, the hierarchies of different levels and layers of courts that we're supposed to have, in Nigeria. And the reason why, until we get it right from the recruitment of our judges, there's nothing we can really get right in the judicial arm.
Oh, all right, brilliant. All right,
thank you.
All right, thank you, Ogbeni. So thank you, Ogbeni. So from Ogbeni, we go on to Solomon. So Solomon, parting words.
Yeah. Concerning that Saulu's son, as in that woman, that lady and her son claiming to be say that she gave birth for that guy is her child for some it's something we should it's something that they should carry out a DNA test and confirm and know if it is very possible, because like where I come from, rough character is in the game, like rough character in the sense that men, we have wife, but they still have kids outside and that kind of thing. So it's not it's not a new thing. It's not something that anybody should doubt. It's just, but I don't see the resemblance. I don't see that like the way you said here that that boy, they may be telling him in the street that he looks like someone. Then there's no resemblance at all. That boy, he doesn't look like Sanwo-Olu at all. And that woman, anyway, it's not every woman that have the courage to give their child quality this thing, because look at the way he's even speaking. And so all those things, if someone should hear that video, should listen to that video, watch that video, he would be he would be very disappointed, and he would not want to own up and claim that child as his own. That one is the fault of the woman to an extent, but they should carry out a DNA test, and it's very, very possible. It's very, very possible for Sanwo-Olu to be the father of that child. But just that now the age, like Sanwo-Olu is 50 something years old, and that child is 27 years. Sanwo-Olu is going to be 55. I'm trying to figure out if, for instance, except Sanwo-Olu lived his life at a time in Warri or with his parents and all that, but I don't think his service, because if that child is like what when he said here that Sanwo-Olu is 57, I can say he was 20 years old when he pregnated the lady, and but right now the guy is not, Sanwo-Olu is not 50, Sanwo-Olu is going to be 54, 55. So I'm trying to just factor in how possible is it, like was he at the age of, what age did he give birth to that child? Did he impregnate that lady? So we should not doubt it's possible anyway, it's possible. Then for that woman that you're just talking about, Tinubu, I don't want to say this, she's a politician. All these activists, some of them are just they are criminals, are people who just they want relevance and all that. So now she maybe they've been neglecting her in APC and in PDP, like, and I really like this Ogbeni guy. He comes here and he debunks lots of things. Like, for instance, he made us know now about the relationship Bisuma had with like how close she was with Sariki. So you see, this is an opposition thing. They will always come up, and now she has gone to where her interest will be protected. So with a political thing, all those statements she was making are just political statements. Then like I said before, let's try and be appreciating. Let's celebrate our own things. It's not only bad things that will be coming and saying we need change. Look at which state in Nigeria has accomplished what. Let's forget about the fact that Lagos State it was a federal capital territory. But at a time when why I give it to Tinubu is not because it has been a federal, and the colonial masters have lived in Lagos, they've stayed in Lagos. It was an administrative state, but at a time when this guy came in, he doubled or tripled the income this state was getting. He laid the foundation for all these things, but people will come here and criticize him and say that is this, is that. See, the only reasons why I don't support Tinubu is because let's forget his age, his health to an extent. Then for the major reason is the way he plays his politics of him now being, but he's a human being. That is what works for him, and that is why he's still relevant. So let's not take it out. Any human being that have the opportunity to do that same thing will do it. So let's not just, but these guys, they really tried. And if Buhari should do anything in favor of Tinubu, man, is not a bad thing, because he has seen what this guy has done in Lagos, because he's the person that laid this foundation. We can't take it out from him. But I know people doubt how Atiku will be the president of Nigeria, but they should don't worry. He's going to be the next president of Nigeria. But if he doesn't, he becomes the next president, Tinubu will be the next president of Nigeria. But for those obedience that are crying, that are making noise, they should keep making noise, and they should stop being hypocritical. Appreciate good thing when you see good thing, because most of them will come now. They will stay in Lagos. If you come, go to your village and go and relax. Then I know that you have that you are fighting a good fight. Not coming to Lagos, coming to Nigeria, hanging in Lagos, and be enjoying yourself in Lagos. Meanwhile, you've not got to your village. Yeah, one man. Thank you very much. I think everybody's platform is very educative. Like, I come here and I learn. Especially everybody, I learn from everybody, from Baba Jadi Koko to Uptown to everybody, from Dex. In a way, I get things. I get some kind of things that that I don't know before, and it's a very good platform. This is the best platform on YouTube. Think you can go and argue it anywhere, even in your dream. So, one man, thank you very much. I really appreciate. Thank you, everybody in the comment section. Yeah, thank
Solomon,
you. Sir?
how many times you don't go village? You where they tell people say make them no go.
Solomon, if you have the link to the those things that you said Buhari went to do in Lagos with Sanwo-Olu, send it to me. And if you have the link to the bounty that Ohaneze has put on Simon Ekpa, send it to me as well. And maybe we'll build tomorrow's session around that.
Yes. That Buhari really tried. Let me be honest to you. Like, I don't like Buhari, to be honest with you. I don't even like Buhari. That day he won the election in 2015, I was really pissed. Like, I even to you, but something made me change my mind. Like, not change my mind. Like, I just became fair a bit to him because of that 13% derivatives he gave to each state. One thing I need to advise our Southeast people, with that energy you're putting in obedience movement, why don't you use it and vote out your governors that are not even doing well, your House of Rep members or Senate members are not doing well? Because if not the way that if not that Buhari came out and said, or Wike said that they gave them 13% derivatives, this thing would have been swept under the carpet. But nobody heard about it. It was just this Wike's commissioning and flagging off and all those things, commissioning that we got to know about these things. So let's learn to fight a good fight, and don't fight fights that will waste our time, like go and commit suicide. Like I call this movement like a political suicide. Sorry to say, but let's learn to fight a good fight. And so we need to give it to Buhari at a time in this space. Yeah, thank you, one man.
Then they wait for you.
So sorry, let me let him go so I can. So thank you, Solomon. So let's go on from Solomon to Adewale. Yes, Adewale, who joins us at the 11th hour, but just in time to give us a short little monologue as we start to round out.
Thank you very much, Mama. You can hear me, right?
Yeah, perfectly. Carry on.
Excellent. Greetings to the elders in the studio as well. I didn't want to join until I was just trying to go through that story of, I think it was yesterday or day before yesterday, we're talking about this same individual that decamped from APC to PDP. And going by the story, you could tell, and also compare the timeline that she left the party. And the party is also saying now that she was sacked. I don't remember where if somebody was sacked from, serving a party, but the news was that she resigned. So, and she going to PDP, says a lot about what transpired between them. She's accusing the party and the flag bearer of, inducing the governor with money and all that, which to me is just, I don't expect people to believe this particular individual. It won't do any good for the public to believe this woman. She's a politician. She will have her own grievance, the reason of leaving the party anyway. So that's that about that. I don't want to do much on it. And going by the Sanwo-Olu's accuser, that boy is, I think, 27 years old, right?
Yeah, correct.
He's claiming 27 years old. So that means Sanwo-Olu will be old enough to be his father. I mean, he's claiming 27. Somebody is around 57, 55, in between. So
Well,
yes,
they say it's 54, so that means he would have been round
no,
about his age.
so
It would have been 27 when
the
they were here.
profile online says 55, 57. That's the
Mm.
profile online. Let's just take 55 or 57. He's still gonna be old enough to be his father at 28 or 30. But
Yeah, definitely.
going by that, I'm not trying to create a timeline now. Now, Sanwo-Olu had been a commissioner in Lagos State. He was already in a banking as far back as 90s, right? So if this case that is in the court, if this woman doesn't come forward with a receipt, there's an effort you will put into it that will shows that you are already trying to make a connection or trying to build, something in between the father and the son. And there's nothing like that. It is now that the boy or the son is now of age, now trying to build the bridge. Now that means there's something that you are looking for that is not you are not yet saying, because there's no way. I'm not saying that. I'm sorry, Sanwo-Olu cannot be his father, but if there's no receipt, what I mean by receipt, something concrete that will establish that in the past she's been trying to establish connection between the boy and Sanwo-Olu and dating back maybe 1 year, 2 years after the child was born, and there's nothing like that. That means she's lying. Looking at the boy himself, I want to strongly believe the woman is lying. She probably get paid. We live in a country where a miracle is being faked and everything is superficial and everything. So to me, I don't really see this story as a big deal, because before any politician goes to the public or trying to be in a public square like this, they must have done their due diligence, put their dots and cross their T's. But for this to be coming out, that is the why someone who is not even paying attention to it, because he knows that there's nothing, you know, there's no there at the story. So, but and that is the reason why opposition are not even taking it up, because they know that there's nothing in there. Anyway, good talk today. Good discussion. Nice talking to you and the rest of the participant in the studio.
All right, brilliant. Adewale, join us earlier. I just like Fatai. You have
I've
this
been watching. It
strong.
was just that the
Yes.
studio was always full. So
Yeah, you have this large fan base, and you don't,
oh,
you have to feed your fans, otherwise you lose them. So come here earlier and feed your fans. So
all
that's
right.
Adewale, of course, is a prince. He's already implicit in the name. So thank you, Adewale. So from Adewale, let's name check Kulata, who I suspect has already gone to sleep. But just to fulfill all righteousness, Kulata, are you there? No, yes, it was half sleeping when we were talking to him anyway. So thank you, Kulata, for joining us. So that was Kulata who joined us for just a cameo appearance. So from Kulata to the man with the golden gun, the father of the day, the father of the bride, the man you've all been. It's been a pleasant session at Jan Lekoko today, I would say. Final word.
Oh yeah, pleasant section for our guy that presented us the projection that gave victory to Obi. So he did a good work, as everybody acknowledged. But we will continue to monitor. Kulata have advised him to go and do them. Take another look of it and see some adjustment he can still do. Maybe represent his projection. So we look forward for that. I will be doing my own soon, and I will let you know. I will post it to you, and we shall all go through it again. Go through it. So we went through this guy today and that of Kulata. So let me say the issue of Sanwo-Olu is I think this woman has been on this issue for quite some time now. She lives in Delta State. Sanwo-Olu is in Lagos. I don't know why some of us think that some people are using her for political reason, all the way from Delta to destroy Sanwo-Olu in Lagos. I don't think so. I don't buy into that idea. And I can see the seriousness in that woman, saying that Sanwo-Olu is the one that gave her the pregnancy, that gave her his son. So she said it categorically clear that after they met and they had it, and she came to their father's house, to their family house when they are doing burial, and she came. Since then, after he left, he didn't see him again, and she had made every effort to look for him, but all to no avail until when he became the governor, and she had been trying every possible means to reach him, but all to no avail. So if this woman is saying that Sanwo-Olu is the father, I think Sanwo-Olu should act like a leader that, for this kind of accusation, this is a very damaging accusation against his personality. He should be able to shut it down as quick as possible, to invite that woman and the son and say, okay, let us take the DNA test and let us close the matter. If his hand is clean, that is what I will do. I will not say that, oh, I don't care, I didn't do it, so I don't want to see them, I'm not responding. I will respond, I will make it quick, and, put it to rest. Let the medical test come out and say, no, I'm not the father. That will put her to shame, and that will end it completely. And that will discourage anybody that is, any woman that is attempting to do such a thing, that, oh, this man is not a man that you can mess with. Look at the way he handled the other woman that came up with all this kind of story. He came out clean and he shut it down immediately and put that woman into shame. So nobody will mess with him. But for him to allow this thing to fester on, and this woman have to take him to court, it's just giving people that is making it look as if he really did it, and he's just trying to hide away from it. So that's the way I see it, woman. So other than that, let me thank everybody that came on the platform today. Those are the comment section. You are the strength of the platform. You are the backbone of the platform. Come back tomorrow and have another round with one man. Listeners around the world, click on the like button, share and subscribe. If you haven't done so at this time, do it now. One man is 6 hours, 40 minutes. Good job. Thank you for bringing us together again. So tomorrow, by the grace of God, we shall meet again and bring whatever you have for us. We shall trash it out and continue the struggle from there. Thank you, one man. See you tomorrow, and you have good morning over there. Good morning, good night to Americans, and our friend in Japan, good afternoon to you. Friend in Australia, good afternoon. Canada, good night. See you guys tomorrow again. Thank you, woman.
All right, brilliant. So thank you, Ajanle Koko. So thank you, Ajanle Koko. So half the audience, of course, come here to listen to Ajanle Koko. So and thankfully he chooses to spend this time with us. So thank you, Ajanle Koko. So and thank you everyone that's turned up, and thank you everybody that's listening. So that has been the session. A nice, tidy, pleasant session. Not a raised voice all the way through. Just contrast that with yesterday when you couldn't even hear a voice in a moderate tone. So I often say that this space, it has a life of its own. And what better proof, yesterday and today? Yesterday, there were 3 voices, 4 voices cascading over each other. Today, everybody just spoke just with ease, you know. So that's how it is. Well, I wonder what the next session brings. Will you come here and join us to find out? You know, we never stop. So just make sure you are dialed in. Make sure you are clicking. And still, if you've not yet still clicked on the like button, we want to get it to as close to 100 as possible. So Ajale Koko, as just said, we've put in a 6-hour, 40-something minutes effort, and the only effort we're asking of you is just to click on just some thumbs up button and to subscribe. I think you get the better end of that deal. So click on the like and subscribe button. And as you do that, we acknowledge the people that have super chatted. We did say that we're having the expectation of more super chats this year, well, that's happening in some ways, but not to the level. But still, to acknowledge the people that have been doing it. Alexander Gomez, of course, tried and trusted. Kulata, who often instances like to use that function. Hizon, who has dusted his wallet out of Fort Knox to super chat. Alexander Gomez comes back again. Kulata continues the conversation on super chat, and RB has an insertion in that space as well. So thank you everybody that did that. And then of course, the Buy the Coffee space. You already know the name that is going to come up. It's never any other than. In some instances, it is other than, but in this instance, it stands solely as the champion, the king of that castle. So Ayo, as ever, beats the Buy the Coffee thing. So thank you, Ayo, for that. So to the happy clappers, the super chatters, the coffee buyers, and the in-betweeners, thank you one and all. So that's the session. Join us again. You know we're going to be here 9:45 p.m. UK time. Just dial your attention to that space. Another blockbuster coming your way. So I'll leave you here. Carry conversation on with you in the comment section. But here, I say peace.